This broadcast is brought to you by The Gamesman, Motorsport Australia, Logitech G, Playseat, OG Gear, Max Pappas Innovations, SimSpeed TV, and the Australian Sim Racing Group.
Hi, I'm Jada. I currently race GT3 in Australia. It's a cool brand. The socks and the gloves are quite cool, and it's good to use on the sim. High quality materials, and most importantly, comfortable. Quite cool to feel all the bits doing their job, and it was good.
We are gaming fanatics. Our goal has never been to just play games. We think it's much better to feel like you're actually in the game. This feeling is what drives us as we create world-class gaming chairs. Our one aim, give you a brand new gaming experience. Help you move in perfect sync with everything on screen. Make sure you're having a ton of fun. It took us decades to achieve this, and we're still not satisfied. Every day, we wake up to get better. We'll never stop designing the very best to help you be your best. When it's all said and done, our job's only done if you're in full flow and focused on your victory. May you win, and win big.
7 weeks on from the opening round of the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series for 2025. The teams, the drivers, the organisers, the producers and commentators have reconvened for round 2 of 6. And we welcome you, ladies and gentlemen, to Fuji Speedway, home of the 2007 and 8 Japanese Formula One Grand Prix. Tonight, home to round 2 and our only stop in Asia for this championship series in 2025. Of course, it was Hayden Veld and Lachlan Cable getting the job done for ERT aboard the Corvette at Daytona International 7 weeks ago. Hard to believe, but it has been that long between rounds. We've only got one more stop in America throughout the course of the rest of the season. The next part, the nitty-gritty part of the championship, the midway point of the series, takes us through Asia and Europe and some big-time venues of sports car and Grand Prix racing to look forward to over the next couple of months. As we have a look at the pictures coming in from our producer, Jay Kennedy, on the SimSpeed Esports Network, you can tell that the clouds are hovering, but so far it's dry in the lead up to qualifying for round 2 of the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series. And of course, it is round 2 of the latest venture, the latest offering of the Australasian Sim Racing Group. And of course, SimSpeed delighted to be bringing you all the action. Good evening, everybody. Zach Coben alongside. Look who's back. Look who's back. It is Scott Rankin, the voice, of course, of our Logitech G Pro Invitational Series V8 Supercar commentary on a Wednesday night. Welcome to Friday nights, my friend. It is great to see you. Great to have the series back in action, in life on what is a busy weekend of world motorsport. Emilia-Romagna Formula One Grand Prix, of course. I'm thinking Indianapolis 500 qualifying, NASCAR All-Star race. What a way to launch into all of that with 3 hours of GT racing from a track that I reckon will produce some top-shelf racing tonight on the back of what was a relentless sort of night at Daytona where we didn't have a chance to come up for air at any point. You were on the pilgrimage back to Grafton at that point, tuning in on the road. We had 3 hours, safety car free. So there's a couple of questions. Can ERT continue their stranglehold on this series? Can Corvette do it again? Chevrolet, more to the point. And can we go safety car free once more? All these questions soon to be answered over the next 4 hours. Good evening to you.
There's a lot to cover in this as we work our way in, and probably one of the biggest things as well is that those cars that we saw our teams locked into for round number 1, they're not locked into throughout the season. They get 2 car choices, and this is something unique. We were discussing this pre-show with a bunch of different people. We don't actually see this rule set used anywhere else. And the reason that we both love it is, number 1, you're not locked into a car. But number 2, you kind of actually are. It creates flexibility, it creates options, but most importantly, it allows the teams to really leverage what they've been thinking about. Let's take the Audi, great car, really, really good for those tracks where you want some turn in. Not so good for those tracks where you want a little bit of straight line poke. That's where a car like the Corvette really balances itself out. Evolution Racing Team, well, they won at Daytona in the Corvette. What are the teams looking to choose here tonight? Acura. Realistically, though, the Acura and the McLaren, for me, I look at those 2 cars and I go, they're actually very, very similar. I wouldn't be choosing the Acura and the McLaren together, but the Eclipse Sim Sports squad really, really like that combination. Vermilion Esports 228 as well, exactly the same cars, they're just the other way around. I like something like the Mustang and the McLaren. The other thing to think about is potentially weather. Some of these cars do perform quite a lot better in the wet. The Porsche is generally known as the car that dominates in those conditions, but inside the top 10, there's one thing I'm not seeing. There is not a P to be found in that listing anywhere. So championship points time, that 31 car, they did lead the way on the way out of Daytona. What are they going to be able to bring us here tonight? I can tell you in the session thus far, they're not on top of the table here, Zach, as well. So there is going to be some change-ups. That car isn't currently even inside of the top 10, but there's a lot to play out. This is a drafting track. That front straight, well, we're going to two tracks that are modeled after NASCAR tracks, funnily enough, to start the season off. I find that really unique.
Indeed, mate, and having a look at those championship points for you, ladies and gentlemen, I want to come back to what you're talking about with regards to the manufacturers as the evening goes on, because there's a lot to pick apart in all of that with regards to how long the season is, the tracks that we're going to, and also what changes might be made, little tweaks and tunes might be made internally within iRacing between now and then that might have an impact as the season goes on. There is a bit of news though, and I want you to lead me into this, because we look at the second place entry in the championship, third on track at the moment. There's been a change between Daytona and here, and it comes within the team name. They've jumped ship.
Well, Jamie Christensen, in that role that he was always sitting in, was really a flexible driver. Last round, you would have noticed that car was actually a Vermilion Esports car. The big news coming in as a part of the V8 Pro lineup was that Zach Rattray White was let go, and it wasn't necessarily a let go, it was sort of an acquisition from the Eclipse Sim Sports squad. If you're in the know and you're in around a lot of those teams, that one was probably a poorly kept secret. There's probably quite a few people that sort of looked around and went, I think this will happen at some point along the way. It's just a matter of when, it's not a matter of if, but it's a good combination. He's really good friends with the guys over at Eclipse. I like that move for him. It's also a good move for him to go searching as well, as we jump into a little bit of track information. This is Fuji Speedway, located in Japan. And ladies and gentlemen, not just Sandman gets to play with the fancy tools tonight. I've got some important tools that I'll get an opportunity to show you here in just a few moments. Welcome to Fuji International Speedway. Look at that long front straightaway, and there's a couple points I kind of want to hide out, and number one is this section over in the top left-hand corner of the screen. That was originally supposed to be banked. This was going to be a NASCAR track. That's actually not the case. Let's talk about all of the big overtaking spots you get in this track. Number one, turn one. You got yourself a really, really big long straight. Probably your next best opportunity is a little bit of a switchback, but there's a lot of risk. That's overtaking zone number two. 100R, difficult to go side by side, but it's followed with a hairpin. Overtaking opportunity number three. This layout that we've got on the screen here, next opportunity is potentially overtaking opportunity number four, highest risk overtaking opportunity on the lap. We are not using the chicane here. That will not be an operation. That will kink its way all the way in. Then you've got this flip-flop final last section. I sort of call this one big overtaking zone. So 5 and 6 consider them to be one kind of zone because they're all sort of chained together, these corner combinations, back onto a big old main straight. And ladies and gentlemen, that's the lap around Fuji.
So we can immediately take number 4 out, because as we've just been alerted to, the track map there has the chicane in it. We're not actually running through the chicane tonight. So that little red strip of bitumen there on the track map, that's where we're going. But still, potentially an overtaking opportunity if you do get that kink through the right-hander wrong in any way, shape or form. There it is, ladies and gentlemen, the lay of the land. Qualifying session is 20 minutes, just as it was at Daytona. There will be a 10-minute intermission between the end of qualifying and the start of the race, because we'll do our gamesman grid walk. 180 minutes race distance, 3 hours, 2 drivers needed, and it's likely a 2-stop journey. We're taking you to midnight Eastern Standard Time this evening, ladies and gentlemen, as we did with round 1 of the series at Daytona. By the time we get through the last lap, the celebrations, the fanfare, the interviews, it'll be Saturday morning on the East Coast, and definitely Saturday morning in New Zealand. If you're just joining us, we're about to come up to 6 o'clock Eastern, 7:30 Central, 6 o'clock Western, 7:30 Central, 8 o'clock Eastern, and 10 o'clock in New Zealand. And if you're anywhere outside of those parameters, you'll have to do your own mathematics. Apologies for that. This is round 2 of 6, and we're very excited about what might unfold here because of what Scott Brunken was talking about a few moments ago. Pictures coming in. We're getting a look at the Porsches and the Lambos. Well, there's no Lambos in this field. The McLarens, the Acuras, and also the BMWs of the world. There's the Vermilion Esports entry of Jacob O'Reilly in the Acura tonight. I wanted to talk to you about that, Scotty, and we've got maybe a minute and 3/4 to do so before we get the cars out on the circuit for the 20-minute all-important qualifying session. And I want to focus on qualifying as well and the importance of it in just a moment too. But first, let's talk about those manufacturers, because there's so many considerations that have to be taken going into the season and your manufacturer of choice. One, driver comfort, and it has to be universal agreement across the board with your teammates. 2, track selection. There are 6 very unique tracks on this calendar. And 3, any pop updates that might be impacted by or might be introduced by iRacing that could impact your car of choice as the season goes on.
Yeah, and that's a really actually, that's probably the crux of what goes on. What you tend to see typically in most GT3 leagues right the world over, or even endurance racing leagues, you've got to probably treat this sort of as a hybrid. It is an endurance race, and it isn't at the same time. It's got some fun attributes in and about that. But the big thing is, you pick a car, you're locked in it. You get one manufacturer, and you're set. the way that works in the real world is that's fine. We've got a balance of performance that's adjusting each and every event. In the iRacing platform, we don't get that. We get major updates every 13 weeks, and they come with tiny little tweaks to the balance of performance at those points in time. Right now, the Acura, very, very strong. It's just released. It's the big ticket car right now. But the tricky thing is, well, what happens at the end of the season? Do they come and whack this thing in the engine bay a few times and all of a sudden the car's got no poke anymore? That's where your second car selection comes in. Something like a Porsche, not known for its straight line prowess, but it's really known for its traction. This car selection is more about we've got a really good car in the wet conditions. And so that's a little bit more flexibility. The Orbit Drop Bear Neptune squad are maybe a little bit compromised because now they haven't necessarily got a car. The Porsche is really stable. It's been kind of consistent. It's not necessarily the tier 1 car at the moment, but should it get a nice tweak to the balance and the Acura goes in the other direction, well, all of a sudden you switch over to the Porsche. So some of the car selections and the team selections, that's why I think we're seeing a lot of that Acura-McLaren combination, because they're basically the same car. Realistically, they drive very, very similarly. Straight line speed is generally considered to be the McLaren's, it turns quite nicely, really good straight line speed. So if one gets reduced, the other one should pop up as the next best result, basically. That's what my thinking is around those kind of cars. But whereas if I was building a team for this, I'd be going, I want a car for the tight and the twisties, and I want a car as tracks whereby I can get the power down. I'm thinking a Corvette, I'm thinking an Acura, potentially a Ferrari, but the Ferrari doesn't rotate all that nicely, so it comes with additional issues. Mustang's also a really, really good option around here as well. So yeah, that's sort of what comes into the team's thinking. And the other benefit is it also means that when the teams register at the start of the year, everyone doesn't come in and shaking down the series and going, oh, we're locked into a car, what do we do about this? Well, you've got two cars, go and drive the other one.
Exactly. Yep. Do a little bit of musical chairs if you have to. Cars out on the circuit out for qualifying, ladies and gentlemen. Round 2 of the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series for 2025. Great to have you along. Friday night motorsport on the platforms of the SimSpeed Esports Network and, of course, our good friends of the Australian Sim Racing Group, the organisers of this magnificent new series. And it was very well received, of course, the opening round at Daytona. There is Tim Hancock on screen for the Momentum Motorsport stable, driving a Porsche. He's coming round onto the main straight. Now, we're about to get our first look at flying laps in this qualifying session. And Scotty, there's a couple of things here. One, you want to find a dance partner. You want someone to dance with, draft with, and benefit from the slipstream thereof throughout your qualifying lap. But at the same time, there's something to be said about having some clear air as well, because there's limited opportunity to turn it around if you don't get a lap in first up, if you get compromised, balked, or just make a general mistake.
Yeah, well, the big thing for Tim Hancock, I actually think he might have just triggered an off-track down there at turn 1, so this might be an aborted lap. He's actually not punching a hole in the air for anyone. So This is twofold. This is really, really important for him. This is a great opportunity to get that clear lap, get that banker lap in. Then he can start to play some of the drafting games if he really wants to. But really, really strong. He's not providing anyone any benefit, so he's only thinking about himself on this lap, which is really, really good to get out of the way in the first summer offering. Jacob O'Reilly is a really, really unique one to keep an eye on because he is towing around Damon Woods. And he's going to be giving a relatively good. So the tricky part is with all of this as well, you get an off track. Well, that car needs to try and jump out of the way as soon as possible. So swings and roundabouts, there is some benefits to the draft. You definitely want to be out there and trying to pick it up if you possibly can, but it does come with some risk level, hence we have a 20-minute qualifying session.
Interesting to note as well, driver selection critical in the lead up. Oh, the Vermilion Esports stable, the 228 wide, coming through that tight technical section, heading towards the top of the circuit. Elevation, a talking point here. The rise and fall of this circuit, only Mount Panorama, I reckon, would probably match it, maybe Coda as well. A lot of rise and fall here, undulation from top to bottom of the circuit as they begin that climb back up the hill. So the second Vermilion Esports Century that we saw on screen there will have to go it again and try to set a banker on their second flying lap. 9.5 SimSport, Daniel Benefield, Damon Woods up to the top early on. Eclipse Esports there, 56. Then the 9.5 entry, 9.52. Daniel Benefield aboard that second, but the gap already half a second. I don't think it'll be half a second at the end of this session as we pick up Tom Seek now in the Mustang for OPR.
I'm really interested by that number 91 car, the max boost entry that popped their way up to the top end. Kane Ryder and Ocean Coliangelo are actually the two drivers in that one. Ocean is a karter, very, very young female karter. She's picking her way through that level of things at the moment. Really good potential career. Very new to the iRacing platform. I actually got to see a little bit of her in action during the FRG Formula Racing Group racing last season, and it was a lot of learning experiences, very, very fresh to the platform. Now she's got some experience behind her. Now she's starting to learn bits and pieces, and she's surrounded herself with some really nice teammates, and the attitude of the teammates I think over there is quite key. So now it's, what can we do? And I think what you're going to see from Ocean, she actually tried to hand it V8 supercars late last year as well in the Gen 2 before we actually went to the Gen 3 chassis. And again, same thing, a lot of mistakes, a lot of potentials, but a lot of learning. I think you're looking at, I want to say the next Rehan Leonage of the racing world, but I think it's a little bit too early to say, but there is a lot of potential in that area.
Down the main straight we go, and Tim Hancock trying to better his time, 136.264. Benchmark at the moment, 134.779 for Damon Woods. He's just bettered his mark, lowered it again. Zach Ray White was on the podium in the last round of the series and is in second in qualifying early on again. Ewan Baker in third place for Synergy Sim Racing. Then Seth Brown, Lewis Greathead make up the top five. The Vermilion stable. Acura's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 at the moment. Could be a long night for anybody else. I asked you this earlier, and it makes it 7 now as well with the, well, look at Vermilion and Orbit drop there. 3 Vermilion and 2 Eclipse entries in that top 7 at the moment, plus Orbit drop there, plus Synergy Sim Racing. Some of the big heavyweight names of sim racing are at the forefront of this field already, and some looking to get there as we follow now the 22 entry to the first corner. There's the 826 on screen. That's Dan Patrick looking to improve on 29th, 136.305. Won't achieve that just yet. Scott, I was talking to you about this as we got going earlier this evening before we got on air. It was interesting to note that when these teams make alongside Blake Neck, what a good recruit Jackson Evans is for the Summit Simsport stable, just quietly. They will share row number 7. Row number 8 for Reese Gusell in the next to the ERT entries, of course, number 4, 5, 6, alongside the round 1 winner Lachlan Capel. What can they do from 16th on the grid? Only time will tell. 7/8 for the men. It's at the first of the flying laps. Daniel Benefield for 9.5 Simsport, 9.52. Yes, there's an N missing. There's a 9 missing from the title there, folks. It's 9.5 Simsport. Just make note of that. Reese Wakefield for the Antic Motorsport stable on the outside of row 9. Brady Myers and Stefan McCartan, the round 1 driver of the day, make up the first 10 rows of the grid. Let's go to row 11, Scotty.
Yeah, it's going to be 21st place. One Performance Racing, Tom Seath is going to be off alongside of Brewster Carvalho, and that was the Momentum Motorsports machine that led us to the start of qualifying. Andrew Scordilis managed to put his car for Frog Leap Juice Racing alongside of Jackson Rayhan in the Summit Simsports pink entry. 25th on the grid is going to be another 9.5 Simsports car. Sean McNamara and Brady Baldwin will be alongside of him. We'll get back outside of 27th. It'll be Stuart Ellis in the Mustang for One Performance Racing. Connor Nixon, the Orbit Drop Bear Neptune machine, lines up alongside. There was one Porsche in the field, and there she is, all the way back in 28th. Vinny Newen, 29th, and Adam Jepson going to round out the top 30.
Back outside the final 5 rows of the grid, Macaulay Jones for Trans-Tasman Racing alongside Damon Mulqueen, row 16. Long night ahead for those guys, but they do race well. Row 17, Robbie Bradbury for Pacific Esports alongside Scott Hazler for Frog Leap Juiced. They're lining up on the 17th row of the grid. The 18th row is where you're going to find Matt Arnold for TriStar Racing alongside Adam Moore for Iridium Sim Sports. And then back to the 19th row of the grid, Dan Patrick's alongside Simon Mesamo, again for 9.5 Simsport. And the final row of the grid, Hayden Cullinan. Now, we mentioned him earlier. We did watch him come to the line with a flying lap. 2.069 covered the field. I didn't get the margin of how much covered a second, how much of the field was covered by less than a second. I'm sure we'll track that information down. But it's always a talking point because qualifying's one thing, race strategy's another. There's the slide coming up on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, segueing us into the Gamesman grid walk. I'll come back to the talking points of the race in just a few moments. Let's hear from the pole sitter. His name is Damon Woods. Damon, it's Zach and Scott in the booth, mate. Well done. Great start, but now it's a case of going on with it for 3 hours. We're hearing there's a little bit of precipitation possibly on the way. How are you guys faring going into the night, knowing that as the fastest car on the field, the target's now on your back?
Yeah, I mean, we're pretty confident in our car choice. We know that the Acura is very, very strong in some soggy conditions. So, lending the fact that it's going to be, getting a bit wet in the middle stint, I think Deeth should be able to convert pretty well. And hopefully we just keep it clean and we drive away from the field.
Just the two of you lining up tonight?
Yes, so Bercy is a bit busy, so it's just me and Deeth tonight. So it's a bit of reversal from Daytona where I was unavailable and Brucey was hopping in the car. So still a strong lineup, so we'll take it.
Now, the last time round, if I remember rightly, Cody was on his way home from a shift at, was it Domino's? Is he on deck for the full night tonight, or is he out delivering pizzas at the moment?
Nah, he's back. He's back in the VC at the moment, so he hopped in halfway through quali. So no stress about a driver not deciding to rock up halfway through the race. So it's
lovely.
Bit of confidence.
Indeed. I mean, an all-equipped SimSport front row, mate, that must fill the team with some great pride and satisfaction. Last one for you before we go here. Obviously, you're starting the race. How do you feel as though your overall race pace is compared to qualifying, and how are you feeling about the Fuji circuit itself, because it is one of the favourites?
I think my race pace is quite strong. I've always been a bit of a GT3 specialist, so I'm not too concerned about the race pace, and the same with Deeth. This is our main kind of forte on the iRacing platform, so we're just going to do our thing and treat it like it's a special event and hopefully bring home the biscuits at the end.
We're going to let you go, mate. Thank you for that. Go well tonight. Good luck. Hopefully, for your sake, we're talking to you at the end in about 3 hours' time.
Cheers, boys.
Scotty Rankin has Tyson Broad.
Orbit Drop Bear Mars car, the first of your team for Tyson, qualifying at a 10th spot. Right there, and probably in not a too bad spot to start off, but this is going to be one where you've got to save some fuel, you've got to save some tyre. How are you looking forward to the challenge coming your way?
Yeah, definitely looking forward to it. Didn't expect to qualify this high up, but knew we'd have good pace. And yeah, just sort of got to try and see how the race goes, see where this rain falls, if it does, and yeah, just make the right calls at the end, and hopefully we can finish where we start.
Mate, I'm just going to ask you the quick question. Do you know what the delta is or what the time is before it's about the crossover point onto those wet tyres?
We got a rough idea. We don't know the exact amount, but we got a rough idea as to what the crossover point is. So yeah, we'll be keeping an eye out for that and seeing what happens.
All right, mate, you're playing those cards exceptionally tight to your chest. Strategy for you guys, you're going to go single stint, single stint, single stint. I feel like the rain's going to tinker with that a little bit. Is one of you better with the rain?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I think Lockhart's done a little bit more driving in the wet than I have this week. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. But, yeah, we'll mostly play it by ear and just see how we're feeling.
Mate, any final shout-outs before you get out there? Say hi to Mum for me or anything like that. Anyone you want to embrace. Even throw a little bit of curry Dan Yeaman's way, because I know he loves a little bit of a rough up.
No, I think the team has done a bit of roughing up to each other over the last few weeks. So, yeah, I think it's better off to leave it.
Mate, congratulations. Go hard. Get out there and spin up those twin turbos. The Acura in Japan. What a great combination.
Yeah, it is. Thanks, guys.
And finally, Zach Caven is way down the back. P20 is where we're going to find last time out driver of the day.
Led me straight into the point. Not unlike you to miss an opportunity to throw somebody under the bus. Poor Dan Yeaman. I felt sorry for him. Hello to you, Stephen McCartan. As Scotty said, driver of the day last time round, mate. Can you match that? Top that this time round here at the Fuji Speedway. And how are you and the team feeling about the Mustang and starting mid-pack?
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. As you can probably tell by the leaderboard, there's a lot of Acuras in front of us, and it seems to favour them, especially in the dry. The wet's a bit of a different story. Happy with where we're starting for the car we're in. So we'll just have to see how the race goes and what this weather brings.
And Scotty's already alluded us to that, the possibility of it. How much we don't know, how long it lasts we don't know. So you guys, no doubt, are prepared to be thinking on your toes when it comes to strategy and how you go about playing the game tonight.
Yeah, 100%. We've done many wet laps, probably a lot more than our dry laps this week. So hopefully the rain does come along. We know where our crossover point is roughly. So yeah, we'd have to see how it all plays out.
Indeed, and the other thing as well, last one for you before we go. Just the two of you tonight, so you're going to start. Are you going to bring it home, or is it going to be double stint for the co-driver?
I'll probably bring it home, depending on obviously when and if the rain allows that. It'll be the same as last week. I'll do 2 stints and Rain will do 1. Rain's a bit of a fill-in on this round as Darcy was meant to race with me, but his computer decided to blow up last night. Yeah, Rain's in with not a lot of practice, but yeah, we'll see how we go.
Oh, well, we wish you guys the very best of luck, mate. Go well. Good luck. Enjoy the fun and fair of the next 3 hours. And it wasn't last week. It was 7 weeks ago, just quietly. But the way in which this year's going, pace-wise, it only feels like a week ago at Daytona, mate. Go well. Hopefully we'll talk to you in about 3 hours' time.
Cheers, boys.
Sorry, I've just circled something very important. We're going a touch too far. See that right there, ladies and gentlemen watching along at home? P0 Pirelli, that's a dry compound. That, I think, is going to be one of the talking points of the race today, Jay. Sorry, Zach, I'm talking to Jay in the background because he's playing with the... And wheel nuts, that thing right there, that might be important. Maybe, we'll see. Yeah, let's not leave me with... I've got too many tools. This is a great little toy. Mum and Dad, if you're watching along at home, I want one of these for Christmas, please.
That's it. Oh, can you believe this? Jackson Evans, Summit Sim Sport, position number 13, that blank spot right there, not on the grid, starting from pit lane. Banner in the works for them already as we get ready to rock and roll. Cars setting off on the formation lap. Scotty, set the scene for me. Potentially, our timing screen here is showing that we could get as many as 114 laps in tonight if we go green all the way. Who's your tip and why, please?
Look, Woods, anyone in the Acras is known as one of those strong cars. The Audi's not all that good. It's very difficult to go past the front row, and the reason I'm not going to go past those guys, pole position time, 0.3 of a second better than anyone else. I cannot go past that car just on its raw speed.
Well, yeah, unless we see a spanner thrown in the works by what might present from the skies above. We're getting ready to go, ladies and gentlemen. Strap yourself in, buckle up, hold on tight, get the coffee brewing because we're going towards midnight on a Friday night, towards 2 a.m. on the land of the long white cloud in New Zealand, and it is live, loud, exclusive and free to the platforms of SimSpeed and also the Australian Sim Racing Group. Round 2 of the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series from the Fuji Speedway as we go Oriental on a Friday night, and Damon Woods hits the gas and gets going for us, racing in Japan. Clean start. 2 and 3 wide on the run down in the first quarter, Scotty. Let's wait and see what unfolds when we get down to turn 1, the braking zone, the first of the big braking zones of the night.
And the big thing is there were 4 wide in the middle of that pack. Some of them timed the jump, some of them didn't. But up the front, it's going to be that number 56 car that's got the getaway. Tyson Broad, that drop bear car, has managed to pick off spots in the opening run. They were on the wrong side of the grid, didn't pick up spots as a result of Evans missing the start.
I'm still gobsmacked by that. The fact that they started from pit lane after... Well, actually, they haven't even joined the race yet at all. Position number 39, not showing on the circuit. Clear issue with that car. We'll follow that closely. Trouble. There's a bit of debris being kicked up. So there's been an incident in the mid-pack and it's checked everybody up. There's some debris flying. Brady Myers limping away in 33rd position at the moment for the Trans-Tasman Racing Stable. And meanwhile at the front, the race is on for 4th. Side by side we go. Seth Brown around the outside of Dominic Ferraris. It's Vermeulen versus Vanderwaal.
There's a car around it, it's the Ferrari. I thought I saw Ferrari bodywork bouncing down the road, and I only saw one Ferrari in the field. It was this car, partnered with Sean McNamara.
Rick Kuznetsov, unfortunate for him. A long way back from there when you sustain damage on the opening lap. And let's remind everybody, Scotty, similar to V8 Pro Invitational Series rules, no fast repairs awaiting you on pit lane. You've got no support from the iRacing gods tonight. It is a case of if you're damaged, you park up, you pay the invoice. If you can get repaired, great. If not, you've got to persevere.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about. That was all triggered by an aggressive dive bomb from the number 31 car, would you believe it, as well. So the tricky part is into the hairpin on lap 1. These tyres are still coming up to temperature, still coming up to pressure, and that 31 car actually tagged the Brady Myers number 22 as well. So there's damage on the rear end of the Trans-Tasman car, there's damage on the 9.5 Sim Sports car. So three of the big teams coming together on lap 1.
And Rick Kuznetsov already to pit lane. And we pick up the battle down in the order. That's 21st position at the moment. Andrew Scordelis in behind him. Connor Nixon, a good start from Connor. I think we mentioned that he started 28. He's up 6 spots on the opening lap, helped by the argy-bargy that has happened in the mid-pack. There was a lap 1 incident at Daytona. There's been a couple on the opening lap here at Fuji. The gloves are off on a Friday night, the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series. To the back of the circuit they go. There's the chicane they bypass tonight. Now, the uphill run. Back towards that very long start-finish straight. The field already budged up. Still budged up fairly well. So a lot of slipstreaming and overtaking opportunities possible here tonight. Kane Ryder tried to get down on the inside in 12th place. This is what happened on the opening lap.
See,
you were right.
He misses his braking marker. Oh, Bonda, that was from so far back. The tricky part here is as well, don't forget we've got rain coming. Think about long run pace. If you went for an aggressive setup that is very, very quick in a straight line, you are going to struggle when that rain comes down. But potentially, remember we were talking about these GT3 cars, you can make adjustments to them. You can tinker with the ARBs, you can tinker with the rear wing angle in terms of wet to dry conditions. You can't tinker with the rear wing angle if there's none attack.
Rick Kuznetsov had no hope, unfortunately. As soon as that rear wing parted covered with the car, the rear end was always going to be loose, as evidenced by that slide through the uphill right-hander. Lachlan Capel, 14th at the moment. So our round 1 winners have already made up 2 spots. Down there on the inside, Ryan Bettis gets through on the inside of Blake Neck for the moment. So the 43 makes light work of the 999, and Seth Brown has got by his teammate Wayne Burke as well. 3rd and 4th swapping hands. Exchanging positions right now. Wayne Burke and the Acura back to 4th. Of course, nice to see them get through the opening lap unscathed. They weren't so lucky at Daytona, but look, again, Scott nailed it. Look how far the top 2 have broken clear already. It's 2.8 between 1st and 3rd and 2.2 between 2nd and 3rd. Clips are going to be hard to beat tonight. Damon Woods, Jamie Christensen already streaks ahead of the competition after 2 laps at the Fuji International Speedway. 2 hours, 55 minutes and 17 seconds left on the clock. And we are racing for 3 hours here tonight. We're not sure what the weather's going to bring. Scott, that's going to be a critical point, isn't it? Nailing that call of when, if you need to stop for wet weather tyres and wet weather setup, nailing the call on when to do so, because it can make all the difference in the world in terms of time lost either on the in or out lap.
The big thing is just watching Wayne Burke, who sits in 4th spot at the moment. Big lift on the run out of turn number 1. So he is absolutely fuel saving. This is the shot backwards from Byron Pierce's car in behind him, and that's Dominic Ferraris. So we've got Vandervelde and Elite Esports in that little battle pack, and that would be the sound of the rear end. You'd be looking back towards a Mustang in 6th spot at the moment. Vandervelde, they're running Mustang.
Yep. They are indeed. Sorry, you have got the Mustang. You are on board with the Mustang. And there's the Acura in behind it. So, as you can see, if you keep an eye on the top left-hand side of your screen, folks, in fact, the entire left-hand side of your screen, that totem pole will vary throughout the course of the evening. Sometimes you'll see positions gained and lost. Sometimes you'll see the deficits and profits, margins between the cars. And now you're seeing the manufacturers as well. 8 Acuras, an Audi, and a Ford Mustang in the top 10 at the moment. So Acura dominant in the early stages of round 2. Eclipse 1 and 2, Vermilion 3 and 4, Vermilion 7 and 8 as well. 4 Vermilion entries in the top 10. The 7 Evolution Racing Team entry is 10th at the moment. Orbit Drop, they're also represented in the top 10. And there's some positional changes. The Vermilion boys happy to go side by side in drag race. So too 17th and 18th. That's OPR on the inside, going to 17th, getting by Reece Wakefield. We're on board the 994 at the moment. Down on his inside is the One Performance Racing entry, Esteban McCartan. No wonder he's up and about tonight. Driver of the day at Daytona, looking to back that up here. And he goes to the inside and goes to position number 17 now. And Vermilion's Josh Perween has made his way by Sam Chapman. 8th and 9th, changing hands as well. bit more overtaking already in this part of the race than what we had at Daytona, Scott. So I like that aspect of it. The other point as well, I want to talk to you about fuel strat if I can, because it became very clear in about the 40 to 50 minute mark of the opening round at Daytona that the guys, barring some sort of minor miracle in the way of multiple safety car interventions back to back to back, we're never going to be able to do it on anything less than 3 stops. So there was a bit of talk during the rounds in the lead-up about potentially dragging it out and making it 2 stops. They weren't able to.
Yeah, it is possible here, but the problem is to make it possible. Like I said to you, I ran with a team that was able to make it work way back late last year. Things have changed a little bit, not too much, since that point in time. But the reason it was possible, I'm not at this level of driver. And the reason that it was possible was our race pace was far, far lower. But basically, we spent the entire first hour of our stint just sitting back, big lift, big lift, big lift. And the reason for that was the pack ahead of us, they were battling. They were squabbling all over the place. And I couldn't really make any gain. I couldn't make any headway, couldn't make any positions. So we flipped over onto that fuel safe strategy. We talked a little bit about it in the lead up. These teams absolutely would have talked about it, but there'll be a race pace number. And I reckon that race pace number is below a 130, 136. As soon as we get below there, I think it's too fast. I just don't think you can save enough fuel.
Copy. 1.6 this advantage at the moment. Damien Woods, Jamie Christensen, and then another 2.3 second back. The third. Why? Flirting with those rumble strips. The sausage curbs. They sting hard here at the Fuji circuit. We saw one car going extremely airborne in qualifying. They can make or break United in more ways than one, Scott.
Absolutely, and they're monsters in that final sector around here as well. So I'm just sort of keeping an eye out because there's quite a number of little spots that they actually are in around Fuji as well. Mainly in the last sector, you've got sort of from turn 11 through to turn 14, you can pick them up on one side of the road or the other, depending upon where you are. But the other big one is the bump, and that bump is down at turn number 10. As you hop over what is normally a chicane where you flick to the right-hand side. It's not quite flat. The cars get a little bit airborne as well. So this is the section, and you'll see them up and around the outside. So you're going to see them here just in a moment as they come through shot, and they're going to be right there on the outside. So that's where you're going to see those rumble strips that we were just talking about. And then outside, out there, last corner as well.
Can I just say at this particular point in time, hello to the rugby league legend Peter Sterling and Valet Tony Gregg, because now I'm seeing Scott Rankin do the telestrator thing. They're the first 2 people I think of because they made that thing synonymous with Nine's coverage of rugby league and cricket respectively. But I'm loving that it's a new added feature to our coverage of the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series on the platforms of ASRG and SimSpeed as well. Good to have you along for the ride. 2 hours, 50 minutes to go. Wow, just like that, 10 minutes gone, ladies and gentlemen, and 6 laps in the can. And Damon Woods, 136.013. That last time around, his best so far is 135.867. We're riding on board with Tyson Broad in the orbit drop there. Mars entry, 692. And he's got a little bit of breathing space, but not much. Back to Josh Perwin and also Sam Chapman. Ruben Goodall in the number 7 Evolution Racing Team entry has got his way to the top 10. And then the Synergy Sim Racing entry of Ewan Baker is 11th. Kane Ryder, Ryan Badass, Reese Goose, and that's our round 1 winner. That's our round 1 winner. Lachlan Cable getting absolutely swamped. Now, did he make that mistake on his own or was he assisted? The round 1 winner, all that hard work in the early stages to be making inroads and moving his way forward, brought undone.
I'm going to guarantee that we'll get a replay on that one as well.
Oh, to top it off.
Yeah, just to add insult to injury. So you remember how we had all that contact on lap 1? Yeah. I think we all looked at it and went, gee, that was aggressive from them, and they did make contact with other drivers, and as a result, yeah.
A transitive lane awaits. They have an invoice to pay very early on. So they right now are crossing their fingers, all on their own, unfortunately. That adds insult to injury in more ways than one. But now they're into pit lane. The drive-through penalty will be completed, will be served. And is it just me, or is the visibility becoming a little bit of a problem here at Fuji International Speedway? The headlights already ablaze on some of our entries there as they make their way through. Good to see that Mustang in amongst the small horde of Acuras as well.
got
Lachlan
great
Capel
news.
on pit road, and Scott Rankin, what is it?
Well, I've just seen a flash of blue, and that means rain is starting to creep in on the weather radar. Wind is currently about 18 kilometres an hour coming due from the south. And what you're going to see, ladies and gentlemen,
There it is on the bottom right.
that section right there. Check that right there out. Keep your eyes on that section in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, because that is where the rain is coming from. Now, the tricky part for that is the weather and the wind is actually coming from that direction. So rain coming this way, but wind blowing in from the south. So this section of the racetrack is actually the front straightaway that it's going to hit first. It's sort of south is side onto the front straight. Actually, I need to go and Google that, because I know we
So it's in the northeast of the shot at the moment, and it's coming in, and it's going to swing maybe, potentially, instead of going straight northwest, it'll probably go up to the north, is what you're saying, Scott.
Yeah, potentially. So just leave that one with me. I've got some Googling to do to go and have a look at some layout.
There we go.
And in actual fact, that's our racetrack. So coming from the south, it's going to hit turn 10 is that one right there. Remember we were talking about our bump? So turn 10 is where I'm going to hit from first. Potentially, it's actually going to hit maybe around the middle of the lap, 100R.
Ewan Baker down the inside of Ruben Goodall in the meantime, mate. I'm just going to jump in there. Ruben Goodall goes into 11th and 10th and then gets relegated back. Ewan Baker gets 10th back on the exit of turn 1. Ruben Goodall relegated to 11th. Max Boots, Kane Ryder giving good chase with them at the moment. There's Macaulay Jones, started 30th, I think it was, that we said earlier, and has made his way forward to 23rd. So they'll be happy with the progress they're making in the early stages. Damon Woods. Now, have a look at this on replay, ladies and gentlemen, with thanks to the OG Gear team, nearly 4 wide. This is an XL or Formula V racing, boys. It's GT racing, and look at this. The Speedway salute potentially down the main straight. 3, 4 wide at points there. Magnificent racing in the mid-pack in the early stages, but all that squabbling is not going to help them push forward. There it was. There's your Kodak moment, your 4 wide moment, and a little bit of hip and shoulder on the exit just for good measure as well. And oh boy, all that squabbling is not going to help them push their way forward and catch the front of the pack. But it would be unreasonable to expect them to do so tonight unless they're driving an Acura, because the Acuras are a class above early on here. OG Gear replay of the OPR entry, getting into the side of the juiced entry, and that was, of course, the 297 going around the wrong way. 2:45 and 13 left on the clock. There's a move. That's nice. Tyson brought up into 6th, gets the better of Dominic Ferraris, moves into 6th. So Acura 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 at the moment. 9 in the top 10. The first of the Audis, 11th for Evolution Racing, and then the next to the Acuras is Team Max Boost in 12th. 3 Mustangs in the top 20 at the moment. There's a couple of Porsches I think you'll find as well, and mostly Acuras or the odd Audi as well in all of that. But yeah, it's an Acura saturated top 20 at the moment. Sean McNamara on screen, car number 951, and that brings me to the news that we have had passed on by the great man Brenton Hobson, and that was that the hard charger for OG Gear in the opening round of the series, of course, was the 951 entry. And on that night, Sean McNamara was watching on from the sidelines. It was Dylan O'Shea, Brodie Sentence that did the heavy lifting for him. Great to see Sean Mac back in the gear, back in the cockpit, back on the track. He's been integral behind the scenes with the crew at the ASRG, getting this series up and away. And it's great to see him out there on circuit, enjoying the fun aspect of it, which is the racing on a Friday night. Good on you, mate. We'll hopefully have a chat with him post-race.
He doesn't look like he's enjoying it at the moment. I tell you what, he looks like he's working hard.
He's very focused.
But there's actually a driver I really want to highlight at the moment, and the reason I want to highlight him, well, he was on a podcast with me for a very, very long period of time, and he's made some significant headway. I actually went and bothered him before the start of the race and said, hey, so apparently you can drive? And his response was, no, not really, but Simon is almost up 14 spots at the moment. Started 38th, he sits 24th on the road.
Indeed he does. We go back through the mid-pack now. We pick up 20th place. We pick up Brady Baldwin, the 033 entry. That actually gets an early vote from me for livery of the night. The gold Synergy Sim Racing livery. Yellow and black, Cessnock Goanna colours, if you know your rugby league in the Newcastle Hunter Valley area. And look at this, for a little bit of argy-bargy through on the inside, and a little bit of grass clipping on the exit as well. A little bit of whipper-snipping being done by Brady Baldwin. Very nicely done. Another one of the saturation of Acuras at the moment out there. Can we get a look at the number 14, 486, 14th position, 486, please, guys, because I just wanted to highlight that is the first of the Chevys in the field. So even though Chevy was successful at the front at Daytona, that's the first placed Chevrolet in this field at the moment. And the only one in the top 20. You've got 2 Porsches at the back end of the 20. You've got 3 Mustangs. You've got 1 Audi in there as well. Everything else is Acura at this early stage of proceedings. 2 hours, 42 minutes to go. 18 minutes done. And we are riding on board with Reese Gusell, 14th at the moment, being hounded by Blake Neck. They're chasing Kane Ryder. They're trying to go with him to the first turner, and Ryder is trying to get up on the inside. Couldn't do that on Ryan Bettis, and Bettis is chasing Goodall.
So just keeping half an eye on the radar as well. We are there. Look, to the fans listening along at home and listening to us talk about rain, and we're still 45 minutes at least away from seeing any of it.
Good.
We're going to be banging on about it for a while. So sit back, get comfy, and maybe eventually we'll stop talking about it. But I think it's really, really crucial. And the big thing about it is the timing. It's coming in right around that hour marker into the race.
Yeah.
If you can get through to when this rain starts, you might just trigger a stop and fall over. The problem is your wet tyres are significantly slower in a straight line. They don't turn as well. You chew them up, and then they're no good in the rain when you do get there. Where this race sits, the rain is just too far away. What's going to happen is all these guys are going to have to double stop. But the thing is, this is where it gets fun. Remember how I said that you can change your wing angle and you can change your bars at the pit stop? That takes time. It's not as simple as make the adjustment. The adjustments happen automatically. This series is designed, the GT3 car spec is designed around the real world series. So they have adjustment time periods built in. I think the wing's 10 seconds, and I'm pretty sure the ARB's is 15 seconds to do a change. And that's at both ends of the race car effectively. Look at how much thick that fog is getting, by the way. That's a really, really good insight. The humidity's getting up there as well. But what you might see these guys do is they'll actually do their wet weather changes and not put the wet weather tyre on, and then they'll come back in and just take tyres later on.
I want to come back to that in a moment. We just want to cover off the fact that Byron Pierce for the Aretti Esports stable has got the Mustang into the top 4. Oh boy. So the first of the non-Acura entries is on the precipice of being a threat to the outright podium. There's Wayne Burke, the next target for him. It's only 0.8 of a second. The Mustang might be one of these, flying under the radar types, especially when that rain falls. We're getting questions left, right and centre regarding that. Let's talk about it. If there's light rain, and not much of it, can they get away with slicks? But if we get a torrential downpour, our 2007 Japanese Grand Prix, where the whole race was held up by half an hour as they waited for some of it to potentially pass, could we potentially see a situation where we might... Remember at Daytona, we went long stint, short stint, right? Is there a potential that short stint becomes the wet stint in this race, and then we go back into 2 long stints on dry tyres towards the end, or we do a short stint, a long stint, and a short stint, maybe. I don't know how it's going to play out, Scott, but I get the feeling that it's not going to be straightforward as it was at Daytona in terms of the field game.
Well, this is going to be a 3-stopper, but realistically, it's going to be a 3-stopper on fuel no matter what you do. So what this actually does is it actually breaks it up so the 3-stoppers are actually meaningful now. So fuel saving for me, I think, is off the table. I just don't see any reason to do it. The reason to save fuel is maybe to save tyres, look after the tyres a little bit. But I'm gonna, I'm loving my handy dandy tool, but I've got a really, really good use for it at the moment. I'm just having a quick look. So if we have a look on the timing tower, and I'm looking at your timing tower here, and we jump over to what our intervals are between each of these drivers, I'm just sort of going to highlight a couple groups for you here at the moment. I'm looking at third to fifth is one of those groups. So basically here, to here, one group.
Yep.
If you're the back car in that little chain, you might try and save some fuel, something you can do to jump the cars at the pit stop. Then you've got your next little group. That's going to be 6th and 7th. So those two cars are right together. If you're sitting in 7th spot, maybe the Orbit drop rare cars are a touch faster. You let them go, you're just sitting there draft. Then this is where it gets tricky. The next little group is these cars all the way down to here. And then there's this massive group here. Now, if I'm the Ford that's back in that OPR car, this 16th place car right here, I'm going to be saving fuel. And the reason for that is I can't make any ground up. The guys in front of me, they're squabbling, they're punching the hole in the air. I'm not really able to make any overtakes. I'm saving fuel to shorten my pit stop, not...
Perwin down the inside on replay here. Now, of course, this was the battle with Tyson Broad, the Orbit drop bear stable, and he managed to get by for 6th place. So, again, Vermilion on a charge here. They've got 3 in the top 6 at the moment, including 3rd place Wayne Burke, who is latched on and trying to go with the Jamie Christensen entry for Eclipse Sim Sport. And Byron Pearce is there with them as well. He's caught them as Byron Pearce. And now we go back, 10th place Ewan Baker, still trying to fight for the same piece of real estate with Dominic Ferraris, who actually has been the big loser in all of this in the opening stint. Scott, he has actually fallen down through the order, fighting to stay in the top 10 at the moment.
Tyson Broad's another one of that, yeah, he's sitting at the back end. No, sorry, my apologies. He started 10th. He's actually gained a whole bunch. But yeah, you're right. There's a couple drivers that are on the slide in that Vandervelde car. Whatever it is, I think they've actually gone with their setup. So they've actually run a fair bit more rear wing. If you actually have a look at their rear wing, there's a lot of angle on it compared to some of the other Acuras that are in and around them. So they're planning on having a car that's going to be good in the wet, and as soon as that rain starts to fall, they don't need to pit to make any adjustments. They've already got a car that's going to be better for it. That's a big, big risk. If you've got a car that's really easily adjustable and has a wide range of operating windows, you're going to have a car that's better in operating conditions, but you've got to make pit stops to bring it into the right range. So this is one of those situations where you've got to have a flexible race car. You can't just have an out-and-out, blow the doors off them and disappear into the sunset car. You've got to have some flexibility. So right now, that 56 car is brilliant. It's disappeared off into the sunset. Wait until some wet water and some rain starts to fall on the racetrack. We could see a real big change of fortune for those front couple of cars.
Down the main straight we go. Things are really tight, unless you're Damon Woods. That number 56 Eclipse Sim Sports stable has bolted clear of the field and smashed out a 4.16 second advantage to what is 15 laps race distance so far here at the Fuji International Speedway. We are on lap 16 at the moment of 113. Well, that's an estimate, ladies and gentlemen. Whether we'll actually get that far or not will depend on how much time is lost through the lap speed dry to wet. The comparison there. It's interesting, we didn't have a lap set count distance last time round on our timing monitor. I have noticed that difference tonight. So irrespective of whatever happens, they're anticipating no more than 113 laps. Projections had us bang on 100 and I think it was 103, 104 laps at Daytona.
Look at that.
And now into pit lane already. Here comes Adam Morse. So Iridium Sim Sport on pit road. Scott, what are you noticing? That's
a lot of damage to the rear end of that Porsche. That is a lot of damage to the rear end of the 268 car. So something's going on there. The bottom.
Yeah. I'm sure we'll see a replay in just a few moments. Now, good to tell you that Summit Sim Sport, Kobe Jones, and of course the crew there have managed to get back out onto the racetrack. They were due to start 13th. It's a big blow for them. They're running 39th at the moment. They are down 3 laps on this field. Rick Kuznetsov lost a lap in pit lane whilst he was trying to fix the broken rear wing of the Ferrari. Ayrton Smith is now in the Iridium Sim Sport entry, taking over as well, and they too have dropped a lap. So 36 cars on the lead lap. Remember, this is GT racing, so it's not NASCAR. There's no lucky dog awaiting these guys if caution does happen to be observed, if the safety car does interrupt in the proceedings here at any point. And that's a very long pit lane time for Ayrton Smith at the moment as they try and repair some damage. And that puts them out of sync, out of sequence with everybody else for the balance of the night as well. So if you're a strategist, Scott, you're going to earn your keep tonight, aren't you?
Yeah, that damage has been on that car for a very, very long while. I wonder whether or not they've popped themselves out of queue. But we'll have a look at that one. And I've just seen another penalty for 6:06 as well, and that was for contact on lap 9. So this is, I think, this is a little bit of damage. So keep your eyes on the 268 on the inside. Check up, bang.
Yep. And I mean, quite a few cars caught up in argy-bargy on the opening lap. Wayne Burke, not one of them. He was at Daytona, not so here. He's under assault now from Byron Pierce as the Ford Mustang looks for a spot in the top 3, and he's in the slipstream, in the draft, down the main straight. Eclipse Sim Sport 1-2, Vermilion 3, but Aretti wants to be on the podium provisionally for the moment. Down the inside, thinks out of it, opts out of it, I should say, thinks better of it. Caution the better part of Valor this early in the motor race.
Yeah, again, just thinking about what they're doing.
We're just getting some word through, Scott, that the Iridium SimSport entry, Etten Smith, they got a pit lane penalty. So we're just seeking clarification on what for, but yeah, the Iridium SimSport boys did have an invoice to serve on pit road. So they're back out there. All 39 cars on the racetrack at the moment. 2 of them are up down. Obviously, Kobe Jones, all speeding in pit lane was the penalty. So frustration creeping into it for those boys. And that's one of those little 1%ers that you just can't afford to muck up in this Gamesman GT Pro Invitational Series on the platforms of ASRG and SimSpeed. And that's it's a long road back from those guys, not just for them, but definitely for the Kobe Jones Summit SimSport stable entry number 25. Those guys have got a long night ahead of them, Scott, having missed the jump by 3 laps.
Well, the thing is, they actually did a driver change in that 268 car as well. Adam Moore started the race, and Anton Smith is now in. So remember how we said that they got a speeding and pit lane penalty? When you actually change drivers in the sim, sometimes it can reset the pit lane speed limiter. So this is one of the things that a few of the teams I run with, we make it a habit to every single time we do a driver swap, it's always said by somebody in the team, 3 things that you need to check off when you get into the car: pit lane speed limiter, gear, you're ready to roll. Make sure you've got all 3 of those things, and then we'll talk you through the stop as well. So it'll be, when you drop, you might have 50 litres worth of fuel going in the tank. So a little bit of communication about that, and it's really, really important. So effectively what's happened is Ayrton Smith's climbed into that car, and he's not pressed the pit lane speed limiter button, and the car's just shot out of the pit bay.
Side by side we go again. Oh boy, plenty of traffic out there at the moment in the mid-pack, isn't it? Oh, okay. Wayne Burke has picked up a slowdown penalty. We're not sure where he picked it up, but it's cost him 2 spots. Byron Pierce is now 3rd. Seth Brown's followed him through. Burkey's got a little bit of ground to make up. Yeah, there it is, outside of turn 1. And that's the thing, isn't it, Scott? It's in the sub-regs ahead of this round.
It's right here. Watch this. It'll be on the inside here.
Turn,
yeah,
oh yeah.
Turn 2. Yeah.
So we weren't sure whether it was turn 1 or turn 2. They've clarified it. That's certainly cleared up any confusion that we might have had. The sub-regs for this round clarified where those off-track limits would be, and they're fairly strict on them around here. It's one of a few circuits on the server, on the iRacing platform, Scott, where you just get hung, I should say, not hang, hung for being a little bit too flirty with those track limits, mate. They punish you severely.
Yeah, they do. And the big one is that turn 3 Coca-Cola corner, that left hand. So Byron Pierce is actually getting a bit of a bump draft there, and then the Vermilion Esports car was actually on the fuel save. So that's actually those 2 cars working together. So it might look a little bit aggressive, but that's planned. That's them working together.
You might have just seen the radar bottom right of the screen, ladies and gentlemen. We need someone to sponsor the radar, I think, going forward. It's going to be making a fair bit of an appearance tonight. There's some good money in that. It's only one small rain band, but and it's only a light amount of rain. But how long it takes to cross over the circuit will determine how much rain there is in that band and how long we may need to be running on the wet tyres for. We'll wait and see. But certainly, it's only that one patch of rain from what we can see it on the radar at the moment. So it may not be much, but it's just going to be enough to spice things up and get these guys thinking on their toes. Acura 1-2, Mustang 3, then Acura's locking out the rest of the top 10 at the moment. A Mustang in 11th for OPR, and then of course the Evolution Racing team, the team that won the opening round of the championship, not that number 7 entry, but they are the best placed of the rest in the Audi in 12th place at the moment. Acura's 13th and 14th, the first of the Chevs in 15th. And there is the fastest lap of the race being set by Damon Woods. Geez, he's in just a purple patch at the moment, and I'm not saying that because it's a purple box lap, but he is just streaking clear of this field. 6.1 to the good, fastest lap of the race, 1:35.815. And we've picked up down mid-pack the Evolution Racing team, Reese Gusell, all over the back of Kane Ryder like a cheap suit. To the outside he goes. He takes Reese Wakefield with him. Can they make the move on Ryder? Defence 101 there for Kane Ryder, saying, if you want to go by me, boys, go the long way round. And he holds on to position number 14 for now in car number 91. We've completed lap 20, ladies and gentlemen. We're past 33 minutes of racing and 2 hours 27 still to go. Round 2 of the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series, live, loud, exclusive and free on a Friday night on the platforms of SimSpeed and the ASRG. And remembering that round 3 is July the 4th, and it's from the Spa-Francorchamps circuit in Belgium. I'll be broadcasting for you guys that night from Grenfell, Henry Lawson country in regional New South Wales, and just hoping that they've got enough network connectivity out there for me to be able to do so. Oh, have a look at how aggressive, how greedy they are with the curbs over there, Scott.
Yeah, I mean, you got to. That's the thing, right? You know, professional race car drivers. What do they always say? If you're not using all the track, then you're not quick enough. You need to be closer. I think one of the graphics actually that popped up during the Miami Grand Prix was that Oscar Piastri was leading the race and also leading with how close to the barriers he was as well at one point in time. So that's a big challenge. See those white lines on the racetrack? That's not where the racetrack ends, ladies and gentlemen. That's just where the games start, realistically. Remember Zach talking just a few moments ago, said sup for eggs down at turn 1, white lines dominate everything. Well, what is the white line all about? The white line is anything outside of that, you then become a car returning to the racing surface. Why is that relevant? You get the move done off the track, or you have to go out there to avoid another car. You must rejoin safely as the 31 machine gets down. Oh, sorry, my apologies, that's the 7 out of Evolution Racing team gets to the inside.
So now 2x2 on the run down to turn 3. Oh, around the outside. That's bold and brave, and it's also flirting with track limits, but they got the job done. Holy cow. Ruben Goodall and Blake Neck going toe-to-toe. Dominic Ferraris has gone through. Kane Ryder's in this as well. He's been boxed out of the back to 14th. Bruce Gusell is 15th. Reese Wakefield is 16th. Stephen McCartan still 17th after starting 20th on the grid. The gloves are off in the mid-pack now at the Fuji Speedway. Finally, some elbows out racing. Just what we've been waiting for as they make their way through. And if you're not aggressive on that curb there at the back of the circuit where they would normally be going to the chicane if it was an option to do so on this configuration of the circuit, then you're gifting everybody else that does want to be aggressive on that rival strip an opportunity to potentially overtake you going into the next 2 corners. So that's why you're going to see them going open slother there. Damon Woods again, fastest lap of the race, 1:35.748. Oh, God! Oh, boy! God! Reese Gusell! Kane Ryder's got into the back of him! We were riding on board. We saw the tap. We saw the spin. Reese Gusell plummets outside the top 20.
Yeah, and he's going to continue plummeting as well. So.
And his rider still in the thick of it, trying to make more ground up. But I reckon he might have a case to answer for, Scott. Not that I want to get into the jurisdiction stewarding side of things, but I reckon they'll have a look at that one.
Yeah, they're going to have to. It certainly would have been noted. And the onboard replay, just keep your eyes on it, because the hole about to eventuate. There's the car that parks itself in there. But you got to check up. He got into him again. And the problem is that Corvette jumped in there, and you're always going to be slow off the exit, but he's got it parked up. You've got to get underneath him, and he really didn't show the nose. He just drove straight front to rear. That's a big no-no. You can't do that.
So that changes everything, because it's one race compromised and another one that might be getting an invoice sent its way. And that does change the complexion of the look of the top 20. Still Acura's dominating it, but now there's 3 Porsches that have invited themselves into 17th, 18th and 19th. Summit Simsport, Momentum and Orbit Drop Bear Neptune, all in the top 20 at the moment. The Synergy Sim Racing entry is 20th, rounding out the top 20 at the moment in the Acura. And we're riding on board with Simon Mesmo right now. So there is the Ferrari, the 953, in 23rd position at the moment. They'd be hoping to make some inroads, some ground as this race plays out. It'll be interesting to see as well. I mean, the talk in the pre-race with the 3 drivers that we caught up with essentially led us to believe that the Acura is the best full package car. Wet, dry, doesn't matter. It'll be interesting to see how the weather benefits or disadvantages the other manufacturers in the field, Scott.
Yeah, the Porsche generally comes on quite strong. It's known as a really, really solid platform, particularly in the traction. That's the big part about it, right? It's barely into the traction control. It's quite well, drives off the course brilliantly, and it's quite stable in the wet unless you get a little bit wrong, and then Porsche as well. It's just going to do Porsche things. There ain't no better way about it. But yeah, you're right. The Acura really, really planted. We did see a BMW getting around. The Ferrari struggles with mid-corner rotation generally, but it's generally considered to be one of the more stable cars. That's the thing, right? You got a car that's long, it doesn't rotate all that well. It's generally quite stable, so it can come on quite strong as well. And then the Audis are not a great car in the wet. They really, really are not. So, yeah, keep your eyes on the Audis to sink a bit. You're going to see a lot of these guys just throw wing at it. They're going to throw traction control. They're going to throw ABS at the thing as well to try and get it underneath you and soften up your ARBs. So, a few strategies that have just been thrown to me. The problem is pit stops are coming. Now, again, I've been doing some whispering to a few team managers up and down the lane. I got my numbers wrong earlier. The numbers that I was operating off for the layout of this track with the chicane in it was very touch and go if you could get to the hour. With the chicane in it, your fuel burn's actually a lot lower. Hour mark is no problem to get to. This is where the fun starts to kick in. So we're expecting, if this was to go green flag the whole way and dry the whole way, 2 pit stops, guaranteed. You'd never get close to a 3rd pit stop. It's just not needed. It's not in the rule. It's nothing. Effectively throw that one out. Throw some rain at it. That's where things start to get interesting. And the reason for that is that rain is just after the hour mark. Why is that relevant? That's when the cars are expected to pit, but it's going to be a little bit too far. So you may actually see a bunch of guys here. They're expecting it to get to a wet stage and swap to wet tyres. So you'll see them short fuel. And the reason for that is they need to leave enough of a hole in the tank to cover tyres. Otherwise you're static in the pit lane to get tyres on. It's a gamble. It is a big, big gamble because if it never crosses over to wet tyres, that anyone who picks that strategy is immediately on the wrong strategy.
Yep, unless you get a safety car that balances everything out, of course. But based on what we saw at Daytona, you can't be relying on that at any point throughout the course of the evening. And it's interesting too, you talk about every second being so precious, right? Every second is every 10th, every 100th of a second. So precious. Damon Woods again, fastest start of the race, 1:35.626. The guy's just on a roll at the moment, making the job very easy for Cody Death to bring home tonight. There's no doubt about that. He's just accelerating away. But you talk about that overturn time between how much time you got to be stationary for the tyre aspect of the stops, not so much the fuel. And that's the thing. You want to be getting those numbers spot on. And just to further the point about Damon Woods, 4 of the last 5 laps have been fastest laps. So no problems with regards to tyre wear. That guy's just on rails, hooked up, checked up at the moment, going absolutely beautifully in scintillating touch. 4 of the last 5 laps, he's just punching out qualifying number after qualifying number. Even though we're not at the numbers that we're punching out in qualifying, he is streaks ahead of the rest of the field. 8.7 the advantage. We're only 41 minutes into the motor race. We're on the cusp of having to keep an eye on pit lane for pit stops. And what Scott was talking about, you know, those seconds that you could be stationary for on pit lane when you don't need to be, they're the differences between top 5 finishes, podium finishes, top 10 finishes. They're the difference between those precious championship points that could determine margins and overall positions at the back end of the campaign as we ride on board with the driver of the day from round 1, Stefan McCart.
Yeah. He's in that big old Mustang. Boy, doesn't it have a beautiful engine sound. It's loud, it growls at you. The other thing worthwhile noting, no Mercedes in the field here tonight either. It's become the
Yeah.
unloved stepchild, even though it's big in Australia. And
yeah.
most importantly, this is the one that I'll use tonight. I'm due actually for some new gaming hardware, so I'm off to the Gamesman.
Big thanks to the Gamesman for their ongoing support of not just what we do here on the platforms, the ASRG, but specifically the V8 Pro and GT3 Pro Invitational Series as well. Gamesman, the naming rights sponsor of this series, and also supporting the V8 series. Use the promo code GM Pro May 5. GM Pro May 5. There's a lot of trouble. Turn 1. Leave that promo code on the screen there. That's Kane Ryder going down the field, going down the order, dropping a couple of spots, drops down to 17th. And I'll tell you what, there'll be a couple of Reese Gusell and his teammates, that stable will be feeling as though that's a little bit of karma, I would imagine, for the incident that took place at the final corner a few moments ago. GM Pro May 5 for a 5% discount at the checkout at the Gamesman. Anything you want to buy from their stores online. And there it is, Kane Ryder sliding through turn 1. We need a better look at that just to see if there was any contact on the inside. But Kane Ryder will be chasing his tail now in 17th position. So, yep. Big thanks to the Gamesmen for their ongoing support on the platforms of the Australian Sim Racing Group.
I reckon Kane Ryder might have turned in on this one. Keep your eyes on this, and the reason you're going to do this right here. Keep your eyes right about there. See how he turned in? I reckon he's turned in. And the big key, that right there, that white line, the number 7 car right up against it. I think that's a racing incident. I think Kane's turned in.
Yep, in which case it's his own invoice to pay. Oh boy, just when we go into advertorial, infomercial mode, action happens on the racetrack. Eclipse Sim Sport 1 and 2 at the moment, a wretched third. Down the main straight we go, the drag race is on. This is Stephen McCartan, 14th, all over the back of it. Him is the Evolution Racing Team entry of Ruben Goodall, who backs out of it on the run to turn 1. Jackson Rayhana's latched onto that battle as well. So the night didn't start well for the second of the Summit Sim Racing entries, Summit Sim Sport entries. But for Jackson Rayhana, who's been in scintillating form in the GSRC's Super Formula Light Series of late, just quietly, ladies and gentlemen, there's a free plug for him and the GSRC. He has turned his attention to tin tops and GTs tonight, and is boxed in this fight for 14th position at the moment. 3 different teams arguing over 14th. Stephen McCartan, Rayhana side, big move, dive bomb. Can he pull it up? Yes, he can. He stays on the white line, but he gifts the position straight back to Ruben Goodall. Good, aggressive racing from Rayhana, signalling his intent to try and push his way forward, but Goodall was able to provide the up and under and stay 15th. And all it's done is benefit Stephen McCartan. It's giving him a little bit of room to breathe.
It has. It's giving him a heap of breathing room, and now he's actually starting to look better and better and better. I'm wondering if that Mustang's not just a touch better on its tyres than the car that was in and around as well. And Stefan's one of those guys. He's very, very smart. He'll look at a group and he'll go, yeah, I'm probably not going to poke my way through here.
Yeah.
I'm not going to make any ground. I think he sat back and saved his tyres a fair bit, to be honest with you.
So, when do you zig? When do you zag? Do you run the tank completely dry here in this first stint? So many questions soon to be answered. Hope you're enjoying it. It's been a fairly hectic 45 minutes thus far as we've got round 2 of the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series underway, boys. I mean, so many highlights, so many, incidents to analyse as well. Battle packs left, right and centre. Time flies when you're having fun, and the good thing is the bigger the field, the more action there is, theoretically, which means the more we've got to talk about. We've just picked up the battle for 9th at the moment. 8th, I should say. Tyson Broad, Ewan Baker and Ryan Bettis. Again, 3 different teams arguing over the same piece of real estate. It is 2 Acuras and the Ford Mustang for OPR there in 10th. Ryan Bettis behind the wheel at the moment. Ewan Baker running the Synergy Sim Racing 14 entry. There's that band of rain edging closer to the Fuji International Speedway. There's Baker to the inside of Tyson Broad. Clean move, executed beautifully, set it up on the run through that double apex right, where you would otherwise be going through the chicane. To the left-handed we go, Broad staying with them. Ryan Bettis is there as well. There's Tice, going nicely in position number 9 at the moment. Let's ride with him on board down the main straight. Let's hear the Acura hard at work here. Daniel Wood's speed is 9.249 seconds. Go for it, Scott. Oh, yes, having a drink. Have a look at that.
I was going to say, I reckon this data, he's got data on the left-hand side monitor. To see how his eyes flicked a long way over to the left there, he's reading off fuel numbers. That's fuel numbers, I reckon.
He can set this up and have a crack here on the run to turn one.
No, he's
he might opt not to. Yeah, he's opted out of it. He'll follow through. He's got to be mindful of Ryan Bettison behind him, though. I'm actually curious, whether that was, I think that was Pepsi. I think I might have seen Pepsi aboard Tyson Broad's drink can. I didn't get a good enough look at it, but it looked like a blue can to me. I wouldn't imagine he'd be drinking till he's new halfway through a sim race. I wouldn't put it past anybody to do that. We're no strangers to having a spicy cola on a Friday night, but
that guy. Yeah.
I would imagine that it would be a Pepsi at this point in time. And why not? The caffeine, the coffee hit at this point. There's the second of his teammates on the screen there as well. And that's like Art Brownlee. So good to see that a few of the guys are running the onboard camera for us tonight so that they can give you and us a little bit of insight into their setups and what they're doing and how they're going about their business. Broad in 9th, Bettis is 10th. They're trying to stay in contact with Ewan Baker. Sam Chapman in 7th. He's chasing his teammate Josh Purwood at the moment. Wayne Burke and also Seth Brown, 5th and 4th. So the Vermilion stable are 4, 5, 6 and 7 at the moment. Areti Esports in 3rd place. Fastest lap again, Damon Woods. That's about 6 times in 10 laps. Bettis! Down the inside of the final corner. Now it's a drag race down the main straight. Bettis with the flashing headlights as well. He's here trying to distract Broad and Baker, and he's just given Broad the message that the gloves are off and I'm here and I mean business. Down the main straight we go. Broad holds on for now. Bettis back in the tow. Will he set up or will he play fuel save strategy on the run to turn one? He's setting up for it. Pulls out of the graph to the right-hand side, to the inside, to turn one. Is that spots of rain on the monitor that I'm seeing there as well on the camera lens out of turn one? Let's wait and see.
No.
Through they go.
Not quite.
It might just be my dirty computer monitor. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether or not it's debris, actually, if somebody's picked up a touch of grass and
That's
run
true.
it out. I was just going to say, we are 10 minutes away from pit windows sort of starting to open. I'm going to go for a little bit of wander and see if I can't get in the head of some of these teams and extract some info out of them. I'll be right back.
Don't put the commentator's curse on them, Scott, whatever you do. Don't put the mic on them. Don't distract them. They're very busy people.
I'll never get invited back to another team garage if that ever happens.
Correct. Exactly. All right, so we'll look after things in Scott's absence as he goes for a little bit of a wander through the pit lane, and we'll wait and see what sort of intel he comes back with. But as you heard in the pre-race amble, ladies and gentlemen, we probably didn't cover as much ground as we needed to in regards to the ins and outs of tonight, the strategy, etc. But even when we tried to press for information out of the drivers, I felt as though they were being a little bit sheepish, a little bit closed door, and a little bit secretive. Secret Service, Secret Squirrel, 007, James Bond, all that sort of stuff comes to mind. And why not? Because they know that in that 10 minutes when, they've drawn the random number to be coming into the booth to have a chat to us, they've got people that will be listening in to the broadcast to try and get any hints, any leg up that they can to try and benefit them and their teams about the 3 hours ahead or throughout the 3 hours ahead. And we are almost at the 1 hour mark. 50 minutes gone. This is a tantalising battle here. Vermilion putting the pressure on Areti. This is 3rd, 4th and 5th on the racetrack, ladies and gentlemen. Great opening stint for Wayne Burke. Just the one little slip up so far. A slowdown which was costly, but he's remained in contact, in touch with Seth Brown, and Byron Pearce has had a magnificent opening stint. There's no doubt about that. Position number 3, car number 79, Areti Esports. I mean, we were having a look at the entry list in the lead up to this round, and I went through and had a look at it in terms of not just teams, but also individual drivers and manufacturers and all that sort of stuff. And, I mean, there's a lot of big, stable teams here. Vermilion, Evolution, Eclipse have got 2, Synergy got 3, Trans-Tasman have got 2 entries. Summit Sim Sports by Flash Graphics, they've got 2. OPR got 4 in their stable, including a customer racing entry. Benny Woods, Eli Donaldson, Frog Leap Juice have just got 3 in the stable. Iridium have got 2, Orbit Drop there 3, 953. And then you get to those single team entries, of which Areti is one. So they've not got any outside assistance here at the Fuji International Speedway in terms of other people to bounce off for ideas, for strategy, for insight, for intel. for motivation, for moral support. They're going it alone. There aren't too many teams in the paddock that are doing that haven't got teammates to work with. And that could make all the difference, because look at it right now. Areti being ganged up on by those 2 Vermilion entries. But the Mustang, credit where credit's due, on a night where the Acuras are absolutely dominating the leaderboard. Look at that. 11 Acuras and 3 Mustangs in the top 14, nothing else. The first of the Porsches, Jackson Rayhana, is 15th. We've got a race going here, folks. And, yeah, the good old little Mustang for Areti, very much holding its own, and they can be very pleased with what they've achieved thus far. Rick Kuznetsov still showing 2 laps down. Hayden Cullinan still showing 1 lap down. Anton Smith is 2 laps down, and now Kobe Jones has gone 4 laps down as well. So a costly night for those guys. There's Kobe, 39th at the moment. 4 laps down. We're on lap 33 already. Geez, that went quick, didn't it? 33 laps covered so far. Based on lap times, that 1 minute 35, 1 minute 36 area, 1:35.5 the last time through. There's Seth Brown coming through for Vermilion in 4th place at the moment. Wayne Burke in behind him. Byron Pierce 3rd. Drivers watching on, no doubt, nervously, anxiously, itchy feet, all that sort of jazz, ready to get involved, be out there in the thick of it and amongst the action, and have their turn behind the wheel and do their bit in their team's quest to be victorious here tonight. They'll be getting ready. They'll be suited up, ready to jump in and take over. And they'll all be hoping that everything remains intact, from network connection to just the sim rig setup itself, as this race is about to change and evolve in a fascinating way, with rain very much on the radar and looming large in Japan. Oriental Friday Night Motorsport, our only trip to Asia. We've got 2 trips to America, 1 to Belgium, 1 to France, 1 to Australia and 1 to Japan in this series. This is the only stop in Asia. And I've just had word from Jay that Byron Pierce is one worth watching right now. He may need to observe a slowdown, and this is why. Watch him across. Okay, so not a slowdown per se, but very much a lose, a slip and slide, a drift if you like. He gathered it up, did well, right at this point of the circuit right here, 2 corners from home. Much cleaner that time through, but he's put himself under a little bit of pressure, because right now, Seth Brown and Wayne Burke are going to be in the slipstream, going to be in the draft coming back down the main straight. 2 hours, 5 minutes to go. Looking at that lap speed, let's wind it back to 1 minute 36, because only Wayne Burke's in the 35s really at the moment. 35.8, 35.9 for a couple of drivers further back in the field, but 35.6 scintillating pace for Damien Woods. But if we're talking 1 minute 36 a lap, and there is the moment again on the OG Gear replay. Have a look at the wheel work going on there. Slightly obstructed by our live screen in the bottom corner, but yes, he was fighting and wrestling with that Mustang to get it around the corner. Burke and Brown stay put for now, and Pierce continues to hold on to 3rd. Perwin, Chapman, Baker and Badass the top 9. Broad is 10th. We go back down the order now and pick up the car in 25th position. That's Robbie Bradbury chasing Simon Mesimo. Running behind them, he's got Brady Myers and also Stuart Ellis. But it's interesting when we're talking about 1 minute 30s in terms of lap times. That's if we're talking about 1 minute 36, you're looking at 10 laps every 16 minutes. So 16 and 2 is 32. An hour and 4 would be about that 40 lap threshold. That's why we're not looking at 120 laps tonight, folks. We're looking at 113 because the race pace just isn't there to go that far in terms of distance. But that's why we're looking at about 35 laps completed now. We're probably going to get close to 37 for the hour. This is 35 now that we're on. And Damien Woods is halfway around that. Cars spread from one end of the racetrack to the other. Acura's dominating. And even down, way back down the order, where Pacific Esports are racing at the moment. Robbie Bradbury doing a beautiful job. Brady Myers, Stuart Ellis, Matt Arnold is the next car in view right at the back of shot. They're chasing the 9.5 SimSport entry of Simon Mesimo. And there's that rain. Ooh. It's about to hit. Yes, there it is. There it is. Right on cue. You couldn't have asked for better, more impeccable timing than this. Right on the cusp of the first round of pit stops. It's raining in Japan. So, rain on the shot. The rain has arrived rather quickly as we ride on board with Damon Woods to get an insight into A, how heavy it is, and just how quickly, as Scott Rankin rejoins me in the commentary box, the condition of the racetrack is going to deteriorate, because we can see it on the screen, Scotty. It's arrived, and it's arrived right on cue, which means all that chatter we've been doing about strategy might yet amount to nothing.
Well, here's the thing. Every single team I talked to was debating. Every single one of them was not 100% sure of what they want to do. The most confident cars that I was talking to with the Orbit drop bear cars, they are very, very confident in their strategy. I'm not going to give up their ghost until after they pit, and everyone will sort of know what they're doing anyway. But they know exactly what they're doing, and they're sticking to their guns no matter what happens. Everybody else is considering an each-way bet. And whether or not they do actually, there was a lot of discussion, and the big thing I kept hearing was temperature in the tyres. So they think, a lot of the teams think that this rain is going to be extremely light, and they reckon they're going to be able to keep the slicks on.
So, time will tell on that. But it's a gamble more so than not, Scott, because, I mean, the track's not wet enough yet. But the fuel window is, we're almost there. We're almost at the pit stop sequence. The field is about to cleanse itself for the first time, and you would argue that it's not wet enough yet to even consider the gamble. So, and then you've got to consider what's coming. There's not much behind this band of rain. It's one band of rain. We haven't seen anything else on the radar yet. This could be a blink and you miss it sort of shower. It's just enough to slow the speed down ever so gradually for the next couple of laps, and we're not anywhere near going to pit lane just yet. We're about to complete the first hour, and no one's entertained the idea of going to the pit lane at the end of lap 36.
Well, here's the thing, Zach. When I talk to the guys, 40 to 44 is effectively the fuel range, somewhere in there. So we actually are a couple laps away from that pit lane starting.
Whoa! Dive down the inside. Robbie Bradbury's been displaced. Matt Arnold's got through as well. Stuart Ellis, a big dive bomb in the Mustang to displace Robbie Bradbury and move into 25th.
Yeah, so I've got a couple of drivers coming to us for a chat after they jump out of the car as well. But a lot of debates, tyre temperature. If they could drive through it, they're gold, and they're all looking at that band of rain, and they're all going, it's not going to be enough. We're going to see a replay of this move.
Whoa, I tell you what, I'm all for Rubbings Racing, but he did very well actually to execute the overtaking manoeuvre and correct Robbie Bradbury at the same time. Robbie Bradbury was 3 parts gone, and Stuart Ellis managed to jag him back into a straight line. I was impressed by the effort put into the attention to detail that he paid to that. Very nicely done. I'll be interested to see if race control are going to have a look at that, and if they're going to view it as sheepishly as I have, and whether or not they're amused by the happenings there. But the bad news for Stuart Ellis is that it did cost Robbie Bradbury not just that spot, but the second one as well, as he got back up to speed. That might be what race control has a look at. Hamish Cullen there, 29th at the moment. Across the line we go again, and we're past the 1 hour mark now, Scotty.
Well, again, chatting to a few different teams, hybrid setups was something that I kept hearing as well. I spoke to Byron Pierce and Marina Barella out of the Esports 79, the Mustang that sits third on the racetrack at this point in time. They said, yep, we have compromised on our setup. We are running maximum wing. They have got the rear end of that car loaded up as much as possible. But the other thing they said to me is, Scott, we also did some tinkering with the suspension architecture as well, and the way that those tyres sit on the track. Expect them to be quick in the wet conditions. That's what they're going for, but they've made so much gain. The other thing is, they said we expect we should have terrible tyre wear. The Mustang's just not great on its tyres. I said, but boys, you're actually one of the quickest cars on the racetrack right now, and you're trending forward. Their average race pace is getting better and better and better and better, and they said, yeah, we can't understand that either. We actually expect to be poor on tyre wear here. So they're doing they're performing better than they expect, and they should trend forward.
And track conditions as well, deteriorating slightly at the moment. It's not as though it's the hottest track temperature in the world. It's not the hottest ambient temperature that we've ever had to race in either, ladies and gentlemen. 19 and 21 respectively. Very pleasant, very cool, very comfortable conditions to go racing in here. We've certainly raced in far worse than that. There is no spray. There's next to none. It's almost as though it's hitting the track and dissolving straight away. Although I'm always schoolboy-like amused by the sense that the rain, when it drops on your screen, it looks like it's black rain dropping there, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like someone's come on and popped food colouring in it. I'm not sure. Maybe that's just my eyes deceiving me, but around they come, up onto the main straight now. Damon Woods at the end of lap 39 and still not looking to pit lane. So now this brings us into a more interesting conversation, Scott. We were talking at the start of the race about it being a three-stopper. They could potentially get in two now.
Yeah, it's two. So again, all the talk, I got that one wrong, and that was based upon the alternate layout with the actual chicane in it. As soon as you actually take the chicane out, your fuel burn per lap drops away. So that's the band of rain that we're hitting at the moment. And the big key out of that band of rain is see how the rain's not even getting into the green section. I think that green section is realistically where that first change of tyres is. Actually, first pit stop's coming our way, and this will allow me to talk a little bit more about the strategy. Aretes are coming in. These are the guys that are pitting out of Pier 3. They expect to be quicker in this next phase of the race. They're on a very high downforce setup. They're not going to do any tinkering to their setup as it currently is. They actually expect that car to be great to drive in the wet as it's currently configured. So they're going to make zero changes, and I expect them to stay on the dry tyre.
The other one that we need to have a look at there as well is Lachlan Capel, because remember he had that pit lane drive-through penalty. That was 29.74 seconds. So there's your pit lane transit time. That's a number to jot down and remember as well. 29.746 for that drive-through. So 30-second transit. They're 31 laps into their stint. They cannot be far off coming to pit lane either. How much ground can they make up on the back of that costly 30-second invoice? There's John Pisnick. He's already stopped. He's rejoined in 35th position. He bowls it a little bit wide. Missed the apex on the run into turn one, but he's okay on the exit. Jacob O'Reilly, Marino Morella, Job Stewart, Robbie Bradbury, all on pit road right now. There's Damon Woods going on yet again. So 40 laps in the can for Damon Woods. So it was a three-stopper at Daytona. It's a two-stopper at Fuji. Games in GTPRO Invitational Series up and away. Night 2 of the campaign, and 1 hour and 55 minutes to go. Pit stop's coming in a real hurry right now, Scott. Basically half a dozen cars on pit lanes. So Vinnie Newen, Brenton Hobson, Stephen Banks, Liam Reston, Job Stewart, Hayden Veld, Sam Sproul, all on pit road now. Seth Brown as well.
This is actually really critical, and there's a really, really important piece. So remember how I said 40-ish laps will be the leading edge of the stint? What these guys are actually doing is getting in and jumping back onto dry tyres. The guys that pit now are going to have a warmer track to warm their tyres up. If you wait 3 or 4 laps, there's not going to be as much temperature in the track. You may actually struggle to get the tyres up to temperature. So what they're doing is they're actually averaging out their pace. Even though they've come to the pits early, an undercut you will sacrifice time because you've given up the time on colder tyres earlier. But you'll be able to overtake those guys because when they come back out, you're going to have tyres that are up to temperature. But the problem is if this track starts to transition into more of a medium into a very low wet track, then you're going to want to warm a tyre. And the guys that wait to stop are going to be compromised by having a car that is on cold tyres on a cooling to wet track.
Indeed, Marino Morella there, 26th place at the moment. And another one of those two has stopped. And that rain, still persistent, but not bucketing down, not hammering down at the moment. A little bit of weaving going on there to try and warm up the tyres as well for Marino Morella. Of course, that was the only lap of his stint. Damon Woods now on pit lane as well. Race leader on pit lane at the end of lap 41. Lap 42 has commenced. Damon Woods on pit lane. So that's the one we've been waiting for. That gives us our critical number. That's as far as he's willing to go on a stint. So if you haven't stopped now, there's a good chance we're going to see on pit lane on lap 42. Couple of drivers going on with it, but lap 42, the critical lap for Damon Woods, Jamie Christensen, Wayne Burke, Sam Chapman also. He's a chronic fuel saver, so to see him on the lane at the end of lap 42 might go to Scott Rankin's point that there's not really much benefit in doing it. Ryan Bettis and Blake Neck. Blake Neck's actually going on. Blake's going to go for a 40-second lap here. 41 laps clocked for our leaders on their opening stint, and Cody Deek now takes over the lead car.
I was talking to the Connor Nixon car as well. They think they have saved massive amounts of fuel. They think they're actually in a really, really good fuel position relative to everyone around them. Expect them actually to run quite long at the end of this first stint. So that orbit drop air car feels very, very confident with what they've been able to do with their fuel mileage early on. So they were extremely, extremely happy with the way that went. Yeah, so a few things to sort of think about. I don't think we're going to get to a wet tyre. Looking at that bend of rain, it just hasn't progressed. So we don't have the density in the rain. And the other problem I have, I'm not seeing enough spray. So we've had light rain here for a very long period of time now. There's still no spray. If we're going to transition to a wet tyre, I'd be needing to see some spray right about now.
Yeah, and more than that, because that band of rain is only light, A, it's moving quickly, and B, there's nothing behind it, and C, it hasn't grown in size. All those ingredients haven't helped the situation, so it's made it very easy, if nothing else, for the drivers to say, you know what, it's not going to be that bad, we'll persevere. We'll stick with the dry tyres. We'll see it out. We know how to drive to the conditions, and I think that's something we don't do enough of in real-world motorsport. Drive into the conditions, seeing it through, and then off we go. And therefore, it becomes... There's no more talk about 3 stops, because if it had gone out on wets and realised you'd mucked that decision up, got it wrong, you would have been looking at a third stop. You would have been looking at a transition. Vandell's gone round. So that was P7, Sebastian Vandell, in the number 5 Vermilion Esports entry. Top 10 runner for much of the opening stint. Vandell's got behind the wheel, cold tyres, and he's gone the loop-de-loop. Oh, and he got greedy with the curb as well. That was his undoing. Got very greedy with that curb. Falls back to 9th spot now. And Blake Neck on to lap 43 of this opening stint. The TriStar Racing entry wants to lead from the front. Tilakura 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mark Hilly now on pit lane for Orbit Drop Bed. Not surprising to see Mark Hilly in the 025 entry doing the fuel save run, because those guys are very, very known, very well known. They have a reputation for doing the long run, if you like.
That's a driver swap from the Connor Nixon car as well. So remember we were talking about their fuel mileage being quite good. I have managed to grab Ruben Goodall as well to come and have a little bit of a chat to us, because he's been down there in the thick of it tonight, Ruben. Opening stint, strong for you guys. You're in a reasonable spot. Right now you're in the back end of that 20. But for me, I think there's a lot of fuel games and stuff going on at the moment. Progress on the race so far and confidence level heading into the back half.
Yeah, it was a decent first stint, I'd say. I sort of didn't really have the time to prepare like I probably would have liked to. So happy that I've just kept the car clean, to be honest. And now Job's in. I don't know what position we're in with fuel compared to the other guys. Obviously, there's a bit of stuff going on with the weather and that, which will make the race really interesting. But yeah, I think we're sitting all right so far, and Job's really quick, so he'll grab some more spots throughout the next half of the race, I'm sure.
But one of the big things, I take a look at the guys around you, it looks like you guys have actually taken a full fuel. There's very, very few cars that have done that at this first pit stop. There's a little bit of a hole in the tank though, because that last pit stop for you guys now actually won't be a complete fill in terms of what you guys are actually going to add to that tank. So you guys have got a little bit of wiggle room. But the problem is being you give yourselves little to no strategy flexibility in this next stage of the race. If this rain gets heavy enough that we get to a wet tyre, you guys might be sat there waiting for tyres.
Yeah, definitely. That could hurt us, but it was a risk we're willing to take. Obviously, going into the race, the weather wasn't looking that bad, but now we sort of have ended up in a position where, yeah, you're right, we are in a full tank, a little bit limited on that strategy. But look, it's a strategy game. Hopefully, it plays out for us. We're drivers, not engineers. We don't do the strategy stuff, so we just build it up and send it to see how we go.
Spoken like a true driver, mate. Yeah, look, I'm not going to do any of those numbers. Just let me put the loud pedal as far to the firewall as I possibly can. Look, you and Joe, obviously a combination. You guys drive alongside in the real world as well. Confidence levels in Joe. I mean, he's capable of just about anything. He's won in He's been in their podiums in supercars on the sim. You know, he's on the climb. You guys are both working together. Is it fun having another driver that understands what you're looking at? You guys sort of can talk about a lot of those mixed experiences along for the ride. Yeah,
Job's great. Like, he's probably my favourite person to race with on the sim. Number one, because he's really quick. Number two is because he doesn't get mad at me when I'm slow. And number three, yeah, you know, it's good having that real life driver combo. You know, me and Job have been mates since we were, you know, about 10 years old. So we've known each other long. He knows how I work. He knows the prompts that I need when I'm driving to, you know, hey, smarten up, fix this, fix that. So yeah, it's really good that we get to bounce off each other like that, and obviously get to do it in the real world, rub doors, and not working together in that capacity. But yeah, to do it on the sim, really, really fun.
Finally, last sort of questions I got for you. Who's going to run the final stint? You guys qualified 11th. Obviously, the car's still clean at the moment. Is top 10 sort of the goal? Or you think maybe 8th, 7th, 8th is really a realistic target?
Yeah, definitely around that mark. Obviously, the other car's been pretty quick. I don't know if we quite had the right car choice for tonight, but we stuck with it. Job's obviously very quick. I don't think he did the best job in qualifying. He still had a little bit more in the tank, and I won't be jumping in the car again, fortunately for him. So he should be pretty quick and pass some cars. And yeah, hopefully the weather plays a part. We get lucky and end up in that 5, maybe. But yeah, realistically, we're probably looking at that 10 mark.
All right, mate, and final opportunity. I'll give you a little bit of the floor is all yours to say thank you to anyone that sort of makes this possible for you guys as well.
Yeah, thanks so much to Logitech for the support and ERT. Really, really great group of guys that I'm working with now. Fortunately, really bringing the motivation up on the sim, and you know, I enjoy racing with them, which is awesome. And then get to do it with the support of Logitech as well is really great.
Mate, congratulations. Keep the head down, and look, don't let Job settle in the car. Make sure you give him a good rust up. I know the ERT boys, you guys like to bang shoulders and have a bit of fun with it as well. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, for sure. Oh. Thanks so much, guys. Cheers.
Have a look at that as well, boys. Thanks, Ruben Goodall. 3 wide on the run to turn 1. And that was down the order. I think that was the battle for about 27th position on the racetrack. So it just goes to show that you've got someone to race with just about anywhere in this field at the moment. They were so wretchedly unlucky, that number 7 combination on the banks of Daytona. Of course, with that screen blackout, I think it was, that technical failure for Job Stewart in the closing stages of the Daytona 3-hour, costing them a potential outright top 5 result. So they'll be hoping, no doubt, for no repeat this time round. There's Job Stewart 14th, Liam Reston, Brody Baldwin, Tim Hancock, and then Mark Kelly and Madison Down. Hey, how good, Scott Rankin, to see a guy that is so well renowned and respected in the V8 caper, in the supercar caper in this country at the sim racing level, out there plying his trade in GT3 and in the McLaren as well.
Yeah, good to get out there, and he'll be having a bit of fun. But the other side of things, I think, for Madison is this is all about fun. He's not, you know, he has competed at a high level on GT historically, but not for a very, very long time. He's been very focused on things that don't have traction control, don't have ABS. So he jumps into one of these things, he gets all the assistance that he'd really like, a little bit of hullabaloo on the side. But the big thing I think for Mads is he's out there, he's just having fun. This is something completely different, not out of his wheelhouse, but at the same time, he still, you know, puts a bit of effort in, gets the opportunity to drive with somebody who likes of Macaulay Jones as well. And the other thing, actually, after speaking to Ruben Goodall, last time I ran into that guy, he actually punted me off the track in a V8 supercar race on the sim service. And I really wanted to stick it to him, but it just didn't stick.
You haven't forgotten, have you?
No, that one I was really mad that night, by the way.
Long memory, I like it. Oh, have a look at this, a little bit of to and fro. Back down in 16th, 17th, 18th and 19th. The guys 14th and 15th have earned themselves a little bit of breathing space.
Oh, Brady Baldwin, I think she's gone around.
Brady Baldwin in the Synergy Sim Racing entry is pointing the wrong way. That part of the circuit has tripped a couple up tonight. Baldwin, the latest casualty, the 033, drops to 20th. We'll have a look at that again and the events leading up to it, because that was Job Stewart that he was racing with for 14th. Liam Reston, Mark Hilly, Madison Down, Tim Hancock, they've all chopped and changed around. Oisin Colangelo has moved up into 19th as a result of this, the argy-bargy that unfolded. Actually, it looks as though it was a bit of a storm in the teacup on my part. We came in after the fact. It was just the orbit drop, the Summit SimSport entry, Liam Reston going, pointing the wrong way, and then maybe Brady's done it all on his own as well.
Yes.
Unlucky.
But the thing I'm starting to see is spray. So the lines, it's not a wet line yet. And the difficult part is you've got to get off the paint. And I think Brady was just touching the paint at such a loaded. Watch where he goes here. Watch right here. See how he's just touching the paint, and he would have had some steering wheel in it.
Yep. And the other thing as well, Scott, the lap speed of the race leader Cody Dietz has only dropped down to 1 minute 39, so it's only about 4 seconds off the pace that was being set earlier by his co-driver Damon Woods. So we'll wait and see. We might be at a crossroads here, at an interesting intersection in terms of, as you say, with a little bit of spray being kicked up now. Now they've got a tippy toe. They've got to be a little bit more cautious about how they go about their business. And still nowhere near wet enough, I wouldn't imagine, to entertain the idea of transiting the lane unless it becomes the trend. You don't want to be the odd one out and get caught out.
Well, see, here's when I talk to people about this, and when I talk to people, again, I'm an amateur, so take this with a grain of salt. I'm very good at talking up a storm. I'm very good at talking things into a storm in a teacup, if you will, but I'm not very good at actually performing and getting my way out of it. But the piece of advice I'm always talking about is, when you go to the wet tyres, you do not want to be the first car to change over or the last car to change over, but you generally want to be very quickly thereafter. You don't want to be the last guy out there because you'll lose a ton of time. You don't want to be the first guy out there because you'll lose a ton of time. Where I'm seeing this race trend is this pace is going to back down significantly. If we do get to a wet tyre, it's only going to be a wet tyre for 3 or 4 laps. It's not worth the pit stop. So if that happens, you will just tiptoe around for those 3 or 4 laps. It'll be dire, it'll be treacherous, it'll be trouble, but I'd stay on the dry tyre.
And there's that radar with everything pushing towards the northeast corner, therefore away from the racetrack. It ended from the southwest, it headed towards from the southeast, headed towards the northwest. That's where it's heading to at the moment, across the main straightaway. Once we see the back end of that, she's clear on the radar. So, as Scott said, not necessarily worth it. Joe Stewart, very nicely done around the outside of Tom Seath in the OPR entry. He drops to 14th, and the Evolution Racing Team entry up into, well, it's lucky 7 in lucky 13 at the moment. Whether it is lucky or not, well, it remains to be seen. Still got a long way to go to work that out. Have a look at this bottleneck, this log jam of cars. Oh, trouble! Trouble! Round we go! The round 1 winner is in the wall big time. Hayden Velds smacked the concrete and the tyre wall over the backside of the circuit. The first will sign of trouble for the 31 tonight. The Audi pointing the wrong way. Gets back on the racetrack, but has dropped to 30th position. Oh, the night goes from bad to worse for them. First to drive through his penalty, and then that.
Good news for you, Zach. You're actually going to get the opportunity to find out what was in the mystery sports streak that was available, but after we have a look at the replay. 3 wide. Was that a nose showing? It was, but have a look at the Ferrari. It dodges from the inside of the track to the outside, so Hayden Veld helped.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, also getting some intel from the Vermilion stable from Sam Chapman. He did this for us last time via Messenger. Hello, mate. He said, borderline wets here, but rain about to finish, and pit lane plus tyres is a massive time loss. He said it won't happen. Our pit guys didn't take new tyres either, so wish Lewis luck. They're on the same set of rubber, Lewis Greathead, as they've done the first stint on. So is tyre wear an issue? We'll wait and see. Down the inside, that's for 6th, I think 7th, in fact. Lockhart Brownlee gets by Sebastian Vandel. And there are a couple of cars, we're being told, on wets. So there you go. Tom Seath being one of those coming out of pit lane right now. So there are a couple taking the punt, taking the gamble. We'll wait and see. There it is. Oh, there it is. Sorry, not the Mustang. It was Daniel Boswell, in fact, for Frog Leaped Juiced Racing. Rain Campbell, the other one. So one of the OPR stable has gone in that direction. 2 cars out there on wets at the moment. You can see the spray being kicked up right now. We've got Tyson Broad standing by. We'll have a chat to him in a moment. Here's Fundell getting boxed out of it. That's for 9th. Down on the inside. Adam Briggs is in behind them. Joshua Anderson going up on the inside. For position number 8, a 4-way battle pack for 7th. Lockhart Brownlee out there in the thick of it in the 692, part of the Orbit Drop Bear stable. Hello, Tyson Broad. We want to know. All I could see was a blue drink can when we were riding on board with you and we were watching you drive down the main straight. Was it Tui's new or was it Pepsi, please?
It was the latter.
Show us actually. We got your camera up. You can give us the.
There he is. There he is. Very nicely done.
There it is.
The consumption, the soft drinker champions, mate. Talk us through the first hit from your perspective, please.
Yeah, it was very good for the first half. Yeah, nice to get up near the pointy end of this field. And then yeah, just a little disappointed with the fade out near the end, but Lockhart's getting us back into a good position. So hopefully we can get back towards the front near the end.
And you must be happy to have got through most of your stint without weather interference, mate. It's going to be a treacherous, dicey sort of period for your teammates out there right now.
Yeah, definitely. I think I was just telling Lockhart just to be patient and yeah, not stress too much about guys going by or anything. And yeah, it looks like we're about to finish this part of wet weather, so
whoa,
yeah.
Down the inside, he's got a position, mate, right there, 7th. Gets by Josh Anderson again. Anderson was a little bit wide going through turn 1. Go on, please.
Yeah, we chucked Lockhart on a new set of tyres just because we felt as though my tyres were probably a bit fading. And yeah, which was slightly disappointing because we kind of wanted the heat in the tyre, but I think yeah, as we see
He's got to get back. Oh, the hip and shoulder. How nervous are you in this particular instance, watching your teammate out there in the thick of it, getting boxed around, knowing that there's absolutely nothing you can do about it?
Yeah, exactly. Well, kind of just want to be in his ear, just saying, you know, let these guys go if they want to do moves like that all the time. So yeah, no, the main thing about it is keeping the car alive. Especially since Daytona wasn't too kind to us. We kind of need this result.
You do indeed. Car 951, Brody Sentence, drive through penalty for contact with Lachlan Capel's entry and Hayden Veld. Can you believe that? Another twist in the tail of that incident that unfolded a few moments ago. Scotty, anything for Tice?
No, mate, just get the head down, and I was so tempted to draw a frowny face on your forehead earlier. You looked like the brow was furrowed. You were deep in concentration. Hang on one sec. Can you hold still for just 30 seconds?
There he is. There's your telestrator. Beautifully.
Evil Tyson. No. There you go. He's at it in the sim.
Yeah. That wasn't an eyebrow. Well, that was a V. Now, the other thing as well, Tice, I do have one more question for you. Who finishes, please? Who brings this thing home?
Looks like myself. We'll have to wait and see how Lockhart fares, but yeah, it's more looking like I might get back in and finish, but I gotta go and have some dinner.
Oh, late dinner, but that's all right. And hello to Tyson's mum as well, as per Scott Rankin stitching you up on the telestrator, mate. You'll be right. Now, come on, Scott. We're trying to be serious here. What about the rest of the stable, mate? You've got a couple of more that drop their teammates out there. What's their take on the night so far, please?
Haven't really had the chance to duck in and have a chat to the Neptune boys. A little disappointed not to have the Jupiter boys out there tonight. I think a couple of them had a clash of commitments, so yeah, it was a little unfortunate, but oh well, we'll soldier on, and good thing we got at least one of us up there.
Indeed, mate. Going well. There's Ryan Campbell on pit lane right now, so the gamble hasn't paid off. They're back on pit road. I would imagine they're swapping back to the dry rubber. Oh boy, the gamble has not paid off, and it's a costly mistake, and it's a long road back for them from there. Hey, Tice, we'll let you go, mate. Congratulations on the first stint. Bring it home strong. We might see you at the end in the booth for the post-race show, mate. Good luck.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Hopefully.
And with that, Scotty Rankin, have a look at that time. 1 hour, 34 minutes to go. Almost at that threshold of half race distance. and that'll be 90 minutes down and 90 minutes still to go. Hope you're enjoying it, live and free, loud and exclusive on the platforms of SimSpeed and, of course, the Australian Sim Racing Group. Remember, round 3 is another 7 weeks down the road when we head to, well, I head to Grenfell and broadcast here from Henry Lawson Country for the Bob Hine Memorial Weekend at the Grenfell Kart Club. But, of course, we will be bringing you the 3 hours of Spa. There it is, the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series Spa-Francorchamps, 7:45 Eastern Standard Time, Friday the 4th of July, 5:45 on the West Coast, 9:45 in New Zealand. Hope you can join us for that. And, of course, there'll be a couple of V8 rounds between now and then, Scotty.
That's a missed opportunity. Friday, 4th of July, we're not heading to American racetrack.
I know,
That's a missed opportunity.
Yes. Could have put Coda in there and then Spa, but I think with the GT calendar the way it is, Spa is going to be at the forefront of everybody's mind at that time of the year. So opportunistic to go to Spa. I get it, though. As soon as I saw 4th of July, I was like, yeah, the Americans would have loved to have had a race on their turf on that occasion. Not to be, maybe next year. Job Stewart in 14th at the moment, but to do that, we'd have to go racing on a Saturday night. My Saturdays aren't as clear as my Fridays, and even then, that's questionable at the moment. Madison down 13th. Cody Deeth, Zach Ratway White, and Tom Free 1, 2, and 3. The joys of being a single bachelor, though. I am free at short notice, which means that I do get to spend my life behind the microphone, screaming and yelling and pointing at monitors and race cars, and I'm doing that this weekend at Queensland Raceway as well. The best of both worlds, the sim world and the real world this weekend.
Update on the tyres, by the way. I just had a quick look at a couple of cars. I think the number 43 machine, one of the OPR cars, they were on a wet tyre for a little while. The 51 car they were both on wet tyres. Wet tyres are dropping to the race leaders about 8 seconds a lap at the moment. So that gamble has absolutely not worked. They got within about 3 to 4 seconds a lap at one point, but they never got any closer than that. So pretty much those tyres went off and overcooked. Boswell is still out on a wet tyre. He needs to pit soon. He really, really needs to get off that tyre as soon as possible.
Could you imagine, for Ryan Campbell, for those guys as well, would they potentially, Jackson Evans on pit road as well at this point in time, could you imagine the leg up they'd get if there was a safety car to be deployed in the next short while? But given what we've seen in the first 90 minutes, you wouldn't be backing a safety car in at the moment. You'd be betting against it, in fact. That's 4.5 hours now of racing in the GTPRO Invitational Series for the people at the Gamesman in 2025 without the race being neutralised at any point. The safety car has not been called upon yet. We've got people standing by to jump in if they need to, but it has not been called upon.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm going to be honest with you. When I looked at the safety car and I looked at this round, I went, this is probably one of the ones you don't need it for. The track's so wide. There's so many. The runoff areas are utterly massive, and there's really, really good zones to get out of there. Update on car number 31. Now, you did see that Brody Sentence actually got a drive-through penalty for the contact with that 31 car. Steering damage, unfortunately, and Lachlan Capel and Hayden Veld, after winning round 1, are not going to see the checkered flag in round 2.
Wowee, what a storyline that is. And Jackson Evans still 4 laps down as he comes back out into the race, hopefully, in the 25 there. But the 31's night is done. Disaster for those guys. In context of the championship, because 200 points available for a race win here, folks. 200 points for the win, 190 for second, 182 for third. It's a long way back when you're walking away with 0. It's going to plummet them down the leaderboard tonight. We'll get an indication into how much damage has been done before we sign off just after midnight Eastern Standard Time this evening. And I can say that comfortably this time around because there's only 3 time zones to contend with, not 15 like what we had for Daytona. I'm still getting stitched up about that by Sean McNamara too, by the way. Cody Deeth, Zach Ratway White, Tom Free, the top 3 at the moment. Jacob O'Reilly and Louis Greathead at Secura 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Marino Morella is 6th, the first of the Mustangs. Such a good run from them guys so far at Arezzi. Adam Briggs, Synergy Sim Racing, the number 14, 10th place at the moment. Down the main straight we go. Chasing Sebastian Vandel. I did just see a bit of chopping and changing down the order. Liam Reston dropped back down to 19th as well. He's got Team Max Boost, Oisin Colagilo just ahead, and Brady Baldwin as well. So that's an interesting battle that's unfolding there at the moment, 17th, 18th and 19th. You can see the wipers being called upon, but no rain falling, it looks like, at the moment out there. So it's just now heavy fog that we've got to contend with for the balance of the afternoon. at the Fuji Speedway. This is what happened to Liam Reston. Oh, I tell you what.
Oh, I think he served a slowdown penalty.
Did serve a slowdown, but it also looked as though he was backing out of it, and saying, you know what, if you guys want to go that aggressively, go your hardest. But yes, he did have a slowdown, it would appear, as well. And the max boost entry behind him was getting very close to comfort too. So probably a good thing that he pulled to the inside. And we're on board with Brady Baldwin for a replay of that moment. Oh, did you see the bobble? Did you see the little bit of, correction that had to be done there by the max boost entry going through that corner as Baldwin gets by the max boost entry? As a result, there was a definite twitch for the max boost entry. So the beneficiary of that is Brady Baldwin.
Yeah, well, I think the thing is the lap times we still haven't gotten back. So remember, peak lap time we've seen in the race thus far, 35.531 from the 56 car. And that did have Damon Woods at the real lap time. That car's just on a 37.232, so still about 1.5 seconds away in terms of their pace. So the track is still greasy, but the pace is returning to it.
Indeed. So nothing to come on the radar is the word that I'm getting from Sam Chapman. That'll be reflected on your radar when we show it on the screen again, folks, here on the platforms of SimSpeed. And we are beyond half race distance. We've completed 56 laps. We're on lap 57. And actually, it's interesting now. I don't mind this. I do and I don't, because when you're trying to do the calculations as you go, it makes it very difficult. But our maximum lap reach is now showing on our timing screen is 111, ladies and gentlemen. So that rain has impacted our potential mileage here tonight, as we suspected it would, by 2 laps. We've just started lap 58. Our race leader, Cody Deeth, has just started lap 58. We're riding with Lockhart Brownlee in the Acura at the moment. The Orbit Drop their Mars entry sitting inside the top 10. Sebastian Vandel 9th and Adam Briggs is 10th. So not only is it bad luck for Lachlan Cape, but also the other guys that missed the grid tonight as well, because, they're hamstrung for the rest of the season. They are working with an invoice right through until Mount Panorama on Friday, November 20... Is it November 21? Did I get that date right? So it's a big year. It is, because the 1000's the 23rd, which is the Sunday. How are the vocal cords going to fare that weekend, Scotty? Because you've got the 1000 on the Sunday, and I've been roped in to join you and Sandman again on the Sunday. So I think we're both going to be reaching for the Strepsils and honey by the end of that weekend.
Well, more than that as well, I believe the co-driver clash is making a return, and we're going to have not just the top 10 shootout, or top 15 shootout as we do in the sim racing land, but I believe we're also going to have some other support categories throughout that week. So that will be an action-packed week.
So that'll be Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Oh boy!
Yeah,
working overtime. That is going to be awesome. Cannot wait. No. And Vegas Formula One, I think, is on the Sunday afternoon, right? Straight after we're done, and the first Ashes test as well. So a lot of good real-world sport to look forward to that weekend. Bring it on.
Well, you say that. The first Ashes test is the day-nighter at the Gabba.
No. That's the second test.
Sorry, my apologies. The second test. Okay, cool.
The first test is over in Perth, so it'll be a day-night essentially for those of us on the East Coast, because it'll end at 9 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. Yeah.
I'm available for that weekend then, because I was about to start booking tickets for the Gabba, to be perfectly honest with you. There's no way that I'm missing my best opportunity to see Mitchell Stark under lights.
Yeah, that's fair. That's actually, I'll tell you what, put me down for a ticket as well, but you can get me at concession rates, but we'll have that discussion off air. I'm there for that. The Gabba is a turd of a place to get to. It'll be improved with Cross River Rail, but then, demolished after the Olympics. So Cross River Rail is essentially going to be effective for 6 years, and that's it. But anyway, we'll get back to that a little bit later on. Here's a move. Vermilion Esports down on the inside. That is Lockhart Brownlee under pressure from Sebastian Vandel. Very hard to pick up these cars at long range, courtesy of the low-lying cloud and fog at the Fuji International Speedway. Vandel goes up into position number 8. Cleanly executed overtaking move completed. 1 hour 24 to go. Yeah, you're right. Mitchell Stark under lights will be absolutely fantastic. That is December 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 at the Gabba, ladies and gentlemen. pre-sale very shortly for the Ashes, of course.
I believe, yeah.
And looking forward to it immensely. So yeah, we'll have to keep you updated on the day that we're on air for the 1,000 with the updates from Optus Stadium in Perth. That might be my job because I've got the 4 monitors set up and I can have the cricket on in the background.
The fun fact is the entirety of the commentary box are cricket nuffies as well. So.
Exactly. So, Jay as well, we're going to have one eye left of screen all Bathurst Day, ladies and gentlemen. We suggest you start building your sports bar now so that you can have Vegas Formula One, plus, of course, the Ashes Test match and the ASRG Logitech G Pro Bathurst 1000. We're going to do something we didn't get a chance to do during the first race, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a breath. We're going to take a break. We're going to go side by side. You won't miss a thing. We're back in a couple of minutes to take you through to the checkered flag. This is round 2 of the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series, live, loud, exclusive and free to the platforms of SimSpeed and also the ASRG. It's Cody D for the Clip Sim Sports, leading race distance just beyond halfway, leading proceedings here. It's Eclipse 1, 2, Vermilion 3, 4 and 5, Acura dominating in Japan.
The Racing Series is a new milestone in Logitech G.
All the great old wheels, the G29, the G920, the G923, they all have their own unique way of connecting to each other, but there's no room for expansion with those products.
So the question arose was, what if we were to give the opportunity for the racer to switch out from a drifting wheel to a GT rim?
With the wheel hubs that we created, that's got a very specific button set, but you can replace any of the steering wheels.
And the real lovely aspect to this was we could give the user, driver and the racer the opportunity to experience different genres of race.
That allows drivers to craft high quality, customized setups that resonate with your individual racing style.
When we start with the design, we always start sketching. Very often, once we've got sketches, we start discussing with engineering.
We had 3 rounds of engineering testing or user testing where we invited in users from sim racing, and every single round of feedback we refine, the product based on what they tell us.
In this sim racing lab, again, we're going to use data to really analyze what a driver needs. We've used everything from eye tracking to the inputs from the pedals, the inputs from the, let's just say, input devices, the wheel and the pedals, the shifter. We're taking that and we're compiling it so that we can build different products based on those individuals' needs for all consumers and all drivers.
I don't know of anyone else in the industry that's actually doing this kind of research into their products to see how their products are affecting performance of their users.
We've built the product to make sure that it's as reliable as possible.
So the innovations in engineering that I'd say we're most proud of is the sequential handbrake and shifter toolless changeover. This is now a patented system, so it's really easy for the user to just switch between modes.
If you give people the tools to do what they want, they will.
They will just go off and have fun.
We're back with you on a Friday night on the platforms of SimSpeed and also the ASRG. This is round 2 of the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series, and we're watching a critical moment here, a defining moment on replay, the OG Gear replay, the Vermilion Esports entry of Tom Freer having a moment, and a big one at that, Scotty. He's lost a spot of the process here. He's got a little bit of catching up to do. To go and track down his teammates Jacob O'Reilly and Zach Ratway wide, of course, just ahead of that. Eclipse 1, 2, Vermilion 3, 4. That was a big one for Tommy Freer. He got away with it, again, highlighting the large amount of runoff area we've got to play with here at Fuji.
Yeah, well, actually important to focus in on Tom Freer because him and Vermilion Esports actually parted way midweek too, so that was a late change that actually came through, but still driving this car for him, I believe, this weekend would be his final drive.
Yeah.
for them. Uncertain what happens to that car in the future, whether or not him and Wayne decides to, he shows up still for GT Pro, whether or not that's allowed in the arrangement that they've got. But yeah, Tom's elected to step elsewhere. So, a bit unfortunate for Tom, I've got to be honest. Unfortunately, the only reason he's not back in the V8 Supercar Pro Invitational, pedal failure. That's,
yeah.
So he's had a very, very unlucky start to the year. I was actually talking to another league owner as well earlier on in the week, and they said they've got a lot of time for Tom. They're really, really happy with the way that he approaches his business and how excited he was to jump in and get into some NASCAR stuff as well. So Tom gets a lot of love and a lot of support from pretty much everyone else around. He's a really, really popular guy. So
yeah, and your point is pertinent, because when you look at the driver entry list for this series, and Scotty and I have had access to this since the start, of course, ladies and gentlemen. Yep. Some drivers have nominated some entries have nominated 3 drivers, some 4, some 2. Unfortunately, Tom Freer and Wayne Burke only nominated them 2, so no fallback there in a series where you've got to run with a minimum 2 drivers. So yeah, you're right. It'll be interesting to see what happens going forward, given the change of circumstances, whether there's a grace period and they say, look, we need you to finish these 4 races out with us. But that'll all become clearer as we edge closer to Spa on the remaining rounds of the series. And it would be, unfortunate for Wayne Burke to not be able to complete the series, even though he's staying put there at Vermilion for now. And what will also be interesting is, that might have a knock-on effect to the way people plan their GT3 series campaign next season here. As part of the Australian Sim Racing Group's Gamesman GT Pro Invitational. There's Brady Baldwin making yet another move and going up on the inside, moving up into 15th now, getting by Tim Hancock. Madison Downers, the next one just ahead of them up the road. But yeah, Scotty, when you've got no fallback like that, it does make life difficult. But this is why the teams at the top end of the summit are so well versed. They've got those fallbacks, they've got those contingencies because of real world commitments getting in the way. They know they don't need 4 drivers at all 6 stops on the calendar, but it does help to have that fallback should the proverbial hit the fan, so to speak.
yeah, it does, and I've actually just messaged it. I think we're going to try and grab Ben Faulkner, who's actually team boss at Vermilion as well. I actually wanted to have a quick chat to him because there's actually been quite a fair few changes, but there's some really interesting points. Particularly, a lot of people say I actually got him right now, which is actually really, really convenient. So there's a few bits and pieces I'll say, and then I'll probably pose some questions to Ben here. But
go for it.
It's very, very different, the cycle of drivers and everything that we get within a sim racing capacity. I've heard a lot of words said to me about, oh, this driver should be really loyal to this team. I've had drivers who have been in and around things and pundits that have been in and around things for a long time. Oh, I'd love to see more loyalty. I'd love to see more loyalty. I'd love to see more loyalty. And I'm going to put this to you, Ben. I think there'd be more loyalty if there's more money, but there's just not as much money as anyone would like there to be in the Australian sim racing scene. And it's also an esports thing. And esports guys, they just move around all the time. You're very difficult to get esports people locked down to one team for an extended period of time.
Yeah, I mean, for most people, it's like a hobby rather than a job, so it's hard to get them locked in for a long period of time. But it's sort of just the sort of environment as well that sort of confirms that. So, but yeah, it's not, no one's locked in, and it happens.
A very time-consuming hobby, Ben, is all I'm going to say to that. Continue on, Scott.
Definitely.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's difficult because you started out this team, and I've already said it to you, and I've already said it publicly a number of times. I looked at the big acquirement of drivers throughout that period. You guys went out very, very aggressively. It's very difficult to maintain that, and you lost a few people very early on, and then you sort of maintained really, really well. So personally, from me to you, and this is the first time I've said it directly to you on air, I think it's been a success over the last 12 months with the project that you guys started at Vermilion Sports, and now it's sort of a few guys are drifting away, I think it's time for a refocus on what you guys want to achieve. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, I mean, we're still pretty new to the game, so we're all still learning and looking to improve where we can. And like I said on the podcast not long ago, whenever something happens, we look to bounce back, and that's what we're doing. And we've got a good group of boys, and we're always looking for new opportunities. And but yeah, at the moment we're pretty happy where we are. We're pretty happy with the group we've got, and they're all pretty loyal. So yeah, we're looking for the rest of the year.
I think that's one of the big things is that you went through, you had this bigger driver base, but you found your core. And you know exactly the guys that are going to be hanging around for a very, very long period. And Australian sim sports is very much like that. You look at Trans-Tasman Racing, they've got their core group of guys. You've got the Lobs guys, they've got their core group of guys. You've got Evolution Racing Team, they've got their core group of guys. But then you've got these attach-ons and bolt-ons that sort of come and they go, and they come, they go, they come, they go. And that's sort of the fun with it. Was there any big goal that you guys actually had for the team for 2025? 2024, you sort of was again forming things. Let's see where we fall. What was the big goal, I think, going through for the tail end of this year?
I think this year was just sort of like we established ourselves in V8 Pro last year, and we sort of got a grasp of where we're at there. And this year with the new car was sort of another new step, but everyone's in the same boat. Everyone's new to the car, so it's a good opportunity for us to see where we are, where we can get to, and yeah, it's good to see how we're going. And I think we've made some improvements and got some more improvements coming, so we're looking forward to it.
And finally, just that point on Tom. So Tom and Wayne are going to be running together for the remainder of this series under the Million Better. I think Tom's one of those unique personalities whereby he'd be very, very happy and very successful everywhere. He come in, he would have had a bunch of fun with you guys. He's had some really bad luck this year, but you guys are still happy to have him around, and he's going to float off a little bit and do something else for a little bit for a little while, and have some fun with that as well. And it's nice to have a guy like Tom. He was with Synergy for such a long period of time, had success with them. Those guys loved him. Those guys wanted to see him go off and be successful as well. And he's had that crack and just been unlucky.
Yeah, he's been incredible to the team, and we've loved every second with him. And yeah, he'll still be around with us. He still jumps in whenever we're on in the voice channels and has a yarn and has a chat. So yeah, he's good to have around. He said he's still going to stick around whenever, and Wayne's sticking with us for the future. So yeah, we're looking forward to see what he goes to and how he does in the future, and we'll be supporting him along the way as well.
Mate, thank you very much for your time. Who are your boys that you've got hold on at the moment? Because I know third and fourth on the road at this point in time. I know Lewis Greyhead's pulled some big results out for you guys in the NASCAR scene, not just the road course style of stuff at the moment. So, to have that flexibility, have that talent in most different pools. Obviously, Jake's in a great spot at the moment, sitting third on the road. This would be a great result for the team, I think, here tonight.
Yeah, all the boys are doing a great job. They've all put a lot of effort in for preparation, and yeah, everyone's doing well. We're looking for a pretty strong result here tonight, and yeah, congratulate all the boys, and they've earned it.
Mate, thank you very much for your time. Have fun with it, and yeah, it's always good to hear from the team owners, because it's a different kettle of fish when you're trying to keep everything running and keep it ticking away. So that was yeah, just a great opportunity to have a chat to Ben, because I've spoken to him away from things quite a number of times. Just picked his brain, and he's always got a unique insight into things. And Ben's really young as well. So again, to pick things up, to have a crack, and to throw a team together, and get some powerful sponsorships and partnerships behind them, they're in a great place. The platform they've got is really, really good, and they lean on that youthful exuberance as well.
I'm wondering if super producer Jay Kennedy can bring Connor Nixon's onboard camera up on screen for me and just have a look at how either relaxed or tired that he is at the moment over there in Western Australia. Hello, Connor. Hello, mate. Are you still awake? You still with us? Yeah, there he is. David Mulqueen messaged me a few moments ago. He said, "Hey, Zach, check Zoom." And I said, "What's he doing? Falling asleep?" He's over on the other side of the continent, on the west coast, the other side of that other board. It's 8:25. The lights are out in Connor Nixon's sim room at the moment, but he's watching on, no doubt, hoping that Mark Philly and the rest of the Orbit Drop Bear stable can have a safe, smooth run to the checkered flag. Someone get him a Gatorade or a Powerade or a Dare Ice coffee, please. We want him to be fighting fit for the run to the checkered flag. The other thing is, have a look there, Scott, the analysis of positions gained and lost throughout the night. Top two, unmoved, but there's a fair bit of movement in amongst the rest of the top 30 and some big gains down in the back half of the top 20. Madison down up 17 spots and Luke Swan up 19 spots, both on track, both fighting for the Hard Charger Award tonight.
Yeah, some big swings. And the other thing is, well, if he needs to be handed a coffee or anything, the biggest thing is that Connor's mum is actually really supportive of his sim racing career.
Absolutely.
And trying to help him out. So I guarantee if he needed a coffee, all you have to do is sing out, "Hey, Mum, you reckon you could get me something?" She's a lovely woman. She really helps out a lot as well. So
And I'm actually glad that Damon Mulqueen alerted me to that, because I've been sitting here and I'm so not used to having my camera on, right? And I've got my camera on. So anyone that's been watching our Zoom chat channel tonight, hello Scott, nice to see you. The guys in there, they're getting a view of me from about the Peck region down at the moment, because I stand up to commentate. The camera was only in position for the opener and I sat down for that. Brady Baldwin in 15th spot, and there is David Mulqueen as well. Hello, mate. Nice to have you on board. I was going to say, there's a few people in there at the moment. I haven't actually had a full look. Sean McNamara's in there, Pony's in there, Lockhart Brownlee. Now I can see Damon in there. I didn't even realise that there were more people in there. I was only getting half the attendance there, because there was a little arrow on the right-hand side, and I had to click that to find the rest of them.
Simon Mazzomo's doing the YMCA. That's who Pony is. So we're all having a great time now.
Absolutely are. Friday night is party night, as far as GTPRO Invitational Series is concerned. Let's go and talk motor racing, shall we? Fantastic stuff. Now I can see why Damon was saying, check your Zoom. I can see you in there, mate. There, thank you. Nice to have you on board. Down the main straight, 1 hour and 8 minutes to go. So two critical things here: 2/3 race distance, and that second round of pit stops are upon us, ladies and gentlemen. Cody Death leads at 15.492 seconds, 15 then back to Zach Ratway-White. So the top three are really well spread out at this particular point in time. Fantastic stuff.
I did. I was actually our producer just said, "Did you see something Mazzomo doing the YMCA?" The thing was, we panned to Mazzomo just after he finished doing the YMCA, and I'm sitting there waving at him in the camera, trying to go, "Simon, do it again! Come on, do it again!" Because he was literally sitting there dancing away doing the YMCA on camera for us. The instant we jumped to him, he stopped. He got camera shy. But he got back.
They do not make dance music like that anymore. Let's be perfectly honest with you.
Do we have enough time to get the nut push in? That's the real question, Zach.
Well, that's very true. Probably not. That requires a little bit more movement. At least you can do the YMCA sitting down. Fantastic stuff. I love our onboard shots. We'll get the 7 Sport Mega Wall happening before the end of the season and show everybody on screen, I'm sure. There's a challenge for producer Jay. He's working on it right now for us in the background. 106 and 50 left on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. We're lapped 70 of 100 and, well, potentially it's saying 113. I don't know. The lap counter is moving north and south based on lap times. So it's anywhere between 110 and 113 laps that we're going to cover here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to go pushing very close to about 450 kilometres of racing here at the Fuji International Speedway in Japan. Remembering that the next round takes us to the longest circuit on the tour, bar 1. So the longest circuit is Le Mans, that's round 4. The second longest is Spa, that's round 3. The third longest is Mount Panorama, that is round 6. And Coda's in there with Daytona. They're both around that 5.5 kilometre marker. And then, of course, this is actually the shortest circuit on the tour. Here's a moment coming down the main straight, replay, and an overtaking manoeuvre on the inside. So Job Stewart down the inside and executing that manoeuvre cleanly and well. Good stuff.
Yeah, so at the moment, it's just sort of teetering out. We're just waiting for the last round of pit stops, but worthwhile pointing out, we're within 5 minutes of the second hour ending of the race. Worthwhile pointing out at this point in time that we've actually got a whole bunch of different strategy positions in this one. We've got a bunch of different cars that are actually sitting around. They took about 10 seconds less fuel.
Let's one around. The 9.5 Ferrari pointing the wrong way. Tom through to pit lane as well, Scott. So right on cue, here's that second round of stops.
Yeah, so, and the reason for that one for Tom Freer was that he actually had one of the shortest pit stops in the field. So...
all on his own.
Yeah.
On the OG gear replay. All on his own, Luke Swan. We've seen a couple of moments like that tonight. Unfortunately, that is the second one involving a 9.5 stable that I can recall. It might actually be the third.
They've not really had a great night at the office, so... But Tom Freer was one of the shortest pit stops of that group, so he will lose a lot of positions at this final stop. The bulk of the field have sort of gone for this 111 to 113 transit time throughout the pit lane. That's sort of a midway pit stop. And then you've got the guys like the Marino Morella machine, the Arete Esports car, They were thinking of taking a longer stop. They didn't actually do that one. There's another car that's actually fallen a fair way down the running order that I'm just sort of trying to track down. It's the number 7 car, the RT car at this point in time.
Stewart goes to 11th, by the way.
They filled that thing. They filled it to the brim at the first pit stop. They're going to gain back a good 10 seconds at this final stop.
Have a look at everybody. Even if they're not in the race car, they haven't left their cockpit. They're sitting there ready to take over potentially from their co-drivers a little bit later on this evening. We're approaching the final hour, an hour and 4 minutes to go. Friday Night Motorsport, platforms of the Australian Sim Racing Group and SimSpeed. And don't forget, this is also the home to the Logitech GTPRO Invitational Supercar Series as well, folks. More on that from Scott before the end of the broadcast. Down the main straight, Adam Briggs sitting in 8th spot at the moment. And just behind him is the Orbit Drop Bear entry of Lockhart Brownlee. We've got Tyson Broad watching on. And there is Connor Nixon rejoining the race. They've woken him up. He's back in the car. He's in trouble straight away at turn 1. In trouble straight away at 1, Connor Nixon. Andrew Scorodillis lapped traffic, I might add. Caught up. Wowee. Wowee. Big moment. Now, I'm just having a look where Connor Nixon was in relation to the Scorodillis entry. Not even sure they're in the same postcode in terms of where they are on the racetrack. Yeah, Connor was on the inside, but he was a long way back going into that corner. So it'll be interesting to see. Oh, Connor's 28th, and he's a lap down, and Scorodillis is 2 laps down. So it was not a positional battle, and that probably makes matters worse, to be fair.
Well, even so, they're not even fighting for position. Even if Connor had popped out and Scorodillis was actually on the same lap as him, they wouldn't be fighting.
No.
Realistically, in terms of fuel position, because that car's made its final stop already. So tricky, not easy to navigate, and the problem I have with it is, even though they're a lapped car, they don't have to jump. They've got to jump out of the way reasonably and respectfully. I think that's reasonable and respectful, and they've just sort of turned in at turn 1, and I don't know. I don't think Connor's got any right to the corner. I've got to be honest. There was a car
that's fair.
too.
So, and another piece of trouble here. So, the gloves are off in the closing stages. We're picking up the battle. Hamish Cleland and Jake Maloney and Wayne Burke, 22nd, 3rd and 4th. Now, Burton's a long way down. Caught the ripple strip and goes. Parked mid-track, that's not the problem. He got away with it in terms of not being collected and was able to resume and drops down to 23rd position. And it's been those little 1%ers, those little isolated incidents tonight. I mean, there's been so much that's probably gone unnoticed, Scott, in the sense that the car-to-car contact's been minimal. When we've seen incidents, it's been drivers, losing the rear end, losing grip, going a little bit wide, getting a slowdown. There's been a couple of drivers that started the race late, ended up on pit lane. I mean, I'm looking at the leaderboard right now. There are so many drivers that aren't on the lead lap here. And that's another, I guess, shortfall of the race going so long in a green flag run. We've not had the race neutralised yet. We're at the 2-hour mark, 40 seconds away from 2/3 race distance. So now it's a case of, do we go caution-free all the way? And even if we do, there's a lot of drivers that are a lap down and therefore technically out of contention because there's no lucky dog here. There's no wave around.
There's so much field spread in this one as well. So in terms of on pace, the last cars running are actually 3 laps down. And yes, Adam Moore in the 268 entries had a little bit of a bump in the rear end and they're not driving a straight race car at this point in time. But the number 77's also at 3 laps down. And again, on pace. So there is some cars in and amongst this that are certainly a long way down, and the field spread that we've got, there is a couple clumps of cars that are sort of together, but everyone's basically spread out at this point because they've just found that window to put themselves in a really interesting spot. Right now though, the number 17 car is in a really tricky, tough to navigate section of the racetrack, because right now they're actually coming up on the rear bumper with the number 88 car, who's in 21st spot with Brett Hobson at the wheel. There's sort of a bunch of traffic in their zone on the racetrack at the moment. So they've actually got a tricky little window here. Yeah, but look, I've got to be honest. Yeah, Acura master race at this point in time because they are very much in control.
And still those positions gained. So much of the field is single digits here, side by side, hip and shoulder, door to door on the exit. Onto the main straight we go. That's the battle for 6th and 5th on the racetrack. The Already Esports entry gets the Mustang back up into the top 5. Marino Morella, good charge. Josh Anderson in behind. Sebastian Vandal, Lockhart Brownlee, Dean Mackay, and Job Stewart making up the top 10. Hard charge into the top 10 for Stewart thus far. It's been a tough slog to get into the top 10. He's +1 after 2 hours of racing. Final hour upon us here at the Fuji International Speedway. Anderson and Morella still side by side. Anderson gets Morella back. Anderson goes back to P5. Acura dominating proceedings here. Stranglehold on this round of the championship, and it begs the question: where are the other preferred manufacturers going to come from? Where are the other, rounds going to what manufacturers are going to benefit at the other rounds? Are going to have the favouritism tag thrown at them going into the likes of, there's your mega wall, ladies and gentlemen. Say hello, gentlemen. You're all on screen at the moment. Simon Mesimo, Tyson Broad, Sean McNamara. Hello, gents. Good to have you on board. There's Tyson getting all excited. Connor's actually now back in the race car, as we know. Good to have so many people tuning in with their cameras on board and everything going on beautifully.
Can we get a whole Zoom
YMCA?
YMCA. Yeah, that's
fantastic.
That's the goal.
In fact, we'd have copyright issues playing the tune right now, so you'd all have to be in some sort of sync, and that's very hard to do when you're all in varying parts of the country. However, compelling part of the race here. I'm interested to learn what the other tracks are going to do in terms of which manufacturers are going to be the preferred car of choice, who's going to have the upper hand. I mean, tonight it was Acura. At Daytona it was a Chevrolet Corvette. Maybe Ferrari gets their chance. Maybe Mustang gets its chance. Pit stops underway. Final round of pit stops here, folks, as we pick up Daniel Poulton on screen at the moment. And he's being hounded by Madison down the main straight, 11th and 12.2 the margin between the pair at the moment. And the slipstream benefiting down as they head down the main straight. It's Acura versus McLaren as they head towards the first corner down the inside. No, the McLaren backed out of it for now. I mean, there's something to be said about some of the manufacturers that haven't featured prominently tonight. Where's your Audis? Where's your BMWs? Nowhere to be seen. There was no love for Lambo in car selection. We detailed that earlier. But not really much to cry about if you're a Porsche driver tonight either, Scott. So it's very clear that two manufacturers were better positioned than any other tonight. But it also goes down to the way in which the drivers aboard those two manufacturers have executed their race strategy, because they've been faultless for the most part.
Yeah, look, I mean, the thing about the Acuras, I'm actually just taking a quick look at the calendar, and we can even walk the fans along through it. We've already mentioned 4th of July, it's going to be round 3 at Spa. Spa and Fuji, very similar racetracks are going to be on stack, so I would actually expect everyone, whatever they're driving here tonight, that's probably what they're going to be driving next time out as well.
Pending any BOP updates and adjustments from iRacing between now and then, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then we go to
Le Mans on August the 22nd, so that's going to be... Yeah, that's going to be probably more Mustangs and Corvette. Any team that's got the Corvette will probably lock the Corvette back in and run that. So you actually might see a very, very strong race car pop out for the Evolution Racing team again. They should pop right back to the fore in that thing. Coda should be exceptionally similar to what we're seeing again here. High downforce, any car that does well on high downforce, the Porsche normally pops out and those sorts of things, but a lot of loaded corners, so Porsche doesn't do great at Coda. But you'll probably see any team that's running the Porsche here, they'll probably jump back to that car. Bathurst is going to be back to Acura heaven. I'm sorry, but it just does so well in those sorts of conditions. So long loaded corners, rise and fall seems to be that thing's trick. And I think it's a double down on the Acura. And the main reason for it is tracks that have long straights, but also fast and flowing sections where you need the downforce and the horsepower. So the Mustang's great because it's quick in a straight line, but at the same time, it doesn't necessarily have the same speed around the corners, and that's, with the Acura sort of got, it's not the quickest car in a straight line, but it's also massive through the corners, so it's great in one area and very close to great in another, and that's why it's strong.
All of those races, 3 hours, of course, all Friday nights, all live right here on the SimSpeed Esports Network. And of course, we have, as we've already detailed, on November 23, the Bathurst 1000 for the penultimate round of the Logitech Pro V8 series. Of course, the supercars rearing and tearing around the mountain for 1,000 kilometres. That is the penultimate round of their overall season, but it's the third and final one of the True Force Enduro Cup. So looking forward to how all that plays out. Sam Chapman just messaged me and said, look, Louis going to bring the thing home, but his tyres were completely shot, so they had to bring him in when they did. Thankfully, they were in the window to be able to do so without serving too much of an invoice, although the invoice has probably already been served in the way in which the tyres have gone off. And his other admission was that their siblings, their teammates there, Jacob O'Reilly in the 228, will probably deny them a podium position here this evening. They're under no illusions whatsoever that Eclipse are going to be 1-2 here, and they are fighting for third, and it looks as though O'Reilly is going to be the third car home this evening. So thanks to Sammy Chapman, one of my good colleagues and friends from the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, for the intel on that, as we make our way down the main straight. And I've just had the memo come across my screen that car 397 is in a bit of trouble here, the Andrew Scordillas entry. So
well, that might be a safety car.
It might be. Let's have a look at 397 if we can pick that up. Oh wow, yeah. And if that's, I mean, you could argue that that's far enough off the racetrack, right? But you could also argue that you wouldn't want to leave it there for 55 minutes. No. So this could be a game-changing caution, our first of the series. Wait for it, boys. Wait for it.
It's not close enough to an escape road, is my question.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we're going to get
it. They do have to request the tow. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. 5 hours and 8 minutes of racing later, we have our first caution of the series. And that is why. The Scordillas entry has parked up, exit stage left, drivers left, going through the back section of the circuit. Safety car boards and flags, the race neutralised. And if you haven't already stopped, guess what? You're doing that right now. Pit lane is about to become very, very busy.
I tell you who you don't want to be and see that caution. Number 56.
Anyone that's already pitted.
Yeah, well, I mean, everyone who's already pitted should be okay. You don't actually lose all that much time. So when a safety car's called in the sim racing world, everyone can still tear around at full speed. That's totally okay. That's different for safety restrictions in real world. You do have to slow the cars down. That's where your gain actually comes, is because the race pace actually slows down, so you don't lose as much time by pitting. Yeah, the problem I have is the 56 entry. Well, it's leading the way. It's leading the way by 15 seconds.
It's just lost that advantage. Yeah.
So
the gloves are going to be off now, Scotty, because everyone's back in it.
But the problem is, I'd want to be tearing around at full speed as long as I possibly can without pitting. All these guys are just slapped fresh tyres on. They're crawling around. They're doing the cold tyre dance. Whereas anyone that stayed out those few extra laps is actually going to go faster, and then the field's going to get condensed. So they will have to deal with cold tyres, but it's after the field's already been condensed. So you actually want to go on as far as you possibly can.
Game changer. Here we go. Oh boy. This just spices things up, because there are going to be a few more drivers now that sense that they might be a chance at an elusive podium finish. So therefore, if it wasn't intense earlier, the gloves weren't off earlier, but they're about to be.
I've got Team Max Boost as off the lead lap too, so I think we've only got 10 cars on the lead lap.
Yeah, it's extraordinary how this race has ballooned out. 18 cars remain on the lead lap. Kane Ryder in 19th is the first lap down. So 18 cars are potentially still in this thing, but the problem they've got is they're not going to be the first 18 cars in the train potentially. There's going to be some guys that are a lap down, 2 laps down potentially in their way. So race control are going to have to keep an eye on that with regards to... And Jake Maloney, we're being told, has got a pit lane exit black flag to observe as well. So Maloney's got an invoice coming his way. And you can't observe penalties during the safety car. He's not the only one.
So Jake Maloney was at 29 incident points, and I just because I was watching Jake Maloney just before he said he get black flag. He just intentionally cut the track, and the reason he would have was because he would have been on 29 incident points, and he would have gotten to 30 incident points. He's gotten that drive-through penalty intentionally.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Righto.
So, yeah, he has to do a drive-through penalty for picking up a black flag for incident point limit. He serves it immediately, and then he just goes around and pits again. And he's still at the back end of the safety car queue.
Right. Hang on, I want to seek some clarification on this because I read something earlier in the day when I was observing the supplementary regulations about 15 minutes before we got on air, ladies and gentlemen. Time has not been of the essence this week. There's been a lot going on in my world. So I want to go through here and have a look at the supplementary regulations with regards to penalties, because I'm fairly certain that you're not allowed to serve them during the safety car. Am I right?
So there's two types of penalties. There's a penalty that's issued to you by race control, and there's a penalty that's issued by the sim. And because this is a penalty that's issued by the sim, it will actually have a potentially different outcome. I'm just digging through for that.
So here it is here. Last page of the sub-regs, essentially. Drivers are reminded that they have a choice to serve time penalties during or post-race. Drivers will be required to serve time penalties after the pit stop with a stop and wait at pit exit where the iRacing pace car is. Spotters are to inform the stewards in Discord the penalty is being served before car enters pit. This enables stewards to record when served and to check that the correct time has been applied. Penalty attempts that are short of the penalty time will be considered unserved. The original penalty will stand until fully taken. Penalties cannot be served under safety car conditions. Now, that doesn't stipulate whether it's one handed out by our race control or iRacing itself or both. And cars need to be stationary to be accepted as serving whatever penalty that is that's handed out by race control.
Have you got that from the supplementary regulations? Because there's an additional rule here that we have to go over.
That's the round 2 supplementary regulation sheet. Yeah.
So going back to the Gamesman GT Operations Manual, 6.13.5, a driver may not serve a penalty during a safety car period. Any driver attempting to do so will be reissued the penalty with graduation of severance, i.e. a drive-through will get graduated to a stop-and-go penalty. And the second half of this rule, any driver carrying a pit lane penalty when a safety car is called must advise race control. It will be cancelled and reissued after the safety car. 22 car has got another penalty coming their way.
Okay, copy that. So yeah,
if it's caught.
Correct. So that might just about put a line through a couple of them. Oh boy, it's now just shaking things up, and things are about to get messed up potentially. To steal some words from the great Amy Shark, who celebrated her birthday this week too, by the way, gentlemen. Cody Deeth, Zach Ratway White, Jacob O'Reilly, 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Akira, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The first of the Fords is 6th. The first of the Audis is 13th. The first of the McLarens is 14th. The first of the Porsches is 15th. Oh, hang on, bottleneck here under the safety car. Where's the first of the Corvette slip to, please, boys? Do we have that on our totem pole? That's an interesting one.
There was one Corvette running at the moment.
P26, so he's dropped down the order as the best of the Corvette runners. Now, what we don't know also, boys, I mean, firstly, this safety car and the lap times have slowed down to more than double your average lap speed. So it's 3 minutes 45 last time through. So, I mean, if it was half pace, it would have been 3 minutes 10, 3 minutes 12, somewhere in that vicinity. So we're losing time out of the motor race. We're probably going to lose potentially 2, maybe 3 green flag laps, depending upon whether we go green this time by or next time by. So there's no need for fuel saving beyond this point. You can go and slather to the checkered flag, but we're going green this time by, and Cody Deeth didn't muck around. He's gone. Safety car to pit lane. How good does the Gamesman GTPRO BMW safety car look, by the way? Cody Deeth has hit the gas and got going. See you later.
There's 6 lapped cars between P2 and the leader.
Yeah, that was the problem we highlighted immediately, wasn't it? The margin between first and second is still 4.2 seconds. Here's Seth Brown trying to fight his way down into 9th place. First legitimate battle on the racetrack that we've been able to pick up. He raced no time going to the inside of Ewan Baker. for the Synergy Sims Racing stable, and he's down the inside. Is the Vermilion Esports entry going to 9th? Very nicely done. 44 minutes left on the clock. Things are about to get nice and spicy in Japan.
Yeah, Tyson Broad's going to have a crack at a lap car just ahead of him as well, which is Greg Patrick. Is he going to dive out of the way? He does! And then Seth Brown comes across him and he gets checked up, so he's going to lose a little bit of time. This is a difficult point in time to be a lap car, and a lap car towards the front end of the field because he's got to try and find a hole to let these guys go, and Seth's going to try and be aggressive at the same time.
And the lap cars, by rights, should be getting either advised to steer clear or getting a blue flag at the very least to advise them, hey, you're not in this fight anymore. Stay out of the road, mind your own business, and keep it clean. Don't interfere. Don't obstruct.
The problem is everyone's chained up together as Luke Swan goes around and trying to let guys go. You brake to let one car go and 3 cars want to go through.
Bottleneck.
That's the problem. Yeah.
So here we go. Look at the logjam, the congestion with the field bunched back up once more. It'll be interesting to see if anyone can catch Cody Death. My early observations, my early thoughts on that are no, but I remain to be proven wrong. I wait to be proven wrong over the course of the next 43 minutes. We are past 10:50 p.m. Eastern Time. We're approaching 1 o'clock in New Zealand, 11 o'clock on the West Coast. On the East Coast and 9 o'clock on the West Coast. And here's Aaron Borg. Great to see him in the series for the first time this season. Down the outside on the run down to turn 1. Borg in the McLaren. P15 at the moment. Around the outside. Trying to get by Ryan Bettis. Couldn't do it. Slots back into 16th because he's lost out to Jackson Rayhana as well. And look at Rayhana following Ryan Bettis through. Bettis weaving left to right, trying to warm those tyres up. They're all on cold rubber. These are anxious moments until those tyres have the adequate level of grip required to push them to their maximum limit here at the Fuji Speedway. Lap traffic moving to the outside a little bit further back. We've got Andrew Scordilis out of business, Sam Sproul, Hayden Bell, Jackson Evans, all out for the night. 4 retirements so far, 35 left on track, and we're racing towards the checkered flag just after 11:35 Eastern Standard Time.
Still keeping an eye on that Greg Patrick car. He's just getting dived everywhere. There's another car off as well.
Oh, jeez. That was asking for trouble. Thankfully, nothing eventuated. And Patrick now slots back into 34th position, second last car in the motor race. At the moment, only the Iridium Sim Sports entry of Adam Moore is lower down the order than that. Vinnie Newen in 32nd at the moment. We're following Wayne Burke in 6th and Byron Pearson 7th. Pierce aboard the Mustang for Areti Esports, trying to break up the stranglehold that Akira has on the top 6, and he's done that a few times tonight. Now he's under a little bit of pressure here on the run down to turn 1. Pierce, Broad, Brown, all hovering like cheap suits, trying to find their way by. Broad in 8th, Brown in 9th, Pierce still 7th. They've got a Vermilion entry wedged in that battle as well. Oh boy, anxious moments here. So Brown and Burke top and tail of that battle. Synergy Sim Racing's Ewan Baker involved in it too, so too Blake Neck. Anyone that makes a mistake from this point forward is going to pay a costly price. Job Stewart has been relegated back out of the top 10 to 12th. He was as high as 10th earlier. There's still a long way to go. He could still potentially make his way forward.
Yeah. And Scott Hasler, it's worthwhile pointing out, there's a couple of cars with blue flags in amongst this lead pack. John Peasnick is one, Scott Hasler's another. And Hasler's just been dived down the inside by Byron Pierce. So the problem is, these guys are desperately trying to hang on to the positions that they're actually in because they're actually fighting cars in amongst this group. By the way, Robbie Bradbury's side by side with Wayne Burke, and that's now resolved itself. And again, it's difficult because they still do have a race to run, but the rules say you got to get out of the way. So I haven't heard any messages from race control about looking at blue flags in this point, anything at this point in time, but I am concerned for a lot of cars. Personally, I'd just be jumping out of the way because I don't want a penalty, but again, you've got a race there's a race to carry on with because we've got 18 cars in the lead lap.
Exactly. it's good to have so many on the lead lap within close proximity of one another. Oh, here we go. A little bit of hip and shoulder on the exit of turn 1. So Baker, Neck, Stewart, Wakefield coming through. Get out of the way, they're saying. We're here, we mean business, we've got some racing to be done. Damien Johnson and Connor Nixon have had a run in. We're about to see that. Andrew Scordilis has still got that black flag hovering next to his name as well. Nixon to the outside, or to the inside rather. And now trying to get back on the inside to the left-hander. Ooh.
So that's
wide.
Slowdown penalties being served at the same time.
3 wide, hip and shoulder, net code because they were intertwined, and the Vermilion entry goes through on the inside. Friendly fire, or is there a bit more to it than that?
I reckon there was 2 slowdown penalties there. They both had one, and they were trying to get rid of.
So it's livened things up nicely here, but unfortunately, Cody Death is 5.6 seconds down the road. So any hope the field had of putting a stop to his run, well, the hope has quickly evaporated here. 86 of, well, who knows how many now. We've completed lap 85, we're on lap 86. Technically, based on the numbers that we're seeing here, there's as many as, I want to say, well, 2 laps left in the motor race. But time will tell. And if we can get that far, we're looking at 108, 109, 110 laps potentially. Remembering that it's about 1 minute 35 lap pace at the moment. So that's 3 minutes 10, 15 and a half minutes gets you to, 15:50 gets you to 10 laps. 19 minutes will get you to 12 laps. So if you can go 19 and 12, we had 38. There's potentially as many as 24 laps in this motor race still to run, which would take us to 110. We were talking about potentially 113 at the start of the night. So even with the safety car, we're still going to go beyond that 100 lap threshold, potentially get as far as 110. Our timing screen is showing 97 at the moment, but that's based on the laps that we were doing under the safety car. Thankfully, we're back up at speed.
It's going to be very close to 500k, I reckon, this race. So.
Yeah. Well, actually, it's a good point that you make with regards to the circuit here at the Fuji Speedway, Scott. When we have a look at the round 2 track conditions here, 4.563 kilometres. So, I mean, 100 laps, there's your 456 covered. Anything beyond that, yeah, you're right. We're looking 500, 510 potentially yet again on the platforms of SimSpeed and the Australian Sim Racing Group. Have a look at this. Tyson Broad and Seth Brown, gloves are off. Defensive moves are being made here. The tactics, the gamesmanship, the racecraft, the strategy is all changed and evolved with the field checked up once more.
And Tyson was comfortable defending to the right-hand side of that racetrack. Even though there's space to his right-hand side, he's not obliged to... Well, for Seth Brown, who was trying to make that move, he can't make that move outside the white line. So that's why Tyson was like, yep, I've got it painted to the white line. There's a wall there, but there's room to the wall. I'm going to pin it to the white line. Because effectively, if Seth was to advance his position to the right-hand side of that, well, yeah, it'd be hand that one back and then play on.
Indeed, and yeah, if we do go 110 laps, mate, you called it, 501.93 kilometres is the mileage we would cover.
I think we're going to do 110 on the miles, by the way.
Yeah, I'm getting that number as well when I'm crunching the numbers, and I'm not using any calculators to do that. Those of you that have been familiar with my work on GSRC platforms and sim racing platforms for a while know that I usually try and do it in my head. Drive through penalty, Job Stewart, there's his charge done. He was trying for a top 10. He's 11th at the moment. He's got a drive through.
And that was for contact. But you remember how that car, 397, caused the safety car? Well, Job Stewart was the car that triggered that one. So there was actually contact at just before turn 3.
It was strange how that car pulled up, though, Scott. Was it an engine failure, a steering failure? What
steering failure.
Steering,
failure. There was no way they were going to get that one back to the pit lane. So they sort of gone as far as they reasonably thought. And the problem was that they rejoined, So
on replay, we're going to see the dive to the inside. Oh, yeah, righto. Definite contact, all right.
Well, he thought he was going to have to follow him through the corner, and that's a lapped car situation. So I think Scordelis actually ended up apologising and said, I was trying to get out of the way, really, was what I saw. But
still, no friend, no foe, no favourite. I mean, irrespective of whether it's a positional battle or not, race control are going to view incidents based on their merit. They're not going to take track position. Oh, there it is. Yeah, big shunt. Huge hit. Awaiting on the exit of turn 3. And that car, nowhere but the back of the garage for the remainder of the night. Couldn't get it back to the pit lane. But it's interesting, isn't it? So Job Stewart with that drive-through penalty coming his way. Black flag next to his box on your timing totem pole there at the moment, folks. There's the race leader. Just in scintillating touch, in complete control. Cody Death down the main straight to start lap 89 here at the Fuji International Speedway. We've got it as 22 laps to go, ladies and gentlemen, from this point. A huge performance from him thus far. Continuing on as he's just punched out the fastest lap of the race too, by the way, hasn't he? 1:35.532 for Cody Death. And Seth Brown and Tyson Broad are still going at it. Holy smokes. Down the main straight to the first corner. Look at this. They've got to be careful because they don't want to involve anybody else in this scrap inadvertently and then pay the price twice, if you get where I'm going with that. As a result, Ewan Baker's got to be very mindful of the games these two ahead of him are playing, knowing that he stands to gain 2 spots if they end up taking out a bridge too far on a Friday night in Fuji. And again, it's only 4 or 6 championship points that is the difference between 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. But every point is going to count at the end of this campaign, as we've seen so far already.
Ewan Baker is a really interesting driver to talk about as well. At the same time, he's keyed up with Adam Briggs, and that's a combination that they'll be looking to execute throughout the entirety of the endurance calendar for the True Force Endurance Cup for the V8 Pro as well. So that's a partnership that came together last year. They were really, really happy with the way that it operated, and Briggs was very, very happy with the way that Ewan went about his business, and he sort of said the biggest thing that he needs to do is just learn when to go for a move and learn when not to. One of Ewan Baker's biggest strengths is that he's aggressive. One of Ewan Baker's biggest weaknesses is that he's aggressive. But he's actually really, really come of age of late. It's not that his aggressiveness has waned, it's that he's now more deliberate.
Good. Yeah. Oh boy, have a look at that scene of, mostly headlights coming down the main straight. What's the time there trackside for us, Joe? Have you got the updated weather information for us there, side of screen? 4:29 p.m. I told you they don't do daylight saving in Japan, ladies and gentlemen. We're heading towards Japanese summer, and the fog, the cloud level, low. It's going to be very dark towards the finish of this race. 19 degrees the ambient, 22 on track at the moment. Very cool, comfortable conditions for racing, cloudy conditions, 14 km/h southerly winds. Look at the gamesmanship going on here. Seth Brown wins out over Tyson Broad for now. This is the battle for 8th. It's 3 deep. It has the potential to be 5 deep as we head towards the finish of the race. But yeah, I think I made a mess of what I was trying to say there earlier. I mean, at the end of the day, race control, because of it being an incident for a back marker that took the back marker out of the race full stop, that's why they've taken the action on the Job Stewart incident. It's a case of if it was a positional battle, they would have adjudicated it just the same way. Every racing incident they've got to look at with a clear set of eyes, without any sort of incentive or leniency or what's the other word I'm looking for? Any sort of swayed judgment based on where cars are on the circuit. If it's an incident, that's irrelevent. It's still something that's got to come across their desk, isn't it?
It's a car that's been taken out of the race, and that's what they've penalised.
And there he is behind the pit lane now for that drive-through.
He waited on that one, and he waited on that one, and he hoped and he prayed that they were going to overturn that decision.
But they haven't.
Which is why he's delayed it, so he's come to pit lane at the last available opportunity, but he was pleading his case.
I don't blame you. That's 2 rounds that have gone begging now for him, unfortunately.
Yeah. I got to be honest, I don't know that one's actually his fault. Because that Scordelis broke very, very early. and he just tucked back in behind, and if he'd have been still out beside looking for overlap, he would have been gotten away with it.
Yep.
You know.
Agreed. Very. Lap 91. So we're on the run home, ladies and gentlemen. About 20 laps to go, here or there. Now, remembering as well, we can start that 110th lap that we're anticipating anytime in that last 5 seconds of regular time. We can do a bit of overtime if we need to, and I think we're going to, based on the numbers I'm crunching at the moment. So, hey, Cody D, Zach Ratway White, we do the calculations based on the time, but we know we've got that leeway. We know that we've got that minute and a half up our sleeve.
So the thing I'm looking at in terms of the calculations is we're looking at about 109.5, and once you get above sort of 0.2 of a lap, you're getting that extra lap. So it's 110.
Yeah. I'm glad that we're in agreement on something, Scott. That's good. Bodes well for the rest of the season, the remaining 4 rounds.
No.
Cody D, Zach
Can I call the people that are in charge of your jury to get you back on jury? I think
no, absolutely not. do not open that can of worms at this time of the night. By gee, what a start to the week. What a stitch up that was. What a carve up trying to plead common sense with the people at the Ipswich courthouse. My goodness gracious me. They want to be doing jury duty on the same weekend that I'm going to be broadcasting for you lot from Grenfell. That was never going to be happening. I had to explain to them, ladies and gentlemen, you've got me going now, good on you. We're on Google Maps, so I had to paint the picture and say, this is Ipswich and this is Grenfell, and I don't think you realise that there's this thing called transit time, unless you want to put me in a time capsule or a catapult. I don't think I can get from Ipswich to Grenfell in time and then have, that thing called sleep before I do the work gig over the weekend. Thankfully, a very firmly written letter got me out of it. And I did tell them that if they wanted to fine me or jail me because I wasn't turning up, please do so, only because it'd be worth highlighting the stupidity of the system. But anyway, and the lengths you've got to go to make them see sense that you're not going to be in the postcode when they're requesting you to be so. But the interesting thing was, I said to Mum afterwards, because I sent her the letter and I said, here, you'll have a laugh at this. I said, there was a couple of things I don't think you should have put in there, but you got your message across and you got what you wanted, so well done. And I said to her, I've got your ability to be articulate and Dad's ability to tee off, and it's a lethal combination. Now, there's a shot of pit lane. We're going down the main straight. We're going to talk race cars again. Orbit drop there. Tyson Broad. Fighting with Ewan Baker, trying to chase and track down Seth Brown once more. You got Eclipse Sim Sport 1 and 2 that have been faultless tonight. Vermillion, Jacob O'Reilly third, Josh Anderson fourth, Byron Pearce down the inside of Wayne Burke, the sixth once more. Pearce and Burke are going at it, hammer and tong in the battle for sixth. They've lost track of Lewis Greathead, who's holding on to fifth. And that's about where they're going to have to settle for tonight. Vanderbilt Sim Racing have been the big winners of this safety car deployment, Scott Rankin, because they've put themselves between the two Vermillion entries, and they are fourth, but it's still an Acura 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as we straighten up and talk race cars again. Where's the fun in that? Oh.
Yeah, here we go. And I mean, these guys are continuing to serve it up to each other in the dying stages of this one as well. Not for a top 5 spot. The top 5 looks very much locked in, and in fact, there's little to no battling going on within that top 5. It's back here on the outside, and worthwhile pointing out, I won't be able to see the number of incident points that some of these cars are, but I do know a friend of mine that might just be able to feed me some information on that one. But I can tell you, the thing about endurance racing drivers is that they use incident points. 30 times you can go off the track, you get a penalty. So 29 is actually okay. Number 30, that's where you get into trouble. If you use 29 of those, well, you've used exactly the right amount of times, and I guarantee that'll be a little bit of talk. But the other thing to consider, Byron Pearce versus Wayne Burke. Remember, we were talking to Marino Morella and Byron a little bit early on. They said we've got a lot of wing on this car. We are suffering in a straight line, but we're good through the middle of the lap.
I don't want to make more work for the administrators, the organising body of the series, but I've had a question come through internally. Why was there no waiver round? Well, it's not in the rules for there to be one, but my question is, should there be?
Well, okay. So the ruling is that it is done at the steward's discretion, and the steward's discretion not to have one there.
That'll be another interesting talking point, and it's an open can of worms, that one. That really is. at the back end of the race. Oh, have a look at the spectators. Braving a cool afternoon in Japan. Some of them forgot to pack a jumper, but they're okay. They're going all right. Back end of the motor race. It'll be getting crisp and chilly for them before they get back to their car and get home, but a good crowd on deck in the middle of Oyama on a Friday afternoon.
Well, the thing I'd say is that there's a bunch of cars thinking that there would be wave arounds. And instead of just driving the conditions, I saw a bunch of cars pop out right in behind the leaders, and they were actually ahead of them when they pit. So the thing is, remember how I said to you, go hammer and tong as fast as you possibly can to catch the safety car train. The big thing is, if you're just in behind the race leaders, you can't pit. You're just going to keep going. Because if you wait for a wave around, you actually lose time because
100%.
You can keep going and catch the back end of the train, then you pit. So it's a little bit of knowledge of the impact of when and where you pit is actually the big key.
And more to the point, excuse me, tried to have a sip of cordial on the go. My bad. The interesting thing for mine is when you have a look at this battle continues. This is captivating, compelling viewing. Byron Pierce back down the inside of Wayne Burke. They're just going to chop and change, play musical chairs for the balance of the motor race. 23 3/4 minutes to go. Pierce has got the inside running as they head up to turn 3. The interesting thing for mine is in all of that, when you look at the ins and outs of the safety car strategy, right? If they were to get that wave around, there's nothing stopping race control from releasing the field whilst you're still trying to catch it. And that's the other quid pro quo. That is the other threat, the gamble, the risk that you take. If you were to continue to do the safety car deployment until everybody had reached the back of the train, you'd probably lose another lap getting that procedure completed. And therefore you probably lose 2 laps of racing as a result. So there's pluses and minuses to the whole thing.
Yeah, for sure. Has it robbed us and taken some element out of the race? Yes, it certainly has. We would have had a lot more cars on the lead lap, and that's always a nice thing to have. But there is still battles in and around. Actually, Byron Pierce is a huge moment coming into that final corner.
Yeah, they're on the limit now.
It's very, very difficult, and the big thing that I'm pointing to in the rule books is it's not guaranteed. That's an illegal move.
Oh, wow.
That's an illegal move.
No, I tell you what, that is... Oh, look at the hip and shoulder on the exit. Wowee. Burke's on the inside again. Pierce on the outside. Here's Brown to support his teammate Burke as well. We'll need a replay of that. I want to have another look because that was naughty. It was advantageous, but it was cheeky. But it was well played for the moment until race control says otherwise. Well done, Wayne Burke. Wowee, the gloves are off. The Million and Arati Esports going at it. There he is, below the white line and staying there.
That white line right there. But watch. He's now inside this white line, so it's actually okay. And the reason is he rejoined the track safely. If there was contact in the process of rejoining, so when I said it was not okay, that's an illegal move. It was an illegal move to that point, but Byron moved back to the left and actually gave him room to rejoin the track. The rejoin was then completed safely.
Wow. The gloves are off. We were waiting for that. And it's not over yet because look at what it's done. It's checked up the rest of them. Ewan Baker, Blake Neck, Tyson Broad are all wanting in on this as well. Here goes Burke again. Sorry, it's Brown this time. It's Brown this time because Burke had already broken clear. Brown down the inside. The Million. Oh, look at this. Oh, no. They're at the locking, if you can believe that. The Areti SimSport stable entry of Byron Pierce is going to have to yield. Brown goes through on the inside. Baker wants a piece of it as well. The Acuras are gaining up on the Mustang in the closing stages at Fuji. And beyond that, there's only one Mustang in the top 12, Scott. It's that one there. And it's boxed in the fight of its life at the moment in 8th.
And the big thing, Zach, is that's two teammates ahead. You saw what Wayne Burke was trying to do. He looked in the rearview mirror and he went, what can I do to try and offer Seth a little bit of support? He moved over. That drafting support, that was not for Byron Pierce. That was all for Seth Brown. And the problem is now, Ewan Baker's now going to line up and try and have a crack at him as well.
And Baker is in the perfect position, in the hole shot to try and do that. And now one little slip up from Byron, trying to reel in Seth and Burke again. Brown and Burke, it could trip him up, it could bring him undone, and it could open the floodgates for the rest of the Acura board and bunch to work their way through. It could bump him back, 9th, 10th, 11th even. Tyson Broad is not far off the back end of that train right now. He's right there with them. Down the main straight we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. Right in view, ladies and gentlemen. Wayne Burke all the way down to Tyson Broad. The battle for 8th position here in the final stages. We're in the final 9th of proceedings now. I'm going to get technical because we're in the final 20 minutes. Final 9th. Break it up into 20 minutes. 9 times 20, 180, right? 9 times 2, 18. So, we're in the final 9th of proceedings. Gloves are off. Precious championship points at stake. Game on. And the Acuras are showing just how dominant they've been tonight. God, the Aretti Esports stable entry, though, Byron Pierce can hold his head high. Trying to hold on for dear life here.
Well, remember earlier on in the piece when they said that they were having issues with their tyres with Blake Neck?
It was wide too.
Yeah.
He's lost out the Tyson Broad. Keep going, Scott.
Well, remember they said they were having troubles with tyres. I think they might have been actually having troubles with tyres. I think they've actually overheated their tyres now is the problem. They've been driving exceptionally hard and they've had to try and cool their tyres off and that's made them vulnerable.
Arctic Motorsports, Reece Wakefield is 12th. Ryan Bettis is 13th. 14th is Brenton Hobson. See, Hobbo always charges well, doesn't he? Sharing with David Mulqueen, the 88 entry. Summit Simsport, Jackson Ray Harner, 15th at the moment. Those two guys are familiar with each other's work through the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. And, of course, I did the cross-promotion thing very well during the week, gentlemen. I steered everybody here. I said, get your sports bar set up. Friday night, of course, we had an open-wheel doubleheader over there tonight. Thanks to Greg Henny for deputising for me there. I said, but the amount of club members we've got racing here, you need to have one eye on each. One eye on the open wheelers, one eye on the GT3s. So hello to all of our GSRC members that are tuning in for the closing stages here. Drive-through penalty for Luke Swan for the iRacing black flag. So he too has been tripped up by incident points. Not the first one tonight. And those incident points are creeping in. As the pressure ramps up here in the closing stages of round 2 of the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series across the SimSpeed Esports Network and, of course, the Australian Sim Racing Group. And look at Tyson Broad all over the back of Blake Neck like a cheap suit, trying to find a way by, trying to pressure him into yet another mistake. He just gave him a flick of the headlights, had the glare of the headlights in your front shot there, ladies and gentlemen, and Tyson Broad's going down the inside. Got him, 10th place is his, finally, for the Orbit Drop Bear entry. Tyson Broad finds his way back into the top 10, but all that squabbling that they've been involved in, they've lost a second to the next pack of cars. And Adam Moore now also has an iRacing black flag. So there's 2, and there'll be a few more, I think, Scott.
Yeah, I don't think we're done necessarily yet as well. Because remember how I said you're flirting with disaster. 29 is okay, 30 is massively wrong. So
yeah, if it's 29, you've played the game perfectly. But there's no bonus points here for a clean race for 0 incident points. There's no points for pole positions. There's no points for fastest lap. It is based on your finishing position. So you exercise the leverage, and you use 29 of those points. You played the game perfectly.
Well, that battle's close right up again as well. Yeah, so Byron's had an opportunity to sort of ease off a little bit and cool the tyres down, and that's brought him right back to these 2 ahead.
Minimum requirement of 2 drivers per car in this series. Would you, let me ask you this, because that seems to be the general plan of attack for most people across the board here. Would you entertain the idea of 3 drivers at any point during this campaign?
No. It's just another variable that you've got to add in. Generally, in most of these teams, occasionally you get cars and teams that have got, you know, two drivers that are very, very close together, but generally you've got a driver that's maybe 2/10 a lap faster on average than the other. Obviously, you want to stick him in as long as you physically can. So you add in a third driver, you're basically saying we've got to have three drivers that drive a car very similarly to the same standard at the same crack of things. So conventionally, no. But if you're out there for a bit of a run with your mates and to drive some GT cars, then why not?
I have also had more correspondence from our fan viewer email question that came through there earlier, and I would just like to say that the irony of it wasn't lost on me that we were talking about SC procedure, and the question was sent in by someone with the initials SC. And good evening to him once more. Cody Death, Zach Ratway-White, Jacob O'Reilly, Josh Anderson, Lewis Greathead, the top five here. 14 minutes to go. It doesn't feel like it's been 2 3/4 hours. The drivers would be feeling it, but it's gone by in the blink of an eye for us. It did the same at Daytona, and it sets us up beautifully for the countdown to Spa on the 4th of July.
I was going to say, Zach, the SC wasn't Stephen Clark in your DMs, was it? Because
no.
It's he wouldn't like to be racing.
Hello, Sandman, by the way. When's the next round of the Supercar Series for you two, by the way?
I had that up 5 minutes ago to talk about it, actually, and I've dropped it off again, so give me 30 seconds.
Copy. So, plenty of great racing to come this season across the Australian Sim Racing Group offerings.
May 28th, Detroit Belle Isle, and oh, by the way, Street Circuit and the Super Sprint format returns for the first time in a long time. It didn't appear on the calendar in 2024.
No, and good correlation with real-world events at that point in time, because I know it's not Belle Isle anymore, but IndyCar goes to Detroit that week. IMSA goes to Detroit that week, of course, straight after the Indy 500. So good lining up of events between real-world and SimWorld on that occasion. Same when the GT series goes to Spa later in the season.
Fun fact, we actually have Spa back-to-back in terms of things. So 2 events.
Challenge. Sorry, Scott. Challenge. Teammates. Wayne Burke, Seth Brown. Brown goes through on the inside. Brown goes to 6th. Burke back to 7th. It's brought Byron Pierce back into the fight. And then Ewan Baker still 9th and still within the realms of the chance of stealing 8th, 7th or 6th here in the closing stages. Go on, my friend.
Right, so Detroit Belle Isle Super Sprint round on May the 28th. We have another race before we get back into the GTPRO Series. As the dive's going to come, Byron Pierce has got grip, he's got overlap, he's got to the inside, he's got the job done.
But does he though? No, he's lost out on the exit, the up and under, beautifully done by the Vermilion entry. And here comes Ewan Baker, right around the outside, and then he thinks better of it and tucked back in. Now he commits back to the outside. It's not going to work because there's no crisscross opportunity through the chicane. They bypass that tonight. And Baker has to sit put and stay patient for now.
So they're getting back to the calendar. June the 25th will be at Spa, and I think it's the very next week on the Friday night. So that's the Wednesday night, June the 25th. 4th of July, Spa in this series. So we'll have Spa 2 weeks in a row.
And too much Spa is never enough. I know a few people that would race a shopping trolley around there if you could. It's one of those circuits. Everyone loves Spa, and we're the home of one of the great spectacles in GT endurance racing this year. 76 cars lining up for the real world thing. There'll be 45 at least, at most, I should say, on the grid for our offering in a few weeks' time. Looking forward to your company for that. And then, of course, we go into Le Mans and Coda and the Mecca, Mount Panorama, at the back end of the season. Vermilion holding steady. Positions 3, 5, 6 and 7 tonight, doing a bang-up job. Lewis Greathead's broken clear. 6.9 seconds down the road is this fight. Brown, Burke, Pierce, Baker and Broad. And Broad, if these 4 start to squabble, will latch back on in the closing stages. Hang on, Scott, is that a little bit of sunshine glare trying to poke through the clouds?
It's trying desperately.
Desperately trying.
Its way through.
Gonna run out of time.
The humidity is actually starting to come down just a tiny.
It's taken all day. But we've finally got there with 10 minutes left on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. So we're on lap 103. It'll be 7 laps at the line based on those numbers. I told we were right with 110. We've absolutely nailed that. The lead car is car number 56. It is Cody Death. He leads this thing by, well, he's 24 seconds ahead of these guys. And he's just started lap 104. He's just crossed the start-finish line now. He's on his way to turn 1. 7 laps to go. We will go 110. We will go 501 kilometres. Zach Ratway White. All night it's been his teammates punching out the purple box numbers. Now Zach Ratway White has his opportunity. Fastest lap of the motorways, 1:35.5. Vermillion, have a look at this. Is this Wayne Burke trying to return serve and get back by his teammate Seth Brown to turn 1? No. Not yet anyway. But Brown was a little bit checked up on the exit. Burke's got the run. But does he want to engage in battle with his teammate, or does he want to push him along and play defence to keep the would-be attackers, Byron Pearce, Ewan Baker, potentially Tyson Broad at bay? Fascinating final 7 laps playing out here.
Yeah, just listen to the growl of that Mustang in the middle of this little battle pack as well. He's throwing everything he's got at them as Byron Pearce. He was on at one stage for a run into the podium. He ran a phenomenal opening stint of the race, drove his way through the field exceptionally. And unfortunately, what was on to be a great night has fallen by the wayside a little bit.
Well, to be fair, in an Acura dominated top 10, to be the exception to the rule, that's an achievement. That's a box ticked in itself.
Certainly. Oh, that's a big moment for Wayne Burke.
That will invite Pearce back into it, Scott. Watch the run. Watch the run.
What was floor damage is the risk when you get out and over the sausage curves. He went for a wild ride. Mount Fuji's just out from the background, and that turtle would have felt like Mount Fuji. Or Wayne Burke, run to turn 1. Byron Pearce has got a lot of wing on this car. Can he get out on the anchors as they get to the braking zone at 1? No, there was no overlap on offer. But have a look at how much better he is in the final phase of the braking zone, Zach.
Oh, well, hold your breath, ladies and gentlemen. This thing's not over yet. And we still don't know what the makeup of 6, 7, 8, 9 is going to look like in terms of the order. We know it's probably going to be these 5 cars, but exactly how much positional change is ahead in these final 6 laps remains to be seen. Cody Death has started lap 105. Pearce is desperately trying to hold on to 8th at the moment. Baker's in there behind him. Tyson Broad's trying to go with him and lap back on, but he's still 1.2 in arrears. Slowdown penalty, did I hear you say?
Yeah, there was for Cody Death. And it hung around and it hung around and it hung around. And I was actually getting worried he might not clear it in time. But he did manage to get it out of the way.
It won't matter. I mean, he's daylight ahead of everybody else, isn't he?
Yeah, but why would you risk hanging on to it for that long? If you're in the lead, don't take risks. You've got night and day behind you.
That's right. They've been a cut above tonight, Damon Woods and also Cody Death. Car number 56. What a performance it's been from them. Like, apart from that cleansing of the field, the first round of pit stops, they've led every other lap of the night. Faultless from pole position. If you're going to execute a race plan and tick the boxes, they've illustrated the perfect way just about to do it tonight, haven't they?
Yeah. And they did it on pace. There was no tyres, no fuel games. No, they just got out there and they just ran as fast as they possibly could for 3 hours. A 3-hour sprint race, Zach.
Yeah, exactly. We love sprint racing. We absolutely love our sprint racing here. And remember, of course, Dylan Burse adds such great pedigree to that stable when he's in there as well. To have 3 genuinely strong drivers in your stable. There's no weak lineups here, let's be honest. But to be able to so effortlessly swap between drivers to continue to just have the 2 on the racetrack and do so to great effect in the way of what's going to be an emphatic race win. Might not be the 7.7. Here's Job Stewart back on pit lane as well. It might not be the 7.7 second margin that we saw the race won by at Daytona, but it's been equally as impressive. There's no doubt about that. Cody Death starting lap 107. He's 4 from home, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the clock. 5 minutes on the clock. So 4 from home. It's going to be about 1 minute and 10 of overtime. Zach Ratway-White lowers the benchmark. Fastest lap time again, 1:35.437. To be punching that out on lap 106 of the motor race. Are you kidding me? How good's that? And now, look at this. Baker's got to run. Pierce defends on the inside. Baker to the outside. That is for position number 8 to make it an Acura top 8 with less than 5 to go in Japan. He's around the outside. The Mustang of Pierce will fight back on the inside, but this time Baker got the run off the corner. He has the line for turn 3 and he yields. But look who's coming. Tyson Broad's working his way back in. He's less than a second off these guys now. So they've got to be mindful of the fast finishing order drop their entry. 0.6 of a second between them. Baker had another look and again backed out of it. But now it's a case of, I think Pierce might just be slowing marginally, and it's enough to invite Broad back in, and any squabbling these two engage in is only going to help the matter for Tyson Broad. He could still potentially finish as high as 8th here. The chance at 7th is gone. Wayne Burke's disappearing up the road. It's not as much as it could be, but I think the chance is going to go begging for Wayne Burke to be caught. He's 0.7 behind his teammate. They're 0.6 ahead of Byron. But if Byron gets caught in a squabble with Baker, that'll give the Vermilion boys an opportunity to take off. There's Jacob O'Reilly. Great run. We haven't focused too much on those guys tonight. Scott, 228. Great run from them. Josh Anderson. Those guys have been the quiet achievers as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. There and thereabouts. Although, to be fair to them, they actually did qualify on in 3rd spot. So they did qualify on the 2nd row. They'll lose 1 spot out in terms of their final finishing position, but clean, quick, consistent, right there and thereabout.
9 Acuras and a Mustang in the top 10. There's 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th on shot. This is a replay thanks to OG Gear. Hazler getting it all checked up through the left-hander to the top of the hill. The second to the left, so that's going to bring him undone. There he goes, rear end. Oh, symmetry, sympathy spinning, synchronized, pirouette, ballet. And that car does not look very happy.
Yeah, you see the right rear tyres caved in a little bit, so it's not sitting on the surface anymore.
Some steering damage, some suspension damage there for the Hazler entry. Oh boy. So, can Baker and Pierce catch Burke and defend Broad all at the same time? It's got Hazler, Robbie Bradbury on pit lane, 30th and 31st respectively. There are just 2 laps to go. Cody Death is on lap 109 now. 2 to go, this time by the line. These guys can thank themselves lucky for the pace of Cody Death. It's the reason why they're going to get that 110th lap in.
Yeah, look, probably anywhere up to 5th place was guaranteed to get that extra lap in, but anyone behind them was touch and go. So, but look, I mean, what you've got to look for now is standouts up and down the field in terms of looking for a driver of the day performance. Synergy Sim Racing outfit, the number 88 machine have driven 32nd to 14th. They've gained 18 spots. Brent Hobson behind the wheel took over from Damon Mulqueen earlier on in that race. So they've had a strong night at the office.
It's hard, I must say, when you look at this series and you look at the way it plays out. It can be so rewarding if you're at the pointy end. It can be so cruel to the guys that have struck trouble tonight. But it's wherever you are in the field, it is so hard fought, Scott. Look at this in the closing stages. I've got one question to throw at you in the post-race show with regards to the series going forward, and I'm hoping you'll have a couple of different answers to throw at me, actually, because it'll give again, some more ideas in the direction of the organisers going forward in the future of the GT Pro Series. Black flag for Ruben Goodall. Drive-through penalty, iRacing black flag for the number 7. So that's, the icing on the turd, unfortunately, for those guys.
Yeah, that's probably the best way to put it, I've got to be honest.
Diplomatically, I'm trying to be family friendly at the end of the day. White flag in the air. 11:35 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The clock has expired. We've gone beyond the 3 hours now. Lap 110, and Cody Death is on his way home. Now, let's see if there are any more positional changes on the way home here. Have a look at this. Pierce on the defensive, on the run down to turn 1. Baker around the outside. He's got to be careful, though, because he's got Tyson Broad right there. It wasn't the cleanest run out of the corner by Baker. It looked as though he was almost into the back of Pierce as they head up towards turn 3. Lap traffic's going to play its part of the final lap as well. Brody Sentence has an iRacing black flags, and the black flags are flying thick and fast here on the final lap. It's Fuji. What a performance it's been from Cody Death. The margin 5.9 to Zach Ratway White. Another great flying under the radar performance from Zach Ratway White, but it was very clear from the start that the 56 was going to be the one to beat tonight. Damon Woods, Cody Death, Dylan Burst when he's here as well. What a formidable trio this is going forward. Acura will chalk up their first win of the season. Eclipse Sim Sport as well, emulating the feats of ERT 7 weeks ago. Cody Death and Damon Woods from pole to the checkered flag and victory in round 2 of the Gamesman GT Pro Invitational Series of the Fuji International Speedway in Japan. What a performance that was. And Zach Ratway White, 2 rounds, 2 teams, 2 podiums. What a championship he's having so far. He may even be on track to be leading the thing leaving here tonight. We'll have a look at the points in just a moment. Jacob O'Reilly for Vermilion in 3rd. Have a look at the drag race. Have a look at the drag race. Baker and Pierce. Baker and Pierce. I tell you what, Baker's got him. Baker got him up the nose. Surely. No.
Wow.
No.
He got him.
He got him 0.011 of a second.
11 thousandths of a second.
Wow.
No way.
How cruel is that for Byron Pierce? Acura 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And Pierce the first of the Mustangs. The only non-Acura entry in the top 10. He can be proud of that for Areti Esport. And Tyson Broad had to settle for 10th in the end. There it is on your screen. Bottom of shot, ladies and gentlemen. That's what 11 thousandths of a second looks like. Holy cow.
No way.
Josh Anderson in for 4th. Lewis Greathead and Sam Chapman a top 5 result. Seth Brown home for 6th, the third of the Vermilion Esports entries. They had 4 in the top 7, Wayne Burke being the latter of those. Ewan Baker in for 8th, the burst of the Synergy Sim Racing stable. 9th for the Areti Esports stable. Again, a privateer, essentially. They're a lone ranger when it comes to, they're the only entry representing that team. So to be in the top 10 in amongst all the big teams that have got multiple entries across the board, that's a great achievement. And the first of the Orbit drop their entries, Tyson Broad. And of course, his co-driver there in 10th place. And that was a magnificent performance from those guys. I'm just going to open up the Zoom chat to see who's still in the room. Tyson Broad, Sean McNamara is still there, Scotty, Damon Mulqueen. It was Lockhart Brownlee, of course, teaming up with Tyson. Scott Rankin still in the room. Sean McNamara still in the room. Great to see all you guys still in the Zoom chat at this time of the night. We're approaching 20 to midnight on the East Coast. 20 to 2 in New Zealand, 20 to 9 in Western Australia. And have a look at that for a celebratory burnout and one richly deserved. Cody Death, a formidable performer. No matter what he jumps behind the wheel of in sim racing circles. Damien Woods, very well credentialed as well. And it was very clear, based on the gap. You highlighted it right at the start, Scott. They were your tip, thankfully. No commentators cursed tonight. Well done on that. But they're always going to be hard to beat. The only thing I think, and I say this about Mark Marquez in the MotoGP World Championship this year, given what we've seen thus far, the only person or the only thing that was going to get in the way was potentially the drivers themselves. Mark Marquez has dropped it from winnable positions twice this year. If they'd have dropped it down the road at any point, that would have been them bringing themselves undone. It didn't look like anyone else was going to get close to them. They were ably supported by their Eclipse Sim Sport teammates. It's an Eclipse Sim Sport 1-2. Jacob O'Reilly, Josh Anderson, Lewis Greathead, Seth Brown, Wayne Burke, Ewan Baker, Byron Pierce, and Tyson Broad, the top 10. Your thoughts on all of that?
That's not the one I'm actually looking at. The battle for 15th place on the outright. Have a look at the margin between Jake Maloney and Jackson Rayhana. 1,000 for the second.
That's a photo finish if we can find a replay of that. Aaron Borg in for 17th. Sorry, Blake Neck, Ryan Badass, Reese Wakefield, Brenton Hobson got back for 14th in the end. Jake Maloney. We need to have a look at some positions gained and lost throughout the course of the night to determine who our hard charger was. There'll be a vote going up on our socials for driver of the day, folks. So think long and hard about who you want to throw your support behind there. Aaron Borg, of course, real world racing star. I raced Borgie in karts and commentated him there as well, so it's great to see him in the sim world. Kane Ryder got home for 18th. John Peasnick was 21st. Stephen McCartan, the driver of the day at Daytona, dropped to 22nd in the end. 18 home on the lead lap. Did I read that correctly? In the end, not 17. 17 home on the lead lap. Aaron Borg, the last of those. Kane Ryder was 18th. Matt Arnold, Jamie and Johnston, Vinnie Newland, Brody Sentence, Adam Jepson and Luke Swan and Ruben Goodall rounded out those that were a lap down. Robbie Bradbury 2 laps down. They had trouble early. That's the top 30 for you. Over the page again, Scott Hazler, Dan Patrick, Daniel Benefield, 3 laps down those guys. Not going to plan for them in the Ferrari tonight. Greg Patrick, Adam Moore, Andrew Scordilla, Sam Sproul, Hayden Bell, Jackson Evans, and the safety car, which we saw only on one occasion this evening. So, only in all of that, 4 legitimate retirements. Scordilla, Sproul, Veld, and Evans tonight. So, Summit Sim Sport, Evolution Racing, One Performance, and Frog Leap, all unfortunately with retirements throughout the course of the evening. But overall, 1 safety car in 500 kilometres of racing in the end. How good was that? Here's that photo featuring Jackson Rayhana for you, ladies and gentlemen, on the OG Gear replay. Technology is an amazing thing, A, when it works, and B, when it can separate margins like that. Wow. Extraordinary.
Last
Absolutely
opportunity to get the
extraordinary.
telestrator out for the night as well. So the winning margin of victory is that there to that there. I think that's about 2 or 3 pixels. So
Actually, I think Jay's got a point in your ear, Scott Raken. I think the line is actually thicker than the margin. The line you've drawn thicker and bigger than the margin itself. That is extraordinary motor racing. But again, Fuji 101, mate, a trademark of racing here that so often we can have photo finishes like that. And we had 2 of them in the field tonight. And the difference is, 4 to 6 championship points. It's a small margin, but every point in this series is going to matter.
Yeah, look, it's difficult, and I think what we're seeing is the number 31 car wins race 1, doesn't finish in race 2, so there'll be a goose egg in the points column for them. Look, I think the 56 car is going to be very, very tough to beat. The thing about when you look at the drivers that are behind the wheel of that car, you got Cody Deeth who's 11,000 I rating, you've got Damon Woods who's 11,000 I rating. They've got just oodles and oodles and oodles of talent. The whole field does. So why did they out-qualify everyone else by 0.3 of a second?
Yeah.
That's something special. That doesn't happen, Zach. That does not happen at this level.
No, not at all. They just had that thing on rails and they didn't miss a beat. They hit their markers. They nailed the 1%ers. They've had the faultless night, the dream night in round 2 of the championship. We're going to hear from the top 3 in just a moment, and I'm just waiting for instruction on where we're going to start. Zach Ratway White will be second, irrespective. We'll go 3, 2, 1. Is that what I heard? I'm hearing them. Yeah, let's go third. We'll save the winners until last. The best until last seems appropriate. Welcome in. Actually, we've only got 5 in the booth at the moment, so we're going to be 1 short for the time being. But Jacob O'Reilly's about to join us. He was 3rd across the line tonight, and what a performance from the Vermilion Sim Sports stable. Josh Purwin, his co-driver there as well. Boys, congratulations. 110 laps around the Fuji Speedway, a fair slog. Very evident early on that the Acura was the car to beat. You guys, the first of 4 Vermilion entries inside the top 7. So firstly, what a night for the team. and what a great result for you guys individually, get a podium finish.
Yeah, it was massive for the team. Hey, everyone, we worked pretty hard for it, and then it was evident pretty early in the practice that we had a bit of pace, so everyone's just sort of pushed each other along and managed to pull it out in qualifying, which is great. And then, some of us went forward, some went backwards, but it was good.
And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, Zach Ratway-White, it looks like he's going to be the sole representative for Eclipse when they come in for second. He's co-driver Jamie Christensen, nowhere to be seen. Talk me through the strategy of the night. We couldn't believe how well timed the rain shower was. There were only 2 drivers that we counted in the field that took the gamble of moving to the wet compound at any point, mate. It seemed as though there wasn't enough rain out there to justify that decision. That ended up turning out to be correct. For you guys, just how challenging was it, A, with the driver change, and B, with the varying levels of moisture there? There wasn't much. It was just enough to make it challenging, though. And at what point did you realise that you just weren't going to be able to match it with the Eclipse boys tonight?
We made the call pretty early. There was a long chat about it, about what tyre to take. And, Josh is very, very smart, and he knows his stuff, and if he says it's a dry tyre, it's a dry tyre. So that was pretty good. And honestly, I thought I had Zach. I thought I had him all night. That last stint, I thought I might have been able to catch him, but I think having that lap traffic between us was a bit of a you got a bit of a head start. Not that I would have got there in the end, but it would have been nice to battle with him a bit.
And that was actually a talking point we were discussing, Scott and I, during the final stint, actually, mate, with regards to whether there needs to be a discussion had about whether we waive that lap traffic by, so as to, liven things up with regards to positional battles. The safety car does bunch the field up, but it is a little bit more challenging, as you say, when you got lap traffic to contend with. Your co-driver Josh Perwin's here with us as well. G'day, mate. Well done. A faultless performance from you guys tonight, as we say. The Eclipse boys just a bridge too far, but third in that field in a race that went 500 kilometres with only one safety car intervention. That's a great result for you guys and continues the momentum that Vermilion are on so far this season. What are your thoughts on how that one played out and your stint behind the wheel?
It was definitely a great result for us. It's a good result as well to add on to our top 5 in Daytona as well. So we should be third in the championship, I believe, at the moment. My stint as well, I started 5th, but I got a bit unlucky at the start, was a bit too cautious and dropped back, and then the whole stint was kind of just trying to climb my way back through. I think I ended 6th or 5th before I handed the car over to Jake, but it was a good fun racing with everyone. I think I had a lot of battles inter-team and also with a couple of other guys, Dominic, Vendeval. It was a fun stint, and then Jake brought it home, had amazing pace in the wet. It was a great result.
Across the board, the team's strong. There's no doubt about that. As I said, 4 in the top 7. But you just highlighted a pertinent point, mate, in that there was the battle to consider with regards to the outright fight and the other teams around you. But the inner-team rivalry was alive and well tonight, particularly in the closing stages between Seth and Wayne. You had the bird's-eye seat, being able to sit there with the boys, no doubt, in the same chat room, watch the race with them, watch how it was playing out. It didn't look as though there were any team orders in play here. It was no holds barred, every man for himself at one point.
Yeah, well, I think we race smart with each other. We're not going to be fighting overly aggressive with each other. But in the end, we had 4 cars in the top 7. It's an amazing result for the team to be able to achieve that. And I think we all had fun tonight.
I want to get a couple of quick comments from you guys regarding the next round. And obviously, if Scott Rankin has any questions to throw at you, I want him to do so as well. But we look at your car selection going into the season. We were analysing this at the start of the night. And I just want to highlight this for everybody at home when we're talking about the Vermilion Esports stable. Acura, McLaren, BMW, all manufacturers that get a run there. But for you guys, obviously, it was evident that across the board, you guys wanted to go the Acura tonight. The McLaren is your A car, the Acura your second car. So what's the discussion that will be had regarding car selection going into the next round of the series at Spa, where we're not sure, but Scotty seems to believe that the Acura is going to be strong again.
Yeah, it's hard to know. There may well be some big changes in GT3 with the next update as well. So really hard to know. I don't know, from recent experience, the Acura just seems dominant at the moment. It just seems really, really strong. I love the McLaren, but it's hard not to pick the Acura at the moment. And
I was going to say the team boss watching on, he is listed as your third driver in the team. Did he have itchy feet at any point not being out there with you guys tonight?
Yeah, the whole time. I was dropping comments about it all night, mate, in the chat. No, he was alright. Ben just wants the team to do well. And he's really, really good at sport like that as well. And, there's no better bloke to have at the head of the team, for sure.
Two rounds, two different... Go for it. Sorry, Josh. Go for it.
Oh, no, I was going to say, I think I'm mainly the third driver in this team, so I think the next couple of rounds, I think Ben probably will hop in at some point. So, but yeah, it's been great being part of the team for Daytona and Fuji so far. So, yeah, I'll be happy to hop in if we need it again.
Scott, before I ask them one more question in the lead up to Spa, is there anything you want to ask them?
No, go ahead. It was pretty much about car selection for Spa. It was about all I had. So.
Oh, okay, copy that. Sorry, I didn't realise that was going to be your only question. But with regards to the way the season's playing out, boys, I mean, we'll be looking at the provisional championship points in just a few moments, and I'm told it's going to be a tight race at the top end of the totem, but consistency's key. Consistency wins championships. 2 rounds, 2 completely different top 10s, 2 completely different narratives, 2 different manufacturers, 2 different teams scoring the honours here. How are you guys feeling about where you're placed at the moment, and is it too early to ask you who your biggest threats are in terms of you guys and outright success?
Yeah, I think not to get too overconfident, but I think we're right where we should be. I think we're really, really quick. And I think we're working hard. Vendaval, I think, a big challenger to us. We were racing pretty close with them at Daytona for a good chunk of that. And then tonight too, I've got to say I was a little bit nervous seeing Josh Anderson in the mirrors there at the restart. But got some luck with the traffic there as well in the restart. That helped out a bit. But I reckon and the other Vermillion guys as well, closest rivals, I'd say.
All right, very nicely done. Gentlemen, I'm going to give you the floor. I'm going to step back for 30 seconds. The floor is yours to thank on behalf of not just you guys individually, but your team at large. Anyone that you want to at this particular point in time, well done on third tonight.
Yeah, cheers. I just want to say thanks to our sponsors, Race Labs, Bird Designs, Supernova Motorsports, Hymo Setups, Vermillion Coaching, and thekartshot.com.au. Also, huge thanks to Tom Burns for his help with the setup, and of course my co-driver Josh did an outstanding job today as well. So, yeah.
Indeed. Anything you want to add to that, Josh?
Yeah, well, of course, thanks to all our sponsors. I know that Jake just mentioned them as well. And yeah, Jake did a fantastic job, and Ben, was a massive help behind the scenes as well. And the rest of the team, I think we all did an amazing job today. So really, really happy with that. So thank you to everyone.
Very nicely done, gentlemen. Congratulations. Of course, Vermillion on the podium tonight. The Eclipse boys just a little bit too far up the road. But to be the sole representative of Vermillion in a very competitive field, to make it onto the podium, well done. We look forward to seeing you in 7 weeks' time at Spa. Go well.
Cheers, boys.
Thank you.
Zach Ratway-White's going to jump into the booth. Now, last time round, Scott Rankin, Brenton O'Brien decided that he'd had enough. He let me do my thing during the post-race show. He went and started happy hour without me. I'm going to let you have the floor here as we chat to a well-known hard charger of this field and another podium finish for Zach Ratway-White.
Mate, Zach, it's on top of the world for you in 2025, the form and everything that you scrapped for over the last couple of years, it's all starting to come together. I tell you what, Fuji, she's a beautiful, beautiful place to go and turn laps at. Mount Fuji in the background. And can it get any better for driving a Japanese car in the land of the long white cloud?
25's gone alright, and yeah, I think the race is pretty stress-free for me. I didn't have any issues at all. I had to kind of pull my socks up in the last stint because Jake was catching me, but yeah, not much more to add to that.
like a fairly trouble-free race. Middle stint, a little bit of worries, obviously driving in and around the wet. Was there ever much of a feeling that you'll be going over to that wet tyre? How close were we? Because obviously Jamie Christensen started the race, and then you sort of handled the race car, and then there's drips and drops just about everywhere, pretty much as soon as you jump in.
Yeah, there's no thought of wet tyre at all. We were very surprised about how little rain there was. We were expecting a lot more, and then there's only that tiny little blue cell that came across the radar. So yeah, it wasn't even that bad, to be honest. It was a little greasy, but there's nothing to even start to think about wet tyres at all.
Mate, we're off to Spa now, all the way off on the 4th of July. You've got a lot of V8s racing to actually prepare for in the meantime. But we did actually just ask the Vermilion guys as well, thoughts on car choices. I mean, the Acura, it is just the bog standard. It's the basic GT3 package at the moment, because it's got it all. It's got a little bit of poke and straight line. It's got great turn. Tends to look after its tyres quite well. I get the feeling Spa is going to be another Acura heaven.
I'd tend to disagree a little. I think that the next 2 rounds is going to be pretty McLaren based on officials and all that stuff.
And it's interesting, I'm just going to jump in here, boys, to clarify. It's interesting that our top 3 tonight, based on what I'm reading here, if I've done my homework correctly, have all chosen Acura and McLaren as their top 2 cars for the season. So it is quite interesting to get that thought from Zach Ratway-White now, 7 weeks out from the round, noting full well that there could be a BOP update. Who knows what could unfold for both the vehicles in question between now and then. Interesting comments from you, Zach. Go on, Scott.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was, pretty much the point that I was going to outlay as well. Anyway, mate, congratulations on the race results. Big shout out to the new team and everything that's going on. Who would you like to thank for the Clip Sim Sports number 17 for both yourself and Jamie Christensen?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Jamie for losing 17 seconds in the first stint. That was good of him. And yeah, Damon and Cody as well. They helped keep me company because Jamie just jumped ship early on. And but yeah, mainly Damo, he killed it with the setup this week. So yeah, kind of just let him do his thing and he delivered.
Mate, congratulations on finishing P2 out here tonight. Go off and enjoy with the boys, because I know we're about to drag the friends in to come and celebrate their race victory, brother. So enjoy.
Sweet. Thanks, guys.
3 minutes to midnight, and Zach Ratway-White's just performed the drive-by of the evening, as far as I'm concerned. What he said, mate. But what's interesting there, one question that I'm interested to get his thoughts on after the fact. When you look at how this all played out, we've just had Damon Woods and Cody Deek join us. These guys probably wouldn't have cared, but obviously the margin at the restart there, Scott, was 5 seconds in favour of these guys over the teammate Wood wave around situation, and there's a lot of talk about that at the moment. In fact, I can tell you exclusively from the chat thread that's going on at the moment. But Seth Brown is seeking clarification from race control at the moment to understand what was the reason of the decision of leaving the whole family tree of lap cars at the front after the safety car restart, and then all deciding to race for the World Championship afterwards. So there is a late night summons and post-mortem going on in race control as we speak, and I'd love to be a fly on the wall there, let me tell you. But obviously Zach Ratway-White, it would have been interesting to see if he would have been able to go with Cody, and how that battle might have played out a little bit differently had the margin not been 5 seconds off the restart. Nevertheless, play with the cards you dealt, and they were dealt perfectly for Cody Deeth and Damon Woods, who join us now. And Damon, you set it up beautifully, mate. You and Cody, 3/10 clear of the field in qualifying, pole position, and clear favourites at that point. It must be very pleasing to have been able to go on with the magnificent run home that Cody delivered, and chalk up your first win of the season and get right back in the title fight, mate. Well done.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's a bit annoying that the result sheet doesn't really kind of show the dominance that we had tonight. You know, the safety car brought it all back together, but yeah, it was very good, to show the pace that we had. Even with Zach as well. We pulled, between the two of us, I think it was 30 seconds on the field. So it was, it was very, very strong performance from us tonight. And yeah, I mean, we hit the setup, very well. And yeah, we just fell into a rhythm and executed from there.
I don't know if you heard it because I think you were brought in after Zach had let himself out, but he sung your praises for the work that went in behind the scenes in car setup this week, mate. Just how much time was spent chipping away at that to make you guys the formidable, faultless combination and team that you were this evening, because to go 1-2 in this field, which is stacked so heavy with talent, is an extraordinarily statement-making night for you.
I mean, we already had a pretty good base, so we used our Bathurst 12-hour setup as our baseline for this, so we knew that we had a very strong car, going into it. So just a couple tweaks from that, and we ended up where we were tonight. So there's a little bit less hours put into it than what there was for Pro Series. I think I ended up putting like 20 hours of work into the Pro Series race at Watkins Glen, so there's a lot less prep for this one. But then again, I'm also a lot more confident in GT3 machinery, so I don't really need to invest the amount of time that I do in the supercar to really get the most out of myself. So yeah, there was a lot of shortcuts with the setup, especially because we came from the Bathurst 12-hour set, so made life nice and easy just trying to get the prep in.
Indeed. And we'll bring Cody in at this particular point in time. You inherited a very good advantage. You extended that. And I guess we've got a couple of things that we could analyse here. But the reality of the matter is you didn't really need to push the limits in the final stint, mate, with that 4.5-second buffer that you started with over the chasing pack. And the winning margin was only 5.867 seconds. But Damon set it up. And at the end of the day, you still have to keep it in one piece and keep it on track to bring it home. You did just that. Well done. What does the night mean to you, and how did it play out as far as you were concerned?
Oh, it was pretty chill after Damo's stint. He pretty much gave me the race for myself to mess up. So it was just about not having it off and just keep driving the same lap times and just keep blowing a gap, which we managed to do.
Did your heart sink a little bit when the safety car was called, given that it does evaporate that advantage that you guys worked so well to build up?
Wasn't really worried because I knew Zach and I had the pace to be able to pull a gap to make us have a buffer that was safe enough to not have to worry about the cars behind. But yeah, it certainly was a little annoying because it would have been a very different race if the safety car didn't come out.
Indeed. Now the other thing is we have to ask. We believe, we didn't see it, but we believe you took a little bit of time to clear a slowdown late in the piece. True or false?
Oh, absolutely true. I was trying my hardest to go for a fastest lap, and I had it off.
Oh, dear. And that's the point. Like the pace that Damon was on an incredible run of purple sector laps at the start of the race, and you at the end of the race, only to be pipped by your teammate. Thankfully, there's no bonus points in this caper up for grabs for fastest lap, so.
Yeah, Zach was flying. Didn't really expect it, considering he's more of a V8 sort of driver, but he seems to get along pretty well with the GT3 nowadays.
Indeed he does. And I guess the other thing as well, we didn't really cover it off. The field did spread out. It took over 2 hours for that first and only safety car to be deployed. So over 5 hours of racing in this series before we saw the first intervention or deployment of the safety car to neutralise the field. Just how difficult was it? A, on tyre wear as you were going through the motions. B, that intermittent wet weather spell in the middle of the race, just right on the cusp of that first fuel window where everybody was pitting. And C, contending with lap traffic, because it was more of an issue for the chasing pack after the restart, but I would feel as though it wasn't too much of an issue for you during the first 2 hours of the race, mate, because of how wide the real estate is here.
Yeah, it wasn't really much of an issue, to be honest. Sort of got through it all, and they were all fairly kind to me, so didn't really have too much of an issue with that. Yeah, the wet weather was interesting. Just didn't really want to bin it. Pretty much was sort of just keep it on the island. We knew the rain wasn't going to be around for long, so it was sort of just don't have it off and just be there at the end, sort of thing. Yeah, managed to do it.
Damon, you must be very, very happy with where things sit as far as this stable is concerned, because Dylan Burst, we know what he brings to the table when he's aboard in the cockpit as well. This gives you guys a lot of momentum, but also a target on the back going in to Spa. What are your initial thoughts going into there, and also what was going through your mind at the changeover at the end of the first stint, if you like, because you guys stretched it out beyond the hour. That we knew then it was only going to be a 2-stop race, but we also weren't sure whether the rain was going to stay and lash down or just be a little bit of a nuisance, a momentary test of skill, which it ended up being. And then obviously changing over and handing over to Cody to bring the thing home. What was going through your mind in amongst all of that, mate? Because there was a lot going on in a very short period of time.
I mean, I was pretty confident that we'd be staying on slicks, as I think Zach spoke about as well. So, you know, I had Zach and Cody having a look at the radar just before the pit stop, and we were pretty confident that, yeah, with only a blue patch with a slight little bit of teal in there, that we were not going to be getting anywhere near the kind of crossover period to get to a wet tyre. So that wasn't too much of a concern. And I know Cody's a more than capable driver to keep it on the road, even if it is slightly tricky conditions. So I had full faith in swapping the car over and having Death go out on track and just putting in the work. And yeah, he did exactly that. And yeah, that's why we're able to come here with a super strong result. And yeah, looking forward to Spa. I mean, for me, it's a very, very strong track for myself. You know, I've had very, very good experience there, special event wise. So, and then also regarding setup, you know, we have a very, very strong setup for the McLaren as well. So I think going to Spa, we're going to be very tough to beat. But then again, regarding as well having a target on our back, I mean, I guess we had a target on our back going from the start of the season. So it's not like it's anything that we're not used to, especially, you know, coming off the back of, you know, 2 in a row OSR 12 hour, and the community also knowing that, you know, Dylan, myself and Cody are very, very, you know, strong and, you know, competitive when it comes to the European side of things, you know, competing in special events in the GT3 class. So to be honest, it's just going to be straightforward, just try and do as well as we can, put it up the front, and then manage the race from there, I think, when we get to Spa.
Indeed, and looking forward to that. But I mean, obviously, the field is stacked with, you know, entries that on their day can match it with you guys, can take it to you guys, can go on and win. We've seen 2 different round winners so far. The consistent on the podium has been Zach White, obviously. But what are your guys' thoughts? And of course, Cody's up here for a second appearance too. I'm pretty sure we spoke to you after you run from Domino's Pizza back to Daytona. So it's been a good season thus far. The form guide's reading true. Who are the credible threats as far as you guys are concerned, either within your own stable or outside, going into those final 4 rounds of the season? 6 completely different racetracks, 2 of which were ticked off, 2/3 of the championship to go.
I mean, I think the obvious one is Ando and, you know, Birdman. Obviously, I don't think they quite had the overall pace tonight, but, you know, knowing Ando and how strong he is in a supercar, and also his pedigree in, you know, Porsche Super Cup, so I think they're definitely in with a shot, being very competitive, and also with, you know, Alex as well. He's very, very strong in GT stuff, so I think they're definitely a shoe-in, you know, on their day, and there's no reason they can't be up the front. Just obviously a bit of bad luck sometimes falls their way, which is, you know, that's motorsport, but I think they're probably the closest, I think, personally, with their experience, and then also with their outright pace that I know that they have. So looking forward, I think, yeah, definitely they're probably the ones to be most wary of. And then obviously we've got Zach and Jamie as well within our own stable that are super, super strong. And, you know, given Jamie, when he's actually on the ball, you know, he can perform very, very strongly. So we'll see how it all plays out. But for the time being, we'll just keep our heads screwed on and then try and perform when we can.
I knew it was coming. It's 12:10. I'm getting the wrap up, the wind up from downstairs in the producer's bunker. So I do have one last legitimate question, and then I'm going to let you guys thank who you want to thank. And it goes to both of you, because I'm assuming that everything that Damon said regarding who the credible threats are, that Cody's going to agree to. But feel free, if you've got something to add to that, Cody, when we go to you in just a moment, to do that. quick comment on tyre wear, because it looked as though it was playing a small part tonight. How did you guys find the tyre wear rate?
For me personally, I had no issues with it. I know that the setup was very kind to its tyres, and the Acura as well is very, very nice on its rear tyres especially. So for me, I had no issues. For Cody, it might have been different, but I'll let him comment on that one.
Cody?
Yeah, no, I had a bit more issue just trying to keep it on the track, to be honest. So it wasn't so much the tyres that were the issue, just pushing a bit too hard, trying to go for a faster lap. But tyres held on pretty well.
Indeed, they did. Hey, we got 7 weeks for which you guys are kings of the castle. I know you'll do a lot of sim racing elsewhere between now and then, but as far as the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series is concerned, you guys are the kings of the castle tonight, so you can enjoy the celebrations between now and Spa. As we let you go and we say good morning to you, who do you want to thank on the way out?
Death, you want to take this one? Or you want me to take it?
I'll add my little bit at the end, mate. Sure.
No worries. Big thanks to the boys at Eclipse. Jamie, Zach, Bruce, myself, and Death. We all put in and we all performed at the end of the day. So, big shout out to everyone there. 5-6 Sim Coaching, Lutzu Driver Performance, and you boys for always putting on a fantastic event. So, big props to you guys.
Oh, we can't take too much credit for that. That's all the team behind the scenes. We're just the mouthpieces to it, but we do appreciate the sentiment. Cody?
I'd just like to thank Thomas Fleming, a really good mate of ours, racing over in Europe at the moment. Comes in, gives us all a big hurry up, making us perform better. Shout out to Yuri Kazdorf as well. He's been streaming a fair bit lately. Been having some good chats with him, some good fun. He was motivating us to do well tonight, so thank you to them.
Guys, go and enjoy the celebrations. The cream of the crop at the moment in the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series. Well done on a faultless performance tonight. We look forward to seeing it at Spa in 7 weeks.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you guys. Have a good one.
Oh, and well done too, by the way, boys. There you go. There's the good news for you on the way out. Championship lead, Eclipse Sim Sport 1, 2, and 2 points in it, and good breathing space over the Vermilion Stable. So 1, 2, and 3 tonight. 1, 2, and 3 in the championship. 28 points back to Jacob O'Reilly. Louis Greathead and Sam Chapman have moved their way up to 4th. Byron Pierce up to 5th. The Mustang, the best of the non-Acura entries tonight, up there in the top 5 in the championship. Josh Anderson's moved his way up into 6th spot. Seth Brown, Jake Maloney, Ewan Baker, and Stephen McCartan, the top 10 there in all of that. And McCartan, of course, the driver of the day last time out at the Daytona International Speedway. On that subject, let's pay a couple of bills before I get some final thoughts from Scott Rankin. Big thanks to the great people at the Gamesman. Remember that promo code, if we can get that back up on the screen, Jay, to remind everybody, if you want to make some purchases with the great people at the Gamesman, support the people that support us, ladies and gentlemen. The link will come up on your screen in just a moment. The promo code when you go to the checkout, use it. And with thanks to the crew here at the Australian Sim Racing Group and SimSpeed Esports Network, GTPRO May 5 for 5% off at the checkout. The promo code gamesman.com.au. A big thanks also to the great people that support the series. They've been appearing up in the top right-hand side of your screen all throughout the evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're, of course, talking OG Gear, Play Seat. We're talking Logitech. We're talking Motorsport Australia. We're talking SimSpeed. We're talking the Australian Sim Racing Group and so much more. So a huge thanks to all of those guys, the OG Gear crew as well. I hope I haven't forgotten anybody. There is the next assignment for us as far as the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series is concerned. 2025 Round 3, Spa-Francorchamps. I'll be driving down to Grenfell in southern New South Wales for the Bob Hine Memorial Kart meeting that weekend and broadcasting to you live from the circuit that night, Friday, 4th of July, 7:45 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. But as the boys have already alluded to you so far this evening into this morning now, there's still so much to come as far as the supercars are concerned. The Logitech G Pro Supercar Invitational Series continues. The next round, of course, the Grand Prix of Belle Isle Circuit, the streets of Detroit in Michigan, and that will be coming your way on the 29th of May. So looking forward to that one. 28th, I apologise, 28th of May. and join the boys for that. And that'll be, again, 7:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. A lot of real-world motorsport to look forward to between now and then, though. Final thoughts for you, Scott Rankin, before we sign off tonight. And the one question that I did have for you, 6 great circuits on this calendar, but if you could take one out and put one in when we're conducting the meetings and consultations that'll go into the 2026 calendar, what would it be and why?
The circuit I'd love to add, but I know it's not on the surface. I would do anything to have Sepang in this calendar. I would absolutely do anything, but not Adelaide Street Circuit. I reckon
just for the monsoon.
Adelaide Street circuits would be phenomenal when and where we get that. The problem is, what do you take out? I'm gonna be honest, it's probably Coda.
Yep. I'd add Sepang in there in monsoon season just to see how we fare.
Yeah,
100%. Final thoughts on what you saw tonight, mate?
Mate, obviously, I mean, the difficulty for me is who's going to touch that 56 car. That's really the big thing. Next time out, we're off to a track where they're saying the McLaren's going to be quite strong. You could see some swings back to those faster cars as well. So yeah, we're going to see a change in the pecking order next time out. It's just which car is quick. It will be the big question.
Indeed. Hey, mate, great to share the booth with you again. Thank you very much for your expert comments and insights throughout the course of this evening. We've greatly enjoyed it. We appreciate it. We look forward to you being back front and centre, doing play-by-play with the Sandman for the Supercars for the next 2 rounds before I'm back with you for Spa.
Yep, mate, congratulations. Good to have you back in the booth. And yeah, great pleasure working with you. Looking forward to that next round of Logitech V8 Supercars Pro Invitational as well, coming up in a few weeks' time.
Yep, indeed. Check your guides for times around Australia for that. It'll be live across the platforms of the Australian Sim Racing Group and SimSpeed again as well. Thanks to Jay. Brilliant job in the booth for the last 4.5 hours. Thanks to the entire Australian Sim Racing Group team, the organisation committee, the admin, the race control, the stewards, everyone. Many hands make light work. Everyone that puts this well-oiled machine together. It's a pleasure to sit here and describe the action for you. We've enjoyed your company. If you didn't enjoy that, you're very difficult to please. Go and check your pulse. Eclipse Sim Sport, very dominant tonight. Cody Deep, Damon Woods, too good. It was a 1-2 for them. Acura, top 8 in what was an annihilation at the top end of the tree for the newest manufacturer in GT3 Racing on the iRacing platform. Good luck to all the competitors heading to Queensland Raceway later today, round 2 of the Motorsport Australia Queensland Circuit Racing Championships. And on that note, I should probably go and get a few hours sleep on behalf of the crew here. We hope you've enjoyed it. Some great racing, some mixed weather conditions. The first safety car of the season, plenty of first ticked off tonight. Costly for the round 1 winners with 0 points to show for their efforts throughout the course of the night. And it'll be interesting to see who seeks redemption when we go to Spa in 7 weeks' time. We look forward to your company for that and more as the Gamesman GTPRO Invitational Series of 2025 continues across the Australian Sim Racing Group and SimSpeed platforms. But for now, on behalf of Jay Kennedy, Scott Rankin, the entire broadcast commentary and production team here on a night where the Acuras and the Eclipse Sim Sport stables dominated at the Fuji International Speedway, we say have a great morning, everybody. I'm Zach Caban. Bye for now.
Hi, my name's Melinda Price. In 2024 I'm racing in Radical Cup Australia with Volante Rosso. Very much old dog new tricks kind of thing, trying to get jiggy with the technology here. The OG gear is fantastic. The socks are really comfortable, gives you enough movement on the pedal, but they still breathe really nicely. And the gloves are super comfortable. They breathe a little bit better than your racing gloves. Really love it.
We are gaming fanatics. Our goal has never been to just play games. We think it's much better to feel like you're actually in the game. This feeling is what drives us as we create world-class gaming chairs. Our one aim, give you a brand new gaming experience. Help you move in perfect sync with everything on screen. Make sure you're having a ton of fun. It took us decades to achieve this, and we're still not satisfied. Every day, we wake up to get better. We'll never stop designing the very best to help you be your best. When it's all said and done, our job's only done if you're in full flow and focused on your victory. May you win, and win big.